That's a smart question, and I'll tell you why. Do you think if we took all the money that's been spent on space since the beginning of space programs versus the money that's been made from space, do you think they'd be in the red or in the black? Do you think we've made money or lost money?
I'd say we lost money. No, what do we
A
even
lot
make
of
from
money,
it?
huh?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would we do that? Why do we invest in something where we know we're going to lose money? Doesn't even make sense.
I mean, maybe in
Look,
the
there's
Cold
never
War,
I know
it
they
was
say
against the
things like, "Oh,
Soviets.
we're gonna find a freaking an asteroid made of gold in outer space or something, and bring it back to Earth, and we'll be rich, right?" Or there'll be space tourism, or all these things that they promise that somehow there'll be money to be made in space. Getting some resource from space where we can actually, um,
Yeah.
make money off of. But that's bullshit. First of all, okay, so you think about, okay, space tourism. Right now, the tourist industry, their operating margin is like 11%. So for every
Yeah.
dollar invested, they make 11% more than that dollar. They have very tight margins. Okay, we're talking about the hospitality industry. People going on to the pyramids, people going to the Grand Canyon, people going all these places, right? Space is just another tourist destination, right? I'm a space tourist.
Yeah, something like
How
that.
are you going to make money when you just added the cost of actually providing that tour to millions of dollars? How are you going to make money? Can't make any money off that shit.
I guess where you're
Okay,
coming
so
from. I
let's
get
go
it.
another one. Space mining or something. We're going to haul an asteroid from the asteroid belt. It's made of solid gold back to Earth. It's freaking 100 million tons.
But like, what was
Okay,
the
now
point
what?
of like?
Now what's going to happen to the gold market?
Yeah,
All right,
that's
so
what I was
gold
gonna
is going
say.
to
What
fall
happened
through
to
the
gold?
floor.
Yeah.
Gold isn't going to be worth anything, and then you have just made no money again
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, if you
because
get like a
the
bunch of
value
gold,
comes from
it's gonna
scarcity,
improve.
not from
Yeah.
abundance.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, um, like, why are they dumping the money that's made in space? Is like it's like a circle jerk. It's like we'll make a rocket. The rocket will go into space, and I'll make money off
Yeah.
of making the rocket to go into space. And that's just
It's like a
it's really
never-ending
just
loop.
the money is
Yeah.
is in the churn of like keeping this so-called space industry going, but they're not going into space to get anything of value.
I mean, what does the government even spend money on? Don't they just have everything? To be honest, like
They
it's
want
like
all the
they
smart people
control it.
doing shit that's useless so they don't frickin' pick up the torches and pitchforks.
What can we even do, bro? And, we can't really do anything about the government and like whatever secret society that exists because we don't even know anything about them.
You mean the death cult?
Something like that, bro. Everything's like connected in some way, bro. I don't even know how it works.
Well, it's probably worse than any of us can imagine, quite honestly.
What I'm saying, like, if something like that actually existed, it would be so much worse than whatever conspiracy theory that exists right now. Like, we would never be able to figure it out if something like that actually does exist.
So
You know
that's
what I
one
mean?
of the things people ask us, why would they lie? And I'll tell you, like, how would I know? If I knew that, I'd be in on it. And I can't think of a reason why they lie. Like, yeah, that's the point. That's literally the point.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess
it
that is a
it
good
could be a
point. Yeah.
reason that you can't even conceive of. Something you have no idea because you always assume the Earth is a globe. I'm like, why would they lie about that? And there could be some freaking grand reason that you just never thought about. It's not in the public, like, because you don't have enough information to even guess. You can't even figure out who's lying. That's the hard part. You have to figure out who
Yeah.
exactly would be lying.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's not even like, this idea came about after NASA was formed. I mean, people were saying the Earth was a ball in space before that, right? These guys are just exploiting that popular held belief system.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get you. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, let's do a little exercise. Who would have to be lying? Would Donald Trump have to be lying? What would he know?
Honestly, though, like
Yeah,
there's
Donald Trump
no.
doesn't got to know. Well, I'm being serious. Like, let's figure out who has to be lying. Well, I mean, we can go. The Apollo astronauts, the guys that said they went to the moon, they have to be lying. Okay, so let's just take those people, put them off to the side. They're automatically they have to be liars because they said they saw the Earth as a ball with their own 2 eyes. So they would definitely have to be lying.
Yeah, given that
So okay, let's go. Everybody else that's ever lived, what do they know?
that's crazy though. But like, how have we not gone to the moon again? If we were able to
Again?
like so many years ago.
We didn't go the first time.
Oh,
Nobody went to the
well,
moon, brother.
that would make sense. That would make sense. But yeah, I guess,
Well, when they
it
first
would also
proposed
make
the
sense
idea,
to
it was
take
in a
it.
work of science fiction by a Nazi, ex-Nazi named Werner von Braun. He was a Nazi rocket scientist that got sucked up in Operation Paperclip. And he ran NASA. He was the NASA director from the beginning of NASA. And he wrote a book about going to the moon. And he said it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building to get there.
Yeah, but like my point is, if we were able to do that like so many years ago with like not even 1/100th of the computers and like the technology we have now, why can't we do it again? And why isn't it like easy at this point because of how much everything's advanced?
That's the question.
We should have gone to the moon like 8 times and probably like built a house there or some shit.
Dude,
Yeah.
Pan Am was selling
Civilization.
freaking moon tickets, dude. Back in the 60s and 70s.
How long has it been since the moon landing? Wait, Google this.
Dude, they
56
were
years.
promising space colonies in the 70s, man.
Computers in 1969. That's crazy. They went there with this shit. This is like 32 kilobytes of RAM. We have gigabytes now. And that's like everyone, all of us probably in this call.
Oh, it's so much worse than that. Like, bro. Okay, it's worse than whatever you're imagining. Unless you're familiar with the way things worked back then, it's worse than that. So memory was not solid state memory. They had something called iron core rope memory. So they took literally like a bit was a little iron ring that they wrapped electric wire around like a solenoid, and they would magnetize the ring and demagnetize it. Now these things had to be sewn. So there was literally people with a needle that sewed the wires through the rings on and made a big rope out of it. And
What? That's
dude,
crazy.
it's bro. I'll show you a picture.
There's no way. And they went to the moon with that?
Yeah.
And they talked to the people on the moon and they landed it again? And they can't even land your freaking SpaceX rockets now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Those are wires.
Can't be.
And
There's
in those wires there's like an iron ring that gets magnetized when they run a current to it. Each iron ring has its own line, 3 lines that go to it because there's the because you got to change the polarity, right, to demagnetize it. So when the current's flowing one way, it magnetizes, south on the bottom, north on the top, and when it goes the other way, vice versa. And that's considered the zero. But you have to have a sense line which actually reads the magnetic field. Okay? So, yeah, bullshit, bro. Horse.
okay, crazy though.
Shite.
Like, how does physics work then? It's crazy.
Okay, so check this out, bro. You ain't see nothing yet, dude. They hired
Check that out.
weavers.
Weaving software. What the hell?
Yeah, this is how they made memory. They weaved it. There was no such thing as solid state memory, dude. I don't know what you're confused about. Did not exist.
Then why can't we go to the moon now? Now that we have everything that they needed back then, but way better,
I
like
mean,
millions of times better,
well, wait till Josh comes back
exponentially
in the
better.
morning and ask him, dude.
This is like no, like, yeah, but like this is like exponentially better. This is like millions of times better than what we had back then. Like an average computer, and we have like supercomputers, and we can't do that again. There's no way. There's no like
It was
explanation.
bullshit, dude. What aren't you understanding? Okay, it was just a propaganda thing. That's all it was.
Yeah, but like I'm just thinking, why would they do that? Like, what could it even be? Is there any like, I don't even
Keep
know,
people
bro.
busy, dude.
Keeping people busy.
Doing nothing. What is the government?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're the government, what are your goals? The government's goals aren't the same as your goals, right?
yeah.
Their budget
I mean,
isn't the same as
no,
your
honestly,
budget.
you're
You're
right
not
though.
trying. Look, because they can print money, right? And you can't. They have different motivations than everybody else, right? So, for instance, you don't want people just running around unemployed because a bunch of angry unemployed men burn everything to the ground, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so you need to keep them busy. Busy, busy, busy. And if
yeah. I
it's
mean, it
doing
is.
nothing, then so be it, because it's better than the alternative of them burning everything to the ground. They did this during the Great Depression in America. There was
Low key
like
like a rat race.
unemployment was like 30%. Like 1 in 3 people did not have a job. Okay,
Low-key crazy.
and it was getting a little sketchy. So what FDR did, he made a program called this. It's like some civil service thing, and the government hired people to build roads. Okay, cobblestone roads.
Yeah,
So they're big, huge. I don't know if you've ever seen like cobblestone roads. The fucking rocks are heavy. It's all heavy manual labor. But these roads didn't go anywhere. They didn't connect anything. They didn't connect any towns. They just made roads that just like went off into nowhere. It's called the roads to nowhere.
yeah. I've heard of that actually.
But it kept people busy, right? So the government is paying people to make some fucking thing that's completely useless to keep them busy so they don't burn everything down, right? So that's what I mean by torches and pitchforks. They don't grab the torches and pitchforks and storm the White House and burn it to the ground, because people will do that if they're starving, right? And there's no hope and there's no future. You know,
Yeah,
that's what they'll do.
every creature except us doesn't need like money and like a social construct to be living. You know, they just live on their own. They're like free living beings, except us. We say we have consciousness, but we're just confined in other people's like. You know
Now,
what I mean, right?
NASA, well, NASA has two purposes. It's a government slush fund make work program used to prop up private industry and whatever else and people to grift off of. But if Yoder was in here, he's got documents from NASA's founding documents that NASA was created to create the perception of a technological superiority so that no adversaries would ever try to attack us.
That's crazy.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
he's
I
got
guess.
all the documents for it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, NASA is like something super big. I get why they would like make something that would like, suppress anyone's urge to say like, yo, that maybe this is not this and this should be this instead. And they made it like super, like massive and like, oh, you can never think about how smart a guy working in NASA is, so you better just leave it up to the professionals.
why would you think anyone at NASA's smart? That's an honest. Like, why? Where did you
That's
ever
just
get
what
that
that's
idea?
just what
Have
I
you ever met
know.
somebody from NASA?
No,
Okay, then why would you think someone from NASA's smart?
you're
See, this is all propaganda, right? Oh man, fucking go to NASA. You're a fucking genius, dude. Automatically, even if you're stupid, I can be stupid. Go to NASA as soon as they freaking go. You're hired. I'm smart. Like, how does that work?
Trudeau, Petro.
No, the freaking brainwashed freaking plebs. Those are the ones that work at NASA. They're the guys that got good grades and suck the government dick, and they're the ones that want to work at NASA.
Yeah, I mean, they
Kool-Aid
gave
drinkers,
us
man.
no way out except to like study for like 11 years and then
Well, if
work
you're
9 to 5.
anti-government, right? Do you think you could get a job at NASA?
No way.
Yeah, so that's never going to happen, right? So only certain types of people are ever going to get in there. They got to be pro-government. They have to, pass all the background checks. They got to do all this stuff, right? And they have to have gone to the right schools and took the right classes and kissed the asses of the right people. They're not smart. They're connected.
Yeah.
Ever
that
hear
does
the
make
phrase,
sense.
it's not what you know, it's who you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, we talked this satellite dude. We talked about this very thing with him about how he got his job at NASA, not because he knew anything.
Yeah.
It's because he had a friend that worked there,
Yeah.
and they had an intern. The intern decided they weren't going to do it, and he knew that this dude was doing nothing for the summer. So he's like, "Hey, you want to come work at NASA?" Like, okay. You got to interview in 45 minutes. Let's go to what he says in the podcast. You got to interview in 45 minutes. And they hired him on the spot
45
because he
minutes?
knew. Yeah, he didn't even apply for the job, dude. They called him.
What the hell, bro? And that's just how people get at NASA. It's not like actual good students. It's
Dude,
crazy.
look, if you talk to him, you're not going to think he's a smart person. You might think he's clever, but not smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does make sense wasting people's time and everything. 'Cause like that's what the world made to like waste our times in school and then college and then uni and then a job when animals are like literally every other organism can just live and not have to worry about these things.
Yeah, well, I mean, neither do you, man. Look, bro, learn how to shovel. You always have a job. It's not glamorous, but you'll never be unemployed.
Yeah, I guess so.
What can you do? I can shovel really good. You're fucking hired. Dude, and no matter what the economy does, something always needs to be dug up or someone needs to be put in the ground.
Yeah, actually though.
I worked
Well,
at a
what do you
cemetery
think
when I was
about
a
like
teenager.
yeah, what do you think about like
Burying
general
people.
AI? Like stealing all our jobs and shit. Like what are we gonna do then?
You gotta steal our jobs.
Yeah, I can't. Why do you think they can't?
I'll believe it when I see it.
When you see it, but like that's gonna be soon. AI can already like code and shit. It's only so far until they
Have you
start
used it for
making
coding?
smarter AIs. Yeah, I have. It's not that good, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about, bro? If you're gonna code something simple, you want to code a Discord bot. It's good for that. But anything more complicated than that, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's not good at anything complicated, but like it is true that it's actually like getting stronger. Like if it could make an AI itself and like not let us know, then how are we even sure at all that it exists? You know what I mean?
I use it to do things that would be laborious that I could do myself, but it would take me a lot of time to do it. I use it for that. Like if I want to
Same, honestly.
research something, I can get it to like find all the shit for me, so I don't have to freaking Google it. It's basically I use it as like a freaking Google assistant, research assistant. That's kind of like the only thing it's really good for.
Yeah. Anyway, bro,
It's
that
wrong
was
a
looking
lot.
crazy. Yeah, I don't know. There was like actual like evidence, like low key evidence, because I don't know how like real that is. I haven't seen the source of those laser experiments and stuff.
How real it is?
Yeah,
Are you
I
serious?
haven't seen the actual evidence. I've only heard it from you, right? Can't trust you.
If someone
Completely,
posted
yeah.
the video, bro, you can watch them do it. How do you know the Earth is a ball? A globe.
Ships disappearing over the horizon, reciprocal zenith angles, tides, moon phases, plethora of other evidences.
Okay, so let's go with that one by one. Have you ever observed yourself, a ship go over the horizon?
Yes, numerous times.
Numerous times. Where were you?
Sorrento,
Which
Portsea.
beach? Or which area?
Melbourne, Victoria, where I live.
You know what kind of boat it was?
Spend my life at the beach, mate.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what kind of boat it was? You remember?
An internationally travelling ship, a very large cargo ship. Cargo ships don't have oil arrive here in Victoria, but we have extremely large ships come into the port.
Yeah, great. So I live in Boston. I live in Cambridge, which is next to Boston, where Harvard and MIT is. I've been to Boston Harbor, and I watched a ship sail 30 miles away, and it never went over the horizon. So, and I've actually never seen a ship go over the horizon, ever. Not even one time. So I have photographs, images, radar tracking of the ship, cargo ship.
Radar tracking.
Pardon me?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt at all. Keep going. Yeah,
so Gloucester, which is north of, it's at the northernmost point of Boston Harbor. They track the position of ships using marine radar, and marinetraffic.com posts the positions of the ships. So I watched the ship for 3.5 hours sail from 6 miles away from me out to 30 miles away from me, and it never vanished under the horizon or did anything like that. Now, according to the globe map, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon. So you have your observation, which doesn't seem very well detailed. And my observation, where I have compass headings, positioning of the ship, my elevation, which is 15 feet, right? I all the particulars. So if we have, let's just take it at face value that you saw what you saw, because obviously this is observed sometimes. It's a question of whether that's the geometry of the Earth. If the horizon is the geometric edge of a ball, but that's blocking ships, it's blocking the sun, that's blocking all these things, right? So the horizon will have to be physical, right? It have to be a physical location.
Well, the horizon is a physical location. Where we see it isn't necessarily the physical location. And just going back to you saying that you've...
That's impossible. What you just said is impossible.
Hang on. You've sped out a whole lot of details and facts and stuff there. So let's just go back over what you said.
Okay.
You said you've seen ships numerous times. You've never seen one go over the horizon and disappear. So you just go away and get smaller and smaller and smaller until the entire thing disappears.
Then the air becomes too opaque for the sea through it, right? Because we have visibility in the ocean, right? If you go look on your weather,
but you don't have a photo of it, do you? You don't have any footage of that happening, do you?
What do you mean? I don't have any footage of what?
Pretty straightforward sentence. You don't have any footage of this happening. It's just your word that you saw it get so far away that it got smaller and smaller and disappeared.
I just said I got I'll post the pics, dude.
Sure, let's see them.
Hold on a second.
Great, thanks.
So, you said that the horizon's geometric. You just can't see it. That's impossible because the horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky appears to meet the Earth, right? You have to see it. Otherwise, it's not a horizon. Appears.
Right.
Appears is not a mental construct. It's vision. It means you see it.
Okay. I'm not really...
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really getting your point here, but...
The point is that the horizon that you think exists, if it moves around and is just a product of the meteorological conditions, then that's not the curvature of the Earth that ships disappear behind. for instance, if I see the horizon at 10 miles one day and the ship disappears behind it, and then the next day it's 20 miles away and the ship disappears behind it, which one's the curvature of the Earth?
I don't follow what you're talking about, to be honest.
How can you have a bunch of different curves of the Earth if the horizon, ship going behind the horizon is going beyond the curve of the Earth, right, curving down, okay? It does it at 20 miles one day and does it at 30 miles another day and does it at 6 miles another day. How can that be the curve of the Earth?
Well, we know what refraction is, right?
So not the curve of the Earth.
So do you know what refraction is and how it works?
You don't.
That's not answering the question.
Yes, I know it very well, okay?
Right. So then why do you not mention that when you're talking about ships disappearing one day at 20 miles and disappearing another day at 30 miles, whatever number you use, it doesn't really matter.
Because if I mention refraction, that proves my point that it's not the curve of the Earth, that it's a meteorological condition.
It's not a meteorological condition. Refraction bends light downwards.
Is that caused by meteorological conditions?
Dude, I'd really, really appreciate it if you wouldn't start talking when I'm in the middle of a sentence. Can we just keep it?
Well, is that caused by meteorological conditions?
If you don't get to finish a thought, if you don't get to get the entire thing out, people don't get to hear the conclusion of what it is, the point you're trying to make. So just wait till everyone's finished talking.
Well, you said it's not a meteorological condition, and then you described light bending down by a meteorological condition. Told you, dude. You bit off more than you can chew, bro.
No,
Back to amateur hour. You
gotta stay honest, dude. Okay, you're talking nonsense.
You bit off more than you can chew. You have no idea what you're doing. This is amateur hour.
Yeah, amateur hour, right?
Simple.
You can't stick to the subject.
Tell me.
You're turning to insults immediately. We haven't even been going 10 minutes yet, and you're turning to insults
dude,
already.
You're wasting my time.
This is not a debate. You're wasting your time.
Yeah, because you don't know anything.
I don't know anything.
Okay, tell me what causes light to bend down.
Changing the medium. It's like
changing the medium.
Dude, if you're going to keep interrupting me, right, when I'm trying to answer your question, then we have no business here. Are you capable of destroying me like you claim you're going to do, or do you have to interrupt me? Right? And eventually you'll go, I'm sick of this. You're wasting my time. I'm too big for you, and you'll freaking leave.
I'm wasting my time.
Okay, show some nuts. Nut up. Be quiet when I'm speaking.
No, you talk too much shit, dude, for respect.
So you're gonna
insult flat earthers. You insult flat earthers in the timelines like a crazy person, and you don't know shit.
Sure thing, right? So where's this footage? Have you posted the pictures of this ship going away?
I'm posting it right now. Give me a second.
Oh, you're getting
almost up.
Okay,
it's almost up.
Okay, so while you're doing that, you explain to us how a local moon, how we see the exact same face, right, of the moon. Everyone on the Earth sees the exact same face on any given day. How is that possible, right, on a moon that is?
God, this is so amateur. Look, if the moon is sufficiently far away, the angle's going to be the same. That's the reason in the fucking globe, and that's the reason in the flat Earth. Okay?
No, I'm going to need something better than that.
There's no parallax, brother. If there's no parallax, then everybody's going to see the same face of the moon. Whether you see parallax or not depends on the distance of the object away from you.
No. So
no.
This is where you just blurt out freaking numbers. The only time we won't see parallax, right, is when the distance is extraordinarily far. Right?
Okay. Is there any parallax right now at 300,000 miles?
If your position is moving, right, you will see parallax. Okay.
Do we see parallax with the moon now?
Yes.
We do. Okay.
From one side of the Earth to the other, yes, there is.
Oh, really?
That's why we can take elevation angles of the moon.
That data. Yeah, post that data, bro.
We can take elevation angles of the moon. This is why flat earthers will never do this experiment. Okay? Why don't three of you go out, right, at the same time from different places on the planet? You know, you're all around America. That's a big enough area.
We don't have a planet.
Take an elevation angle of the moon, right, and plot where the moon is from that. Right, and tell me it's a local moon then. But you won't do that. I guarantee none of you will do that and publish the results.
Okay.
Why is that, India? Why have you never done that, India? You could prove the moon is
Done
local,
what?
and you've never thought to take elevation and direction angles.
Because it's irrelevant to the
moon.
shape of the Earth.
It's not irrelevant. You claim it's a local moon.
So check this out.
It's not
Can
irrelevant
I
to the shape
figure
of the
out
Earth
what my
because you
house
say
is
we're in
made
a
out of?
dome. You're going to change the subject again. You're going to move on and change the subject again.
No, I'm addressing what you said. You're trying to move on by bringing up a fucking dome. I'm trying to talk about the moon. Okay? Okay, really simple. Can I figure out what my house is made out of by looking at something that's not my house?
No, it depends. But yeah.
No, the answer is no. So looking at the moon can't tell you what the shape of the Earth is.
That's a baby fluff comment, okay? Because you can't look at the floor. You can't look at the ceiling to work out what the floor is. Is that the flat Earth saying something along those lines?
Okay. No, this is logic, right? Okay. Anything you do to listen. If you look at something else other than the thing that's in question, the only conclusions you can draw are inductive inferences. Okay? Inductive inferences all contain the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay? They can't prove anything.
No, science doesn't prove things. Neither can you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, but I can prove
the Earth is flat by measuring directly the surface of the Earth. Really simple.
Why don't you show us those flat measurements then? But you won't. Because it doesn't.
Well, I posted a boat in there. Now, if you want flat measurements, I'll post those too.
Sorry, where did you post it? In the pill?
Yeah, I posted it in the thread that this thing is in.
What are these? A red line pointing to some blurry pixel. What the fuck?
A red line pointing to some blurry pixel.
This is your evidence that the Earth is flat. You got to be kidding me. You are kidding me, right?
This is my evidence that ships disappear over the horizon. Why are you straw manning me? Why are you straw manning me? This is my evidence ships don't disappear over the horizon.
I can't even
tell more. Hold on a second.
I can't even tell.
I got more.
Cannot see what that is.
Well, I got more. That's okay. I got more, dude. It only lets you post 4 images. Here, I also got it taken from 100 feet from from top of a parking garage. In the math for 100 feet.
Well,
it's still 30 miles away, and it's sitting on the horizon, which is supposed to be 12 miles away. Compass headings. I got a whole bunch of shit, bro.
Tangents, Earth radius, feet 400, obscured 425, and then you're claiming that's how far away the boat is. I'm not seeing any proof here at all. I'm seeing a blurry picture and then some Earth calculated numbers.
Earth calculated numbers. It's your globe, right? So the horizon from 15 feet is only supposed to be 6 miles away. Well, according to this, 4 miles away.
Right? Did you add in?
I just posted the marine traffic graphic. Okay. I also posted where you can clearly see it from 100 feet. Okay. And the map from 100 feet, which it puts the horizon 12 miles away, and the boat's on the horizon, but it's 30 miles away, which makes the horizon 30 miles away.
From 100 feet.
100 feet at the top of a parking garage. This is Revere Beach. There's a train station there, and the train station has a parking garage for cars. You can get on top of it. It's 100 feet up to sea level. Now, the whole point of this isn't to prove the Earth is flat. The point is that ships don't disappear over the horizon, and when you do see that, they're caused by an inferior mirage in some meteorological condition. And we know this because we can replicate this on shorter surfaces where we can eliminate curvature as a variable. So we can replicate the same observation, a little teeny boat disappearing bottom up over a horizon which shouldn't even exist, on something we know can't be the curve of the Earth because it's too short of a distance.
But doesn't doesn't the curve start at your feet? How could it be too short a distance to show any curve at all?
Because the horizon, like if you have a low enough camera height, the horizon is a certain distance away. From 1.5 inches, the horizon is supposed to be 2,400 feet away. If you have a lake that's 1,000 feet long, obviously you can't have our globe horizon on it. The lake's not long enough. Right? So if you take a little boat, sail across, and then freaking see it disappear behind the horizon, that can't be the curve of the Earth horizon.
Where's this footage? Have you got that available? Is this a little remote control boat?
Hold on a second. Hello? Yeah? Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm talking to somebody.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Sorry, someone knocked on my door. Anyway, where was I? Oh, the RC boats. Yeah, hold on. I got that too. Still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I dropped or something. Yeah, give me a second for that too. Okay, so I posted, this is the RC World, but this is just one of many. I could post bunches. There's people have also done this on Twitter. In fact, I think Overlord's done some of these. So you just get a short lake, which is not long, which is shorter than the predicted distance to the horizon. Just watch your freaking little boat sail away. Now, key point about this image is there should be no horizon at all. According to you guys, if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see all the way to the other side, the shore, because this is only 1,000-foot long lake.
Great, thanks. So the Earth is not flat. Because if it was flat, you should be able to see to the other side of the lake. Thank you.
According to you guys.
And the picture.
This lake isn't long enough.
That you've just shown.
Yeah, this lake isn't long enough to block the boat, according to the globe.
What do you mean, according to the globe?
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is happening on a flat surface, bro.
The globe,
this is a 1.5, hold on, this is a 1.5-inch camera height. This lake is 1,000 feet long. You go in the curve calculator, it says the horizon from this camera height is 2,400 feet from the camera. Now, how can this boat disappear behind a globe Earth horizon it can't reach? Because the horizon's at the edge of a ball. Because the horizon is an optical effect. It's really simple.
How long is a mile? I'm not familiar with miles. How long is a mile?
5,280 feet.
Right. So 6-foot observer sees 3 miles, and you reckon a 1-inch observer sees
1.5 inch. I posted a video. Even if you load this in the Walter Business calculator, shows that the object would be visible, which they do in the video. She loads it up. She takes all the measurements. I mean, they've replicated this multiple times. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to post a screenshot from Bislin. This is a crazy person. So what I just posted is the globe Earth prediction. You can clearly see that would be in front of the horizon. So that's the problem. We can replicate this on a flat surface. It doesn't matter why it happens. We know. So the point of the test is to eliminate the variable of curvature. We eliminate it as a variable by using a distance where curvature can't be the reason. Can't be the cause. That's the point of the test. It's been replicated many, many times. You can replicate it yourself.
So I'm not seeing any numbers here. In the two pictures you posted, can you step me through the numbers here? Angular size, drop, angle, distance on surface, horizon dip, drop from high level, drop from surface, top right, apparent radius, target left to horizon, target lift absolute, horizon, gradient. There's no elevation of the observer here. Oh, whoops. Come on.
No, it's there. Sorry. I'll crop the whole thing. Observer height is 0.03 meters. I posted the video where all this is at. Told you how high the camera height is. In the video, it shows we're measuring the camera height. So, hold on.
Because,
you can just go on Walter Business Calculator and do this yourself, man. Like, you don't have to trust me or the screenshots.
No, I don't trust you because I want to see target one visible, 0.076 meters. Hidden, 0.
Yeah, 0. 0 should be hidden. That's the point.
0 is hidden. There's nothing hidden.
0's hidden. Where's the right bottom of the boat then?
Is it not pretty much the whole boat? Have you got a picture of the boat? I don't know how big it is. That looks like pretty much a boat except for what would be in the water. Maybe a tiny little bit missing. Could be a little bit.
Yeah, I got a picture of the whole boat.
Disturbance on the water.
It's like painful. You know what I find out? You've never, ever in your entire life applied any scrutiny to the globe at this level. Ever. Not even once. You never have.
Yeah,
I guarantee it.
Sure. So we'll get on to
Tell me one thing you ever questioned about the globe. One thing.
We'll get on
You
to
said, hey, this don't make
personal
sense.
stuff again straight away.
It's not a personal attack. I'm just saying that you've never questioned it.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that we just
Can you give an example?
did a U-turn and drove right away from the face of the moon. When I asked you a question, we're sitting here.
Because it's irrelevant.
Dominate the live. And ask me all these questions.
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. I've posted a picture.
Okay, how is it relevant?
Because you claim it's a local moon.
Who? When did I say that?
You. It's part of the flat Earth.
Really?
So
is it a club? Where's the fucking notes,
how
dude?
far away is the moon then?
I don't know. There's no parallax. There's no way to tell.
That's just factually incorrect. So
It is. It is correct.
No. One wrong for Indio.
Okay, so show me some parallax measurements of the moon. Post them.
Why do I have to show you parallax measurements of the moon?
Because it's your claim that it exists,
It's
dude.
not my claim. It's how it is. You have to show me.
Dude, it's how it is. Okay,
Yeah,
post the evidence that that's how it is.
Oh my God! Post your
Evidence. Oh my God.
Post your evidence.
So,
There is
listen,
no parallax. You cannot
brother.
be serious that you think from one side of the Earth to the other, the moon isn't going to be in a different position in the sky. Are you serious? If you say yes, you're not qualified for this.
When I say parallax, I mean a shift, right? You know what a parallax shift is, right?
Oh, really? So if I hold my thumb out in front of my face and close one eye, right, and then swap and close to the other eye, is the tree that one eye blocking? Did that just move? No, it didn't just move. Okay. My perspective moved, okay? The object doesn't move. That's what parallax is. Okay?
We know, but you can...
how things actually work, right? Okay. Rather than trying to confuse people and give them a different perspective.
No one's confusing.
Right, of what the truth is.
You're confused.
Yeah, you are. You just made out.
You're confused.
Yeah,
a parallax shift...
Not talk over the middle of a sentence. You're utterly incapable of it.
Okay, what is a parallax shift as far as the moon? What would that look like? What would the observation be?
be in a different position in the sky as
Relative to what?
The observer.
Relative to the observer?
Correct.
Okay. Say you're on the North Pole, South Pole, looking at the moon at the same time. What's the amount of the parallax
Can you have a
shift?
look at the picture I posted in the pill?
Okay.
And I just got to get a drink. I'll be 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, can't see the freaking pill. The flying clock. I feel like I'm on pollen. What the flying fuck, bro? Do you guys see that fucking diagram? Jesus H. Christ.
All right. So did you have a look at the photo I have in the...
It's hard for me to take that fucking seriously. Okay.
Just stick to the facts, mate.
What facts? And your diagram isn't facts.
So
You know what facts are? Well, you know what a fact is? It's when you make an actual observation in the physical and natural world and record the result. I am.
yeah,
I'm
okay.
sticking to what you think a fact is. Observations are facts. Diagrams are not facts.
Okay.
Now,
so,
according...
no. Don't just keep talking. All right. Okay.
Yeah, show observations,
Okay,
dude.
so
That's what I want. I'm about evidence. I'm not about claims, dude. I'm about evidence. Data.
Right. Well, you claimed that your boat was at this height. We got no proof of that. No proof that it was a 1-inch observer showing you a little boat.
Watch the video. She measures the camera height on camera with a tape measure.
That's great. Not very,
Measures the height of the
hard
boat
to then
with a tape
substitute
measure.
the footage later on and show you a different.
Oh, is that what they did? Did they do that 20 more times?
Sure. That's what you do every time I present you with evidence. Okay. I'm showing you.
What evidence?
I'm showing you a diagram of observations. I'm trying to explain it.
A diagram? Which observation? What date? What instrument?
Every single day that people can see the moon. You haven't
What
even heard what
instrument?
I'm trying to explain about it yet, because you will not.
Dude, because this is silly, dude.
It's silly.
Because I want the evidence. I don't want your narration.
Guy who thinks there's no equator. So please, just look.
I know there's no equator.
Sure.
How did I prove there was no equator?
diagram, and can I explain it to you, or not? Do you just want to?
Yeah, go for it. Explain it to me.
So the diagram is a diagram of observations. Okay? On the top one, that's the flat Earth with a local moon. The two people, the top guy would see a different face of the moon to what the guy on the bottom would see. Whereas on the globe at the bottom, of course, it's not the scale, right? They both see the same moon, even though they're on opposite sides of the world.
So if it's an observation, how did they make a not to scale observation?
What? Do you not understand?
This is not an observation. It's nothing like an observation. The moon is supposed to be 30 times the diameter of the Earth away. Okay?
Right.
This local moon shit, nobody believes in this. Why did you put the moon there?
To show you that if it wasn't at 230,
why don't you just put it on top of the flat Earth and debunk that?
Ask me a question. Do not start talking over me when I'm in the middle of answering it, okay? You asked me what this diagram is about. In the bottom one, if the moon isn't 238,000 miles away, you won't see the same face. If it's closer than that, we will see slightly different faces of the moon, and we don't.
Okay. I don't know how far the moon is away. We don't see this. We see one face of the moon, which necessitates that the moon must be far away. I don't claim that there's a local moon. And as far as, do you really want to go over the angles to the moon? You really want to go over that? Because you're gonna get fucked up. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because if you do the calculation, the moon's only 1,600 miles away.
That's complete nonsense. You've done your calculation.
Okay, I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it based upon observation data
Whose
of
observation
moonrise
data?
and moonset, where it triangulates in 3D space that the moon's only 1,600 miles away. You ready? Hold on.
Yeah, so whose observations are these?
What do you mean whose observations? They come right off of Time and Date, bro. TimeandDate.com.
Yep. Okay.
And it's a globe earther that found this, not me. Not no flat earther. This ain't flat earth shit. Let me post it.
So while you're looking for it,
Yeah, hold on. No, I found it.
cool. So then why do we see the same face of the moon then if it's only 1,600 miles away?
Good question.
A damning question.
Well, I mean, how can it? Listen, you don't get it. It's like you're missing the forest through the trees. We see the same face of the moon, but if the Earth is a globe, right, that's spinning, and we see the moonrise and moonset, and we draw the angles to it, then it's only 1,600 miles away.
No, that's
Right?
right.
So that's a problem. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna post everything. Hold on, dude.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't make this up, dude. It didn't come from me.
Oh, so we can use other people's data.
This is from timeanddate.com. It's not data. It's a model.
It's not data.
Time and date is not data, dude.
Not
Data you take with an
Information.
instrument.
information.
Well, it's a model. It's an observer-centric model.
What is data?
Data is a record of observations or measurements or something like that.
And data is a single piece of information without relevance to anything. 16, that's data. Right? How old is the person? They're 16.
I think that's a number. dude.
How old is the person? They are 16 years old. That's information.
Okay. Listen, you need at least a relationship between one thing and another to call it data.
No. Data
Just
is
the number
raw
16
information.
isn't data. What does it contain for data? Where's the information?
It's not information until it's collated into information. Data is raw stuff.
Okay, so I posted in the chat. Now this comes from timeanddate.com. So you draw the tangents from that ball to where they intersect, then the moon is 1,862.6365 miles from Earth.
All right, what am I looking at here?
So you understand that she used moonset and moonrise, right? So that would be a tangent, your line of sight, going through the horizon to the moon. And on the other side, right, when moonset to the moon. Well, those lines of sight should intersect at the moon. So you can draw that triangle. calculate your baseline, the chord of the arc between your points, and then calculate how far the moon is away. Now, this is a globe earther. This isn't a flat earther. And actually, I'm pretty sure she's at the time she did this, she was getting her master's in physics. What is any of this evidence of? Not a damn thing. We can talk about the moon all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely matters. Can you step me through the picture of the globe where it's got the last sight and the moon thing? Can you step me through that picture? Because I'm not seeing enough information on there to be able to make this calculation. But
okay, so I posted two. Right?
I've got it open on my screen. The big one with the circle, and it's got the two lines intersecting where the moon would be. Can you step me through that picture?
Which the diagram?
Yes, the drawing that the person did.
The tangents are the line of sight to the moon.
Yeah, can you step me through all the numbers?
They position the tangents based upon the latitude and longitude of the observer.
Right.
Okay, and that's in the the preceding info. That's in the other document. That's in the other screenshot. There's two screenshots there.
Why aren't they on this picture?
These are moonrise moonset times from Greenwich Borough, UK, August 2021, 551:48 north latitude. These are moonrise moonset times from Stanley Falkland Islands, August 2021 at 51:69 north latitude. So for these times, this moonset, moonrise, those lines of sight should intersect at the moon. That would put the moon 1,600 miles away.
So
now, and the reason it doesn't make sense to you is because you have a presupposition. You have a presuppose that looking in the sky is identical to observations we make on Earth, and there's no evidence for that. In fact, the evidence is against it.
No, it's not.
No, okay. It is because there's no parallax to any celestial object, including the moon. Okay, you just think there is. But if I went on the North Pole and South Pole and looked to see if there was any shift against background stars, there wouldn't be one. Okay. Nobody in astronomy even claims there is one. They admit there's no parallax to the sun. They think they calculated parallax to the stars based upon a theory, not because it's actually observed.
That's just wrong.
Okay, then what's stellar aberration?
I don't know what the.
Yeah. Okay. You're just saying it's wrong. You're just not eyeing me left and right.
Because it's not true that there's no parallax to the sun.
It's not. Yeah, because you said so.
Well, you said so.
Yeah, I did say so. Okay. I said it's theory. I said it's calculated. It's not naively observed. It's based upon calculation.
What?
Based upon an orbit.
No, it's not. The calculation comes from the observation. We see it happen, and we try and work out what it is. We don't just make shit up.
What do you see? What do you see happen? What's the observation?
That the sun is in a different position if you're on one side of the planet to the other. If I'm at sunset and you're at sunrise, right? So we're 180 degrees on opposite sides of the planet. You see the sun in a different position of the sky to what I see it.
And
yeah, so you can calculate its distance from that difference.
No, you can't. It's well known.
Right. So
you can't.
So I'm going to post
drawing
a line from you.
Just me.
Hang on.
I'm going to post from the Astronomical Journal. Okay.
Drawing a line from you.
I'm going to post from the Astronomical Journal. Okay.
You can just keep talking through me. That's fine. Okay. It's what you do.
Yeah, I'm going to post from the Astronomical Journal. You're talking out your ass.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
You're telling me what you believe to be true, but you don't know it to be true.
That's all you do. You say what you want to be true, but you don't ever provide
this
any
is from the solar. This is Harold Weaver.
You tell people they're lying.
The solar parallax research of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. Okay. This is a post from Harvard.edu. They cannot measure distance to the sun using parallax.
Yeah, it cannot measure distance to the sun using parallax.
Yeah,
so there's parallax.
Yeah, parallax. How we want to measure the distance to something on Earth.
Okay, so
Yeah, there's no parallax to measure.
Oh, is that what you meant? Oh, you misspoke. Right. Okay.
I didn't misspeak. Okay, there's no parallax to measure. Any parallax that astronomy says exists comes from theory and calculation. It doesn't come from observation, and it comes from two things: theory of an orbit and theory of stellar aberration, which also comes from a theory of an orbit. So all the stars are in apparent positions. They're not in their true positions. They're in apparent positions.
Well, could you not say
Same
that?
with the sun, same with the moon, all that shit. Everything in the sky is an illusion. You've never seen a sunset in your life, according to the globe. When you see a
What?
sunset, it's already over the horizon. Yeah, didn't you know that?
What does that matter?
What is that? Because the entire sky is an optical illusion to you.
It's not an optical illusion. So we see it going over the horizon, a few seconds after it actually goes over the horizon. Still
It's
going over the
minutes, dude.
horizon. Minutes, fine. Minutes. It's still going over the horizon.
Look, when you see the sunset, it's almost 2 solar diameters under the horizon physically, according to the globe.
So what?
So what?
Yeah, you just
So you're seeing a refracted holographic image of the sun.
holographic. Well, hang on,
Being
what? The
sarcastic.
sun's all right, okay.
Look, if the stars have apparent positions because of stellar aberration, and the sun has apparent positions based upon refraction, and the planets have apparent positions because of proper motion, everything that is in the sky is an optical fucking illusion. And according to you guys, you think the looking flat is also an optical illusion.
Sorry, what was that?
The Earth looking flat is also an optical illusion.
No, not so much an optical illusion. It's because it's so big. To us, it looks flat. I mean, if you stood in the middle of a hula hoop, okay, and you look down at it,
Uh-huh.
right, it looks like a ring. Okay, now pick that up and hold it up at eye level. Okay, it's flat. That's what you're actually seeing when you look out at the horizon. You're seeing the radius of how far the horizon is. It looks flat. And on the Earth, the size that it is, that's what is predicted.
That's what is predicted,
Yes.
that it looks flat from
On-
sea level.
Yes.
Want to know what also looks flat?
The horizon looks flat. From left to right, the horizon.
Want to know what also looks flat? Flat things look flat.
Yeah, but we
Do you
can't.
know that? Flat things look flat?
Yeah. Flat things look flat.
Yeah. So you think the flat thing that looks flat is not a flat thing that is flat. It's actually a curved thing.
Through other things, through other means. We don't just go.
Yeah, but
Oh, it looks flat, so it's curved. And simplifying it to that is, I don't know,
it's what? That's not the situation.
disingenuous, because we didn't just go, oh, it looks flat, so it's curved. That's what you make it sound like.
Okay. So they measured the curve.
Yeah,
And that's how they figured it out.
Yeah, it gets measured daily.
Oh, yeah? Really?
Yeah,
Tell me
really.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it, bro.
Yeah, have you ever watched Barron?
God. Barron's a dope, just like the rest of the
Barron's
fucking
rubbish.
surveyors. They
What?
don't even know it.
Because he shows you.
No, he's a dope.
Because he shows you to be completely wrong. That's why he's a dope.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Yeah, no, he doesn't know how his own fucking profession works. Just like all the fucking other surveyors.
But you do.
Ask him. Oh, yeah, I do.
Right. So have you got
Ask
any?
him what reduction of the vertical, ask him what reduction of the horizontal direction is.
The guy
Watch
does.
him frickin' go. Huh?
Right. Sure.
Okay, so there's something called reduction of the horizontal direction. After you take a measurement, this is what you're supposed to do. This changes the azimuth, meaning the direction you're pointed, because according to the globe,
Don't really
when you have
care
a
about all
reference-
this nonsense, okay?
Of course, because you don't know. I'm going to tell you, I'm showing you why they don't actually measure. Well, we can just cut it like really short. If they measure the Earth as a curvature, what's the reference ellipsoid for?
No idea. What's
Well,
it?
they wouldn't need it if they're
what's
just
that
measuring
got
an
to do with
ellipsoid.
anything?
Why do they have a reference ellipsoid? What's that for?
What's that got to do with anything?
Because they're not measuring anything. They're making measurements and projecting them onto a reference ellipsoid, the same way you map a texture onto a 3D model in a video game.
So would that not be so? I've never even heard of a reference ellipsoid, but at a guess, I'm
So
saying
WGS84 reference ellipsoid.
right. So is that so? There is a static place that it can be measured against.
No, it's a reference ellipsoid. It's created to project measurements onto its surface. It could make the reference frickin' dolphin. Project measurements onto that surface. Project any surface onto any other surface, or map any surface onto any other surface. The way they map the measurements onto the globe surface is they curve plumb lines, which
They what?
Mr. Barron that you talked about, they curve the plumb line.
Sure they do.
You don't believe me?
How do you curve a plumb line?
Yeah, you tell me. They're doing geodetic surveying. And that's funny, you're Barron, and none of these other geodetic surveys know anything about it.
But
No, it's in the literature.
You seriously?
Yeah, it's in the literature.
It's in the literature. Hang on.
Yeah, it's in the geodetic surveying literature.
Hang on. So 1 minute, right? My diagram is a diagram. That's not relevant when it's of observations. But now you're saying it's in the literature. Have you ever watched a surveyor doing their work?
Dude, my friend, when he was 17-year-old and still in high school, surveyed.
Oh, goodness.
If you're putting them up on some fucking pedestal, good luck to you, because any freaking monkey can do that shit.
Was that the question I asked?
Yes, I have.
So you've seen what they do when they get over is it GOP or something, when they get over that marked position that's being put there, so they know exactly where the theodolite is being put.
You mean the control point?
Is that what it's called?
Geodetic control point?
Sure. Yep.
It's weird. You're in Australia. You guys use a completely different datum. In fact, one of the major guys that talks about deflection of the vertical and curvature of the plumb line is from Australia. His name is Featherstone. Publishes all the time.
Sure.
About this problem. It's called use and abuse of deflection of the vertical.
Right, but
the reciprocal zenith angle thing is a deflection of the vertical created by a curved plumb, created by what you would call lumpy gravity.
Sorry, what?
So hold on a second. I'm going to post curved plumb lines in the chat. Oh, there it is. So this diagram is straight out of the geodetic surveying. This is deflection of the vertical. This dashed line is the plumb line, the direction of gravity. But the problem is you got this reference ellipsoid. It has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees or you're going to get distortions. So they have to curve the plumb line. So that means horizontal, right, is not parallel to the surface of the earth, and vertical, the direction of gravity, is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth in geodetic surveying. So things like reciprocal zenith angles don't mean anything, would only mean something if you had a 90 degrees from the surface of the earth, which geodetic surveying disavows.
I'll have to take your word for that. I don't know enough about surveying.
Yeah, well, okay. A lot of people don't. It's a complex issue.
Yeah,
That's why it's a complex issue. It just is. Coordinates, maps, all that shit, they're complex issues.
Okay, so maps and stuff maybe not so complex. I'm just looking at that. That's really interesting stuff. I didn't know about this. Deflection of and the bent plumb line. Good information. I'll definitely go and have a look into that. I'm talking more about when somebody puts a theodolite up and they set it at exactly vertical, and in the distance they should be pointing at whatever like if their theodolite's at 5 foot, they should be looking at the distance 5 foot away. Yeah, in the distance. To say 5 miles away, it should be 5 foot away, and it's not. There's drop, and the drop it calculates exactly to the curvature of the Earth. They move their point to there.
That's not true.
It is completely true.
No, it's not true at all.
It is completely true.
Okay, then there will be no such thing as measurement error.
Oh, there's refraction. There's refraction, and
every measurement would freaking match.
You can't be spot on with with refraction, right? You can make an
Now
estimate
it's
of the time.
refraction. Is it curve or refraction? Which one is it?
Well, there's both. Do they have to be exclusive? Can you only have one?
Well, first thing, I already demonstrated that the plumb. So the first thing you do when you get a theodolite is you level the instrument. But leveling it means getting the plumb right. You're getting the vertical. That vertical is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth in the first instance.
How so? How is that not perpendicular?
Because there's lumpy gravity. They say that the gravity's lumpy.
Not to that extent where you're setting up where you've got a thing that's got that has two axes of level, and you make it level. Like it's got a front and back level and a left and right level. You make them both level. It's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
Not according to the geodetic surveying. They have something called the geoid. Have you heard of the geoid?
Yeah, I know that gravity isn't exactly perfect all over the planet, but do you really think that's enough to cause?
Yes.
It
is
8 inches per mile square every time.
Yeah,
it's just
nobody measures 8 inches per mile squared.
I know they don't. I was using a flat Earth term. 1 degree per.
Yeah, nobody measures that though.
1 degree per 69 miles, however you want to see it. That's what we see all the time, repeatedly. Okay.
You're just saying that, dude.
No, it's not.
That is not true, even remotely. If that was true, trigonometric leapfrog surveying wouldn't work. But it does.
What wouldn't work?
It's called trigonometric heighting.
Yep.
Also known as leapfrog surveying.
Yep, I can gather what that is.
Yeah, that wouldn't work at all.
Why wouldn't that work?
Because you're just sighting in at 6 feet and just leapfrogging over and over and over again. You couldn't maintain that line.
Couldn't maintain what line?
The 6 foot line above the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth would be curving down.
Right, and are you claiming that they do go in a straight line? They don't.
Yeah. I'm not claiming it. I wish Apocryphon, I'd pull him up. He was here. He does this for a living.
Sure, I'd really like to see that data because somebody's confusing something somewhere.
Leapfrog surveying is well known. It's called trigonometric heighting. Okay. Look, the idea that things don't get compressed down because of the meteorological conditions is silly. Okay. They don't sight in exactly where you said they do. And even you said there's refraction. We know things get compressed in the distance visually. We know this because there's something called the flattening of the sun. Okay, the sun gets compressed at the horizon, right? Swishes. Why is that?
No, I've never seen.
Right. I actually took some video last week. I got a windmill, so the windmill is cut off where you can't even see the hub of the windmill. I took a photo or a video 40 minutes later, and I can see the windmill clear as day completely.
Right.
Yeah. The point is that if you saw it, you'd go, hey man, I can't see that windmill because it's behind the curve of the Earth. But if you were to look 40 minutes later, suddenly the Earth would have uncurved.
We've been over these kinds of topics 100 times, so refraction has lifted it up.
Okay, why would you say refraction lifted it up?
Because that's how refraction works.
It is.
That's right.
And you know this how?
Through experimentation.
Okay. What experimentation?
Of demonstrating refraction in science class and seeing a bazillion videos of it.
Yeah, but that's not terrestrial refraction, okay? That's different. The air is a single medium, right? And the changes in the refractive index of air is in the 5th decimal place. So it isn't like air to glass or air to water. That's like 0.30. We're talking like 0.1 million, dude. When I say in the 5th decimal place, so refraction is caused by 2 refracting mediums, and they have a different refractive index, and then it gets displaced when it transitions from one to the other. And the ratio of the difference of the refractive index determines how much it gets displaced. In air, if you change the temperature like 1 degree, it'll be, let's say, 1.00000.27 versus 1.0000029. Okay?
Right.
It's infinitesimal. It's an infinitesimal difference.
But it's not temperature affects the medium, but it's the medium that affects the refraction. So temperature isn't solely.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Okay, what you've heard and what you've been told. The fact is, there's no evidence for it, and in fact, all the empirical data taken to quantify this terrestrial refraction is against the claim that shit bends around the curve, that light bends around the curve and gets lifted up. You know, there actually is people that have tested this out there in the academia.
Right.
And I'll give you a specific one, right? So one, they did LiDAR measurements of a landslide done over a 24-hour period, and they measured the max deflection. They measured the deflection of the light as it arrived as an angle. So the highest deflections they measured during this 24-hour period was 0.0027 degrees. So at a 25 miles, that would be a displacement equal to 8 feet. You guys claim shit is lifted up miles and hundreds of feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no basis for that. None.
There is plenty of basis for it. I mean, you've seen it yourself. What's that footage of that lake with the shore shifting up and down? That's way more than the percentage you just quoted. You guys,
Not hundreds of feet.
You guys show that because it's over a relatively short distance.
Are you talking about Skunk Bay? Is that one?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. That might be it.
Yeah, but that's obviously that's caused by turbulence. That's obviously very turbulent meteorological effects, and that's rare. That's obviously not observed all the time. And that's a different thing. Watching the horizon shift is different than picking up from behind something. It's a little bit different, right?
So yeah. So.
And have you ever considered that there's
what do you mean it's very turbulent?
Effects?
I'm watching a really plain lake. There isn't even white caps on the
turbulence
on the lake.
No, it's called there's something called turbulence, right? Like when you see like a hot road and the heat is making it shimmer, and that's turbulence. When you see a star twinkle, that's turbulence.
So I'm watching this shoreline lift
up.
It's
scintillation, technically.
I'm watching this shoreline lift up what would be the equivalent of 20 or 30 meters. This shoreline, it covers the entire peninsula at some points. So the refraction covers the entire peninsula at some points. Man, that's huge. That is massive refraction. Like, what is this? What is the distance?
Let's see, Skunk Bay.
It's huge. That is a massive amount of refraction over such a short distance. I googled Skunk Bay refraction.
Yeah. I got my own, dude. Hold on. Did you post it in there? Because I'm gonna post one.
Oh no,
I'm gonna post.
Sure.
I'll do it.
Cool.
I got it.
Cool.
I got it ready. Everybody knows what the hell we're talking about. Nah, that is not moving 20 meters. That land isn't even 20, 60 feet tall. Across Skunk Bay. That land is like 30 feet tall, maybe. Maybe it moves 10 meters. I'll give you that. But that's nothing.
over that distance. So what did you say was in the millionths of?
No, the difference in the refraction index of 1 degree temperature. This is probably a 20-degree temperature difference between the water's probably super cool and the air is probably very warm, or vice versa.
So, but it can happen.
Yeah, but you would see this moving up and down. This is obviously something's going on here. It's obvious.
Yeah, refraction's happening. That's what's going on.
You can see an inferior mirage. Right?
Whatever if you want to use names to try and obfuscate what's going on, that's fine. But
no, an inferior mirage is a double image, right? You can see an inferior mirage. I can clearly see it. It's not obfuscating. Okay? And there's other effects that we would see if terrestrial refraction was happening the way they said it is, especially for distances of hundreds of miles. So like Canigou, right? Some of the images of Canigou is 412 kilometers. Okay? It's a 10-hour drive.
right.
Think about something that's 412 kilometers from you and seeing it through a camera. Okay? So over that long distance, there's other, if there was refraction lifting it up, you should see other things, namely something called chromatic aberration. That's how a prism works, right? Separates the colors of light. You had a lot of refraction happen picking it up, especially that long-ass optical path of 400 kilometers. You would see red on top and blue on the bottom. This does happen in astronomy, and you actually make correctors for this for your telescope called astronomical dispersion correctors. But we don't ever see this with land, ever.
I
mean, we just don't. And even in fact, there's one where the dude used an apochromatic telescope. And the apochromatic telescope, it's designed so that this dispersion where you see the color banding doesn't happen, and he doesn't see it at all. So if it would happen, it would have to happen in the environment. Someone could always say it happened at the telescope, but he used the apochromatic telescope and it still didn't happen. So
I just posted 3 images there.
okay.
I don't know. I'm looking at the sort of the white, looks like a Lego block building in the middle of it. If that's a normal building, I mean, to me that looks like a several-story building. I don't know what's there in that town. So, and then the second picture, even more so. Yeah, they look like multi-story buildings. Me. I could be wrong, but to me they look like multi-story buildings. And then the last picture, they're all gone.
You think you're behind the horizon? They're just compressed.
Yeah, I know.
All that visual information is squished. Yeah, it's just squished.
It's refraction lifting up the ground.
Which part is refraction lifting up the ground? The horizon is behind this.
Yeah, so it's lifting up the ground in between it. It's lifting up like the ocean. That's what it looks like to me. I can see, I've noticed, look, the mountains in the background don't seem to move very much at all. But it's not a very high observer height either. So
well, all I see is the image getting compressed and stretched like there's an inferior mirage in between here and there, in between the camera and there.
but it's not happening.
It's not unusual. Inferior mirages aren't unusual. They happen all the time. All you need is like a 10-degree temperature difference. But that's way different than lifting something up miles, especially if you're at elevated height, right? So the Canigou shots are from 9,000 feet. They're from the French Pyrenees to the French Alps, 9,000 feet to 13,000 feet.
And how big is the mountain that you're looking at? I don't know this photograph that you're talking about. We talk about peak.
Yeah, they're 13,000 feet. Yeah, they're 13,000 feet. So they're looking from the French Pyrenees, which is like on the Spanish border, across what's called the Gulf of Lyon, which is like where Marseille and all that shit is in France, to the French Alps, which are all the way on the other side.
You know, my question was, when you look at the photograph, how big does the mountain look? Can you just see a little bit of it?
Well, they're tiny. They're far away, dude. They took one to like 400 fucking millimeter telescope, 800 millimeter telescope.
Right, so they're
far away.
Yeah, so you know they're on the ground, so to speak.
They're as far away as the ISS would be. Let's put it that way.
So is what you're seeing not passing through ground level refraction?
No, they're on top of a mountain.
Yeah, but
they're 9,000 feet.
Yeah, let me see if I can find this picture so I can show you.
Hold on, dude. There's one of them. This next one, taken with an apochromatic telescope. That fucker. I think that fucking bad. God damn it. Okay, there.
I cannot.
So, yeah, so the important thing to notice is that from this position, the horizon should be 127 miles from the camera. That is in the ocean.
Right. So which picture am I looking at? Man? Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is
either one of them,
is it? Rightio.
Yeah, two of them. Well, I mean, one is in the same area. It's from a different mountains called Peak. What the hell's the name?
Bas de Crans.
Yeah.
I'm not really familiar with this photo, so I'm familiar with Peak Gaspard, though. Do you know that photograph?
One is Peak Fenestrel in the Pyrenees, which is, and the other one to Peak Gaspard, and the other one's Canigou to the other one. Whatever the fuck the name of that is. So this is a mountain. The Peak Fenestrel is a mountain behind the Canigou Mountain. It's further away.
Right.
So I was able to get the weather conditions from when these pictures are possible. And it turns out that low humidity, high pressure, that's all it takes. So the humidity is down like 30%, and the pressure is super high. So they got a high pressure system and low humidity. So there's a bunch of these. There's some taken in infrared. So the point is that, like, the thing to remember, like I said, the horizon is supposed to end in the water. Like, there should be like a well-defined water horizon and like some mountains sticking up from behind it. You can obviously see lights all the way on the other side, on the shore, which should be under the horizon, because the shore is something like 140 miles away.
Sure. So I'll just put in the pill, something that I have looked into a lot, because I don't know the
Okay.
mountain.
I'll check it.
One.
Really, the first time you've seen that? It's pretty classic.
Yeah, no, I've heard him. Heard
I'm
this,
surprised.
but I'm looking at the world record photograph, so I have heard Canigou. I've never.
Yeah, one of those is the world record photograph. Yeah. God damn, I gotta scroll down. I gotta sort this in better. You just posted something?
In the pill, yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
So this would be my question to flat earthers. If we know the law of perspective, right? Double the distance, half the size.
Yeah.
So Pete Gaspard is 443 kilometers away.
You do realize there's mountains in the foreground, right? That are something like 100 miles closer.
Whatever. Pete Gaspard is, let's just call it 4,000 meters for the sake of the conversation. We know that's not spot on, but 443 kilometers away, 4,000 meters tall. Right? To the left is Grand Ferrand, right, which is 3,000 meters, let's say. It's 2,758, but let's just say 3,000. And it's 392 kilometers away. So it's only 51 kilometers closer, yet it's 3.5 times the size of Pete Gaspard.
And?
Well, that's not perspective. Double the distance, half the size.
Yeah.
It would have to be 3.5 times further away to appear to be that size.
I want to take a look at this. Hold on. I'm going to show you something, but I just want to look at this. Is super fucking small. Well, you did hear me say that things get compressed with distance visually, right? Not only we know it, it's demonstrated by the flattening of the sun. And I can show you this specific place.
We're talking about
it happening.
We're talking about this.
I can show you it happening in this specific place.
What do you mean?
By comparing an infrared photograph with a visible light photograph, and one is compressed versus the other. Taken 5 minutes apart.
Right, I don't see a point.
The point is that a naive saying, hey, perspective should do this. There's meteorological conditions. Perspective is just a rule of thumb.
Right, there's meteorological conditions, like refraction.
Yeah. Well, I mean, refraction's an oversimplification.
But
it's not just refraction.
So meteorological conditions can work in your favour, but no other at no other time. You're in your favour that contradicts what the rest of science says.
No, because we can demonstrate our claims experimentally, whereas you can't demonstrate yours. That's the difference. You can't demonstrate something with experimentally of a curved surface being made to look flat, an object from behind a curved surface appearing in front of the horizon of that curved surface. For example, there's a video with a butane tank where they have a piece of clay and they take the butane and then the piece of clay lifts up and you can see more of it. Can you get the edge of that butane tank to be behind it? To be behind a piece of clay?
No, I can't. I'm not picturing what you're saying.
Well, there's a butane. They take a big butane tank, right? And they take like a piece of clay that's red, blue, and yellow, like different colors.
Yep.
And you can only see the very top of it. It's behind the edge of the top of the butane tank.
Right.
The butane tank's on its side, right?
Yep.
So it's a nice straight line.
Yep.
Like a curved surface, right? Nice curved horizon. They spray butane, which is a high refractive index. It's like 0.4, and it's freezing cold. So it goes up so you can see the yellow and the green.
So it lifted.
Right?
So it lifted the clay up.
That's right.
Thanks.
But the edge of that, the horizon, never changed. Never changed. Right? So You have to be able to make the horizon go behind the clay.
What?
The edge of the tank has to be able to get refraction, has to make the edge of the tank go behind the clay.
No, that's not right.
Okay. So when we do an observation of oil rigs at 10 miles away when the horizon should be 1 mile away, right? And the horizon's beyond 10 miles and the oil rigs are in front of that horizon, how did the horizon get from in front to behind?
Because the refraction's happening at the oil rig and lifting the oil.
Okay, so what
In your
it's lifting the oil rig,
when they did the
but it has to
butane, they put the cold onto the butane tank. Is that correct?
they've used cold butane, yeah.
Yeah, so the refraction is happening at the tank.
Yeah, right on the surface of the tank.
Yeah. I'm not
They spray it.
I'm not
Okay,
understanding.
it's a liquid butane.
Yeah.
They spray it on the surface of the tank. Because it's so cold, it evaporates. Okay? Butane has a
I
refractive
know
index
how
of
it
something
works.
like
I'm not understanding why you think this is a point for you.
because you have to move the edge of that butane tank behind the clay. Just like you move behind the oil rig.
No, you don't have to move it behind. So if you lifted up the bottom of if you actually physically lifted the clay up so you could almost see the bottom of it, when they put the butane stuff, when they made the tank cold and the refraction happened, you would see the bottom of the clay.
Okay, that's cool, but the edge of that tank is still always in front of that clay. It's never behind it.
No, but if you had the bottom of the clay only just out of sight, when you made the refraction happen, you would see the bottom of the clay.
So
Ipso facto, you would see
so
the
you're
bottom
saying
of
that
the
you
rig.
could. So you're saying that you could, if you had a higher refractive index medium, like freaking super cold butane. Let's say it's negative 200 degrees.
No, if you just position the clay differently, because what was it to scale with what the Black Swan photograph was? No, it wasn't. They've just put a bit of
Of
clay
course
there,
not,
and they're
but-
showing you how it lifts up.
Does-
The fact that you can't see
There's
the bottom
no
of
scale at which anybody's demonstrated. My point is, there's no demonstration that this is even
it's a
possible.
moot point. The fact that you can't see the bottom of the clay is just where they positioned the clay in the first place.
Listen. The Black Swan and the oil rigs isn't about the oil rigs being blocked. It's about the horizon being in front or behind the oil rig. They're supposed to be in front, but it's behind. It moved 10 miles. You understand? The horizon, whether blocked or
I don't know
not,
if you're intentionally
1.2 miles away,
misunderstanding
and
this.
instead it's seen larger than 10.
I don't know if you're intentionally misunderstanding it or what, but
The Black Swan, I helped create it.
well done. Good for you. So if they place the clay, right? So they've placed the clay too far. So when they make the refraction happen, it's too low for you to see the bottom of the clay. Whereas in the Black Swan, it's only just below the surface. So when the refraction happens, you can see the bottom of the oil rigs.
Not talking about the bottom of the oil rigs. I'm talking about the horizon distance.
If you can see the bottom of the oil rigs, right, then the horizon isn't in between you. The horizon is past the oil rigs.
Okay, that's fine. Say the horizon would be right at the bottom of the oil rigs. It doesn't matter. It should be in front of the oil rigs, period.
But it's refraction
That dividing
happening,
line,
and your
where
experiment
the
proves
dividing line where the
happening.
sky appears to meet the earth should be 1 mile away. It's 10 miles away.
And your
No one's been able to demonstrate that you can do this in any experiment, that you can move the edge of that butane tank further away or uncurl the butane tank or move the fucking surface around.
But-
No one's ever demonstrated that that's even possible.
That's ridiculous. You're being silly there saying that, because that's not what it's about.
Okay, show me. I'm
You've
open.
lifted the clay up. It shows that change.
More than lifting up, that's only one part of it. You have to move the horizon too.
By lifting it up, you are moving the horizon. If you could see the bottom of I think what you're picturing is that the butane tank is the horizon always, and the butane tank would have to physically move behind the clay. Now, if you lifted up that clay so you could see the bottom of it,
Visually,
right?
move behind the clay. Visually. visually move behind the clay.
If you lifted up the clay so you could see the bottom of it,
Yeah, it don't make sense, does
the,
it?
hor-
If
the
you're realizing
horizon, the
problem.
horizon is back behind the clay now.
Is it? Well, in that video, the edge of that butane tank does not fucking move.
It doesn't need to.
Well, how would it get behind the clay if it doesn't move?
Oh my god!
How?
Is the clay sitting on the butane tank?
Yeah.
It's sitting on the butane tank,
Uh-huh.
and you can't see the bottom of it when they do it.
No.
So clearly not to scale with how far away Black Swan would be
You're right.
on the planet.
You're right. It's not the scale.
So it's
in fact,
your butane
it's a
tank,
non-physical.
what, about 60 centimeters in diameter, and they've placed the clay at about, if you were looking at the canister, like so you could see the round end of it. They've placed the clay where? At 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've placed it halfway around the planet. Not halfway, of course, but they've placed it thousands of miles away in equivalent to the Earth. That should be
Right. And
yeah.
the freaking clay is also fucking 500 miles tall.
So if you're going to use a clock, you would be placing the clay at 11:59 and 59 seconds.
Okay. So you do realize they're using butane, which has a refractive index of 1.4 or 1.34. Okay. It's something like 3 million times greater than the difference in air.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is to say that the butane tank as the horizon needs to physically move behind the clay is not correct. That's not what needs to happen to justify.
If you want to demonstrate, if you want to replicate what we see in nature, that's what needs to be demonstrated.
Then you would need to place the clay at the right spot.
Okay. Well, I mean, go for it.
Okay, cool. So
that's what I'm talking about.
So
we've demonstrated. We've demonstrated. Okay. Well, we've demonstrated all the things that Glover says is impossible on a flat Earth. We've demonstrated experimentally that it is possible on a flat Earth.
It's not a valid experiment.
All the things, all the excuses you guys say, like refraction's lifting things up in front of the horizon, all this shit. You can't demonstrate that experimentally. In fact, the very fact you have to use butane in which is a non-normal condition, right? The fact you have to use a special case means you can't prove the general case.
Yeah, the Earth isn't also metal either. Okay, it's an experiment to show how refraction works and lifts things up. Okay, but you just acknowledged that it wasn't to scale, acceptably to scale. It's not a valid experiment. Okay, you said that the tank has to physically move behind the clay. Right? That is just not true. Yes, I specifically asked you that question, and you
and I specifically said no.
Oh my gosh!
I recorded this. Don't lie. Okay, I specifically said no explicitly. Okay, no, the tank does not have to physically move behind the clay. That would be stupid. Okay, it has to visually move behind the clay. And the fact, you're right. I agree. This isn't to scale. It isn't anything like normal Earth conditions, and you still can't demonstrate it. You understand? You still can't demonstrate it.
We can absolutely demonstrate refraction happening with air, not just using water and stuff. I mean, I've got a video myself of using water to do it, to explain how refraction works. But it's
in air, that is a red herring. That's not what I mean. And you know that's not what I mean. Meaning you can't demonstrate refraction doing the things you claim are happening. Making the horizon look further away, lifting things up over the horizon, curving around the ball, any one of those things that you say, and not just you, shouldn't even say you, I should say globe earthers in general, those claims have no evidence that they're even possible. The idea exists solely in abstract theory, and if you had a theory anyway, you'd have to prove it by experiment, which there are none. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no empirical evidence for this refraction claim. None. People say, account for refraction. I go, how would I account for it? Nobody can give me the answer.
There's no physical proof that refraction exists.
Not refraction, terrestrial refraction.
Right.
So there's a qualifier
just looking at
there.
Skunk Bay as you say that.
Well, no, terrestrial refraction is a specific type. It implies that there's a spherically symmetric.
Okay.
Yeah. It implies. It's based upon there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical pressure gradient, and because there's a vertical pressure gradient, light curves around the Earth. That. So you know how silly that idea is, right? You're literally saying, not you, the royal you, gravity formed the Earth into a ball, and then it made the air on the ball form a pressure gradient, and that pressure gradient bent light such that ball looks flat.
No,
So gravity not only made a ball, it made a flat-looking ball.
it looks flat because of the size of it. Okay, from our perspective, we stand on the ground, we look at it. It looks flat. Okay, but we see ships going over the horizon, which can demonstrate to us.
Yeah, you just reset.
No,
Already destroyed that, dude.
no.
We don't see ships go over the horizon, and you never
blurt
see
out a
that. I
whole bunch of
guarantee it.
shit. When I try and respond, you interrupt. Can you please stop doing that?
Well, you just reset to the beginning, dude. I already refuted that, dude. You think you get a mulligan? You get to do it again?
I'm trying to explain to you why you're wrong. Well, the whole thing you just blurted out is just a whole lot of misconceptions all strung together, and you clap your hands and go victory. You say refraction making things appear so we can see a bit further. You're saying that your atmosphere makes you see around the curve. You just say it in a different way to make it sound unbelievable. Effectively correct, but
It is unbelievable.
it's not unbelievable. And you say we've got
And there's no reason to believe it.
demonstration at all. We've got no demonstration or refraction happening. I pulled up the video that you guys use, Skunk Bay. All right, clearly visible refraction happening with the mountains in the background moving, not nearly as much as the beach on that peninsula, but it's clearly moving up and down. Demonstrated refraction, lifting things up in the distance.
That's right.
Yeah, and you said there's no demonstration of it whatsoever. You said there is no demonstration.
No, there's no demonstration of terrestrial refraction curving shit around the ball. I gave specific examples. Listen, Skunk Bay doesn't extend the horizon. The horizon doesn't suddenly jump in front of that freaking bay or in front of the land and jump behind it.
It doesn't have to jump in front of it. That's just a ridiculous claim to make it sound impossible, and it doesn't even make sense. The horizon jump in front of the bay.
What is the horizon distance on the globe?
Whatever, man. Depends on the.
It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer site in feet.
Yeah, wow, whatever.
Okay, well, that's what it is.
Yep.
So if you have a 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away.
Right, but we're not going to include
the oil rigs.
Terrestrial refraction that is in the Skunk Bay.
Okay, let's move it to 1.46 miles away because that's where it moves to. 1.46 miles. How does it get 10 miles?
I don't know, man. With refraction.
Yeah, how does it get to 10 miles?
Yeah, there's a maximum refraction, and I don't know, maximum theoretical refraction has ever been observed, but it can go a really long freaking way. It's not ridiculous, but it's believable.
Well, let me ask you this then. Is there any observation of the horizon which cannot be explained away by refraction?
Not that anyone's ever actually proven to have seen, like, say, for argument's sake, the world.
What if you saw the horizon like 50 miles away?
Interrupt me when I'm answering the question, okay? Like Pete Gaspard, okay?
Oh, you're finished.
That's the furthest anyone has seen that can prove that they could see that far.
How far?
The Pete Gaspard photograph. That's the furthest anyone can.
Oh, no, there's a 308-mile one.
Why isn't it in the world record? Why isn't it in the Guinness Book then?
I don't think they're in the Guinness Book, quite honestly.
What's that?
I mean, maybe it is. Guinness Book requires like a person being there, like one of their officials. I very seriously doubt that they did that because you have to climb to the top of fucking Peak Gaspard, dude. Good luck. Or you got to climb to the top of Peak Fenestrel. It's not an easy hike. I doubt they freaking piggyback some freaking Guinness official up to the top of the mountain. Or freaking helicoptered them up there.
Longest line of sight Earth. Spain.
You know what it says in the Southern Ocean Sailing
The
Guide?
Gaspard photograph
That's not uncommon.
is in the Guinness World Record. It's the
Right,
Guinness World Record.
right, but that's not the furthest one I've seen. I've seen 308. That's what I'm telling you.
What's that photograph?
It was taken of, there's a lighthouse, Gargalia lighthouse.
Anyway,
It's on Corsica, the island of Corsica.
we've got a long way from
Someone took it from 308.
you just
Yeah, you can
justifying
bro.
the size of Pete Gaspard compared to Grand Ferrand.
Yeah,
That was my original.
there's optical compression because it's further away, dude. It's going to appear compressed, just like the sun does. I never actually posted that
Do
shit.
you have any numbers that can like justify the size of Pete Gaspard in the photograph? Yeah, like any validated experiment that shows that this much compression can happen and it would justify Pete Gaspard.
Well, I mean, literally the sun has become a line on the horizon. That's a half a degree.
I highly doubt that.
We see in angles, we don't see in absolute sizes.
So we can throw the whole observation thing completely out the window then. So Black Swan, we throw that out the window.
Black Swan, throw it out the window. Well, you can throw it out the window, but you have to throw out like 13 replications by one guy and like 200 by Pablo's dog.
Gotcha. So
That he's been
your
doing for 2
observations are
years.
valid.
That he's been doing for
Globe
2
The
years.
Globe Earth photographs aren't valid. I got it.
What photographs? What Globe Earth photographs?
I'm asking you about Pete Gaspard, and I'm asking you how it is possible a mountain that on a flat Earth should appear 25% taller than the one next to it. It's 3.5 times smaller.
That's great. And also the horizon should be freaking 127 miles away and cutting up all that shit. Why isn't it doing that?
What? So can you say that again in English?
So here's the funny, you guys don't realize the horizon, no calculation for drop, dip, size, anything can even be calculated without calculating the horizon first. You know that, right?
No.
It's a crucial variable that all other variables depend on.
So
If you don't have the horizon distance, you have nothing.
we have the horizon distance of the physical ball, yeah. But do you ever see the actual physical ball? No, because there's air in between you and it. There's some kind of refraction going on in every instance.
Yeah, well, then how are you calculating what should or should not be fucking hidden or not? Based upon a horizon that you can't see?
Because we know that how far away the horizon is on the physical ball, just because we can't look out and actually see that exact same thing.
How do you know where that is?
Because we know the size of the Earth.
How do you know that?
Because it's been calculated.
Because ships go over the horizon. Because we know the size of the wall. It's funny.
So you don't know how we calculate the size of the Earth?
Yeah, dude. Go ahead. Tell me how we... You said measure.
But you know how we calculated the size of the Earth.
Oh, how did we do that?
Well, you know. Don't be absurd.
Eratosthenes?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Well, it's funny. In the academic literature, it says that Eratosthenes didn't prove anything. It's fucking weird.
He calculated the size of the Earth.
Yeah, he could have calculated whatever he wanted. Could assume the Earth was a cube and calculated that.
No, he took measurements. He took the shadow lengths and measured
Really?
the difference. Yeah.
Listen, brother, I know it's a cool story, but guess what? Nobody even knows the length of Eratosthenes' stud within 30%. That's in the academic literature, called the length of Eratosthenes' stud. Okay,
Right.
it's in academic literature. You can look it up. Nobody, they don't even know how long a stud was. Number two, Eratosthenes didn't measure an angle.
Yeah.
You know why? Because angles didn't exist yet in Greece,
He measured.
in Alexandria.
He
It exists for
the
another
length-
300 years.
measured
No, listen,
the
why
length of
are you
the
interrupting
shadow.
me? And what did he do? He calculated an angle, right?
Yep.
How did he calculate an angle when they didn't know what an
They
angle
had
was?
angles.
That's absurd.
No, they didn't. They weren't introduced
Sure.
for another 300 years by the Babylonians. Not sure, for real.
No, that's completely incorrect.
The Greeks only subdivided circles into units of 12 after the zodiac. They didn't have 7.2. They didn't use degrees. They didn't use the sexagesimal system. They didn't use any of that shit. And if Eratosthenes did all that, why did they use Ptolemy's globe? Why did Christopher Columbus use that, which is 10% smaller?
Who says Christopher Columbus used
Why did they use
globe?
Why did they use Elbaruni's globe?
Well, I don't know. I don't understand why all your historical data is guaranteed valid. Right? But anytime I pull something out, Eratosthenes didn't do all this, but Christopher Columbus used Ptolemy's globe.
He used Ptolemy's globe, yes, which is 10% smaller.
Yeah, sure. And yeah.
Well, you said they measured it, right? So who measured it? Was it Ptolemy? Was it Eratosthenes? Was it
He
Elbaruni?
didn't measure it. Okay, he calculated the size of the planet, and he was remarkably close for the tools of the day.
How do you know? Okay, how did they validate that? How do you know he's remarkably close? How was that validated?
Because we have photographs of the Earth.
Okay, and they measured the radius of the Earth from a photograph.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, think about what you're saying, dude. They didn't measure the radius of the Earth from a photograph. Okay.
Maybe
measure the
they
diameter,
did.
they didn't measure the
If
circumference.
you know how far you are from something, you can measure its size. So why could they not be, say, 40,000 kilometers from the globe and take a measurement of what they see and go, well,
Because you can't go 40,000 kilometers away.
Says who?
First of all,
Says who?
just the second law of thermodynamics. That's who says.
What?
Yeah. The second law of thermodynamics makes outer space impossible.
Sure, it does. What's the average velocity of a gas molecule?
Oh, who cares? What does that matter?
Well, it's kind of pertinent to what you're saying.
Well, you know, if I open up my textbook, the kinetic theory of gases, I'm looking in it, and I don't see any G value in there. I don't see any gravity. I don't see anything like that. So I'm asking, why does it matter? Why do we need to know the kinetic energy of a gas?
Well, it's not,
We were trying to calculate the pressure.
it's not the kinetic energy.
Well, we need to know the volume. What's the volume?
It's volume. What does that mean?
Oh, you don't have a volume. That's right. You don't have a volume.
What are you?
You don't
What
have
are you
anything to
going
stop
on
the
to?
gas from going in a direction.
He's waffling nonsense onto fucking getting onto something that you can talk about and disguise that you don't know. The average velocity of a
Dude,
gas
for what?
molecule. Gas molecule. And
Depends on the molecule. Depends on the temperature.
average.
That's a dumb
I said
question.
average.
Average? What do you mean average? Depends on the temperature.
Sure. It's about 1,800 kilometers per hour, but 300 meters per second, which
At what temperature?
this is an average.
At what
It's
temperature?
an average across all gases.
At average of all temperatures? So what, 1 million Kelvin down to 0 Kelvin?
1,800 kilometers an hour. Stop trying to divert, mate. This is basically
Is that a million
you're trying
Kelvin?
to stop to get to the point. Okay, about 1,800 kilometers
No,
an
dude.
hour.
The
right?
kinetic energy of a
average
gas
velocity-
the kinetic energy of a gas molecule is directly related to its temperature. Okay,
Yeah.
you don't know what you're talking about.
Sure. What's the escape velocity required?
To where?
Escape velocity.
To where?
Escaping Earth's gravity. There's only one escape velocity.
To where, dude? You need a distance.
What?
Escape velocity varies depending on the distance away you want to get from Earth.
Sure. Escape velocity to get to escape
Your escape velocity to infinity, 11,000 miles per hour.
40,200 kilometers an hour.
Okay, and?
So how are your gas particles going to escape Earth's gravity?
What gravity?
They just jump to a different topic.
Yeah, what
again.
gravity?
Just jump to a different topic again.
No, what gravity? Oh, you think you get a sacred cow? What gravity?
The gravity, the mass of the Earth.
Define mass for us. This should be fun.
Well, define mass, dude.
Define mass, dude.
We
Look, bro.
how you divert away from? I'm asking you
about
about gases, and then you
Look, there is no escape velocity because there are no orbits. You can't escape the Earth.
Yeah,
escape velocity is a concept that you made up in your head. It was made up in someone else's head, and you adopted it.
So you don't know the answer, and you're just going to deny the fact that.
No, the answer what? What was the question? What was the question?
You said it circumvents thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics.
The second law of thermodynamics has no G in it.
It does not.
There's no G in it. There's no gravity in the second law of thermodynamics. Listen, if there was gravity
to do with
in the second law of thermodynamics, listen to me. If there was gravity in the second law of thermodynamics, gravity would be able to do work. Okay? That means it could change the phase of fucking matter. Just gravity. It turns something from a liquid to a solid to a gas. Gravity would do it. Gravity would be able to do work. Gravity can't do any work.
Yeah, whatever. The second law.
Really? You think it can?
Second law. No, I'm not going to let you get away
It'll
from
be
the
a
topic
perpetual
that I brought
motion
up.
machine. Do you get it, dude?
Dude, you just keep waffling on and on and on, and as soon as I start making
you don't even understand what's being said to you. Okay, that's the problem.
Oh, you cannot let somebody finish a sentence.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. There is no
Tell me about
breaking of the laws.
Tell me about the kinetic theory of gases, then.
There is no breaking of the laws of thermodynamics by not having a barrier to keep the air in the earth.
Okay. Well, then, why doesn't the gas walk out to the vacuum of space?
Beg your pardon?
Why doesn't the gas fuck off into the vacuum of space, dude?
Just what I finished explaining to you. You cannot be serious.
Oh, because of gravity. But there's no gravity in the kinetic theory of gases or the second law or any of that shit. So you're just saying the word gravity doesn't mean anything. You're just saying a magic word. Gravity does it. Okay, demonstrate it.
The gases have mass.
Listen, I'll take you at your word. Gravity does it. Now show the experiment where gravity can hold gas away from the vacuum.
The planet.
The planet.
Yeah.
That's affirming the consequent. That's circular logic. That's the thing you're actually trying to prove right now.
Well, to counter that, you would have to show a dome.
So you can't show the experiment.
You would have to show the dome.
No. So this is a logical argument of the form X, right? You got X is a necessary condition of Y. Okay, what's X? What's Y? We got gas pressure. What's a necessary condition? Container. You can't have gas pressure without a container. You can't demonstrate it. You can talk about it. You can say gravity is a container, but you have no experiment.
Where's it escape to?
You tell me.
Well, you say
that's your idea.
Escape to space.
That's your idea.
No, you say that you say that we can't have this, where we live without a dome holding in the gases. So I say
I didn't say dome. I said container.
So what's the container then?
I don't know.
In your model, what's the container?
I don't know, but I know it must exist because of the necessary condition.
Oh, that's evidence now because of the necessary condition.
No, it is. Just like if I ate a steak, I know there's a cow.
Let me educate you on something then. Okay. You need an escape velocity. In our model, you need an escape velocity to get away from Earth. Right? Gas molecules have weight. They have mass. Therefore,
you need escape velocity for a solid object, not for gas.
It has mass. It is subject to gravity.
Look, okay, that's a cool story, but it isn't in the kinetic theory of gases, and that's how we model gas behavior.
Because
we have Avogadro's law, we have Knowles' law, we have But listen, we model gas. You think physics is some ubiquitous universal thing where there's crossover?
You're the one who's quoting it right now. You're the one who's quoting it right now.
We model gas.
We don't have G, so therefore it's not possible.
We model gases without G, dude. Yeah. Without G.
Because it doesn't need it when you're standing on the surface of the Earth.
That's where the gravity's strongest.
No, we're talking about escape velocity.
But the gravity's strongest at the surface of the Earth. If gravity could hold gas away from a vacuum, right, I could just set up a freaking little container with a vacuum in it and start a little gas, and all the gas would go to the bottom. The gravity would hold it away from the vacuum.
So like,
But you know, no one can do that
like a
experiment.
fish tank without a lid.
Dude, make a cylinder 2,000 feet fucking high. I don't care. You insert gas inside that vacuum, it is going to disperse evenly throughout the container and reach thermodynamic equilibrium, irrespective of gravity.
Regardless of how tall it is. If I made a 50-mile tall cylinder and put some gas in it.
That's right. There wouldn't be gas at the bottom. It would be everywhere.
Right, so then why do we have a gas pressure gradient in the atmosphere?
Because we have a dynamic system.
So you can have a gas pressure gradient.
No, we have a dynamic system, meaning we have a container. We have an energy input.
You just said there would be no gradient in that 2,000 meter.
No one said that. No one said that. That was a sealed vacuum. That was a sealed container.
That you put gas into.
The sealed container is not a dynamic system. If you allow it to be heated, yes, you would see a gradient. You'd probably see all sorts of shit. You'd probably see turbulent flows and viscous flows and all that.
I'm yet to see gas pressure
in a
container. No one's ever shown me one.
A pressure gradient inside of a container? You've never seen that?
I never have.
Oh, I can show you that. That's no problem.
Okay. Very conveniently just got away from escape velocity questions that you can't provide answers to.
Escape velocity is a fiction. It doesn't exist in reality. It exists only in a formula.
You say?
Because I say, yes, because
it's not only in a formula.
Yeah. It isn't. So where does it come from?
It came from my head.
Did it come from an experiment?
It came from my head.
Did it come from experiment?
How is it going to escape Earth's gravity?
Did it come from experiment?
How is it going to escape Earth's gravity? You say you cannot have gas without a physical container, right? How would it escape Earth's gravity? If there was no container, you say it would fly off into space. How is it going to do that? How is it going to escape Earth's gravity?
Because gravity doesn't have an effect on gas.
It has mass. It's subject to gravity.
It says who?
Oh, my God. It says
if it was subject to gravity, that means, mass. Bro, if it was, okay, you can sit there. Yeah, that's your idea. But if gravity affected it, that means we could do experiments with the gas and watch how gravity affects it, right?
On the surface of the Earth.
Do the experiments, gravity has no effect.
So what's your independent variable there? How are you controlling gravity?
You tell me.
No, you're the one who just said we could do experiments and justify it. How would we do an experiment within the confines of Earth's gravity?
No. Why are you struggling me again, dude? Is that all you can do?
You'd have to go to space, and they have done so. You ever seen the ball of water?
Oh, you have to go to space. How do you know people went to space? I saw it on TV. That's where you saw it. That's the only thing you know, bro. Is that you saw it on TV. That's why you think there's a ball.
We can get off gas. He said another word. We can get off gas. You need to justify.
Dude, I'll talk.
How you?
I don't need to get off gas.
Would escape Earth's gravity to justify needing.
Yeah. There's no reason for you to say that in physics.
What? I'm saying it to you now.
In physics, there's no reason to say that. If you look at the physics of gas, there's nothing in any of the physics or gas laws which say gravity would hold it down to the Earth. Nothing.
There's nothing there that says my pen would get held down to the Earth either. Because
your pen's not a gas. That's why. Because your pen's not a gas.
It's subject to gravity, dude. It has mass.
You can keep chanting that all you want.
If you were such a physicist, you would know that, and you wouldn't even be arguing about it. It is subject to gravity.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but why isn't it in the physics books?
Well, there's a gas pressure gradient. You still haven't explained how that is. You clearly said that it will disperse equally in the container. So then why is there a gas pressure gradient?
No, listen. In a static system, the Earth is not a static system. The Earth is a dynamic system. I clearly said that. You can have gas pressure gradients in dynamic systems. You know the difference between a dynamic and static? thermodynamic system is?
Yeah, and what's that got to do with it?
Because you can have gas pressure gradients in dynamic systems. In a static system, you can't. Eventually, it'll reach thermodynamic equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
Is that the best you can do? So now I posted the demonstration of gas pressure gradients inside a container.
So where? Where did you do that?
Posted in the pill, dude. Yeah.
Why doesn't my pill update? It's so annoying. I have to click off it and click back on it.
This video is old as shit, dude. You could have done this experience yourself. In fact, you could have just took a thermos, stuck it in a freaking bowl of ice. Trivial, dude. Okay? You're giving canned answers that other freaking anti-flat earth clowns who you're copying couldn't come in here and win with. I'm telling you the truth, dude.
I'm not copying anybody.
Couldn't come in here and prevail. I don't know what you were thinking.
So what's this? We can get different pressure gradients in a sealed container. Is this a video?
That's right.
Let's have a look.
Because it open. Yeah, because.
So I've got the sound turned down. Can you step me through what he's doing? I'm looking at the video now.
Yeah, he's got two. Look, he's just got two different gases. Okay. And he heats one versus the other, and it creates a gradient, and he measures the pressure. Okay. If listen, literally, you could do this yourself. Go get a thermos, go get a blowtorch, heat up one end. Is there going to be a gradient inside there?
I don't see why there would be.
Because you have an energy input. The gas that's closest to the source of heat is going to get hotter, right? And expand, right? And the cold gas is going to sink to the bottom, right?
So, but isn't it going to try and reach thermodynamic equilibrium?
Yeah, it will reach thermodynamic equilibrium when the energy input stops. But so far, the energy input on Earth has never stopped. It stops, and it doesn't reach thermodynamic equilibrium. Let us know. So tell me when you have an actual argument.
I've been arguing with you all morning, dude, and you.
An actual argument.
Yeah, like how does gas escape Earth's gravity?
Gas is not affected by gravity. There's no reason for you to think it is.
Sure, it's not.
Well, there's nowhere in physics that shows that it's affected by gravity. There's no formulas.
Is there anywhere else in physics where mass is not affected by gravity?
What is mass? That's why I asked you. What is mass?
And the physical weight.
I have no idea, do you?
Well, deep down, does matter actually even really exist? Is a question.
Does matter really exist? Is the question.
Is a question.
Are we brains in a jar? Is there an objective reality?
I don't know. That's philosophical, and that's not what I'm here for. I do like talking about those kind of subjects. Yeah, we could all be in a simulation, I guess, but that's not what we're talking about.
And there we have it.
Is there? And there we have what?
We could be in a simulation, but you know the Earth is a globe.
Well, I'm working with the tools that I have.
Your simulation is a flat Earth. I hate to tell you, it sucks. Sucks for you. You're in a flat Earth simulation.
No, it's not, because nothing works on a flat Earth.
Nothing works on a flat Earth. Except for everything.
Except for nothing. I'm not.
What does that even mean? Can you clarify that? What nothing works on a flat Earth? What should work that don't work?
Oh, reciprocal zenith angles. How do they work on a?
Oh, you just freaking looped. You don't even know what they are. You don't know why they should be. You have assumptions about what should be measured that are wrong. Just wrong, dude.
And you've done these things, have you?
don't need, dude. You can just go read the literature.
Is it like your photo? So we can just go read literature now. Hang on, I've been doing that. You just canned me for using other people's stuff, and now you're going to turn
No,
around
I
and
didn't
say
can you for using
read
other people's
literature.
stuff.
Pig shit, you didn't.
No, listen.
But we can either read other people's stuff, right, and take it. But when people do bona fide experiments and calculations, right, and
You haven't showed one experiment ever.
Oh my god! So let's see your.
The only one who's produced any evidence in this conversation is me. You have sat here and blabbed.
Let's see your experiments.
I showed you my observation. I can show you more.
An observation.
Controls,
Is an
of course,
observation
line and
an
all
experiment?
that. Yeah, experiments are for phenomenon. I haven't done any experiments with phenomenon. That's what you want to know. So, what was I going to say? Everything works on a flat Earth. Want to know what works especially well? Predicting how much curvature there is per mile, because there's none.
Except it's all.
So have you ever seen the Bolivian salt flats? Can you tell us why the reflection on the Bolivian salt flats is perfectly symmetrical?
It's not.
Oh, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. That's a hell of a refutation.
Yeah.
So it's a mirror image, right? So it's a mirror image, right? You got the sky, then you got the reflection of the sky. If you take the top part of the sky, like just draw a line down the horizon, cut it in half, flip the image, and overlay them, they line up perfectly. Why is that?
Because they don't.
Because they don't. Okay. I guess I'll post that too. This will be like the 7th thing you said nuh-uh about.
Sure.
Getting tired, dude?
Yeah, I can't share my screen, but I'm just looking at it now. I did it last night. Flipped it over. It's not the same. Very, 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 very close.
Show me. Show me. Show me.
All right. Hang on. I will. Oh, it's going to be. How can I share my screen? Because it's going to be hard to.
I thought you said you already did it.
How do I show it to you? Because it's 2 static photos.
Just post it in the pill, dude.
How are you going to tell the difference? It's 2. All right. One and
Here's one. The original and it inverted. It's like pixel perfect, dude.
so that's what 2 photographs. This is what I was talking about. So I've posted 2 pictures. It's very hard to look at 2 pictures that are really close to each other and go, yeah, one's different to the other. Like you have to put it into Photoshop and
I understand that.
Make one semi-opaque. You know what I mean? And I did that last night, and they're not exact. They're extraordinarily close because the globe is fucking huge. Okay, but they are not pixel perfect. Yeah, 2 photos side by side. It's too hard. I just can't see that definition enough. I provided you my two photographs. One is they both have they both have the top half from the horizon up, and I flipped it over. One is a screen cap of with the bottom layer turned up to full opacity, and then the bottom layer turned down. Give me a sec. I'm just going to grab another drink.
Sorry, I accidentally disconnected a while ago.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
What are you showing me?
What's that?
What did you show with the Bolivian salt flats? What was that?
Oh, I'm not sure if it's the Bolivian salt flats, but it's salt flats, and it's got that mirrored thing to it. But you have to do it for yourself because it's too hard to show two pictures.
I posted one, and I just flipped it. All I did is like you got to draw. You cut the image in half at the horizon and just flip one over.
That's what I did.
Okay. Well, we had a PhD I debated in mathematical physics, and he fucking fucked it up. He didn't even do it right. Just fucking sad. He like put the horizontal like a dipshit. Can't even figure out what he did. I don't even know what he did, quite honestly.
So he fucked up Photoshop.
He was using GIMP.
Right,
he was ordered to claim he can't prove he has hands, which was pretty freaking pathetic, but whatever.
I don't really get what that means.
I'm just telling you, man, dude with a PhD in mathematical physics resorted to I can't prove anything. I can't even prove I have hands. Well, he's on TikTok typing, which is kind of weird. I don't know what he's typing with. They're virtual hands. He's typing with his head. Trying to find the
Okay, so gravity doesn't exist, right?
And the way you think.
So what is it?
Things fall, that exists.
Why? What defines down?
No one knows why things fall. Okay,
yeah,
this is easy to. This is easy. Oh, you do? Okay,
yeah,
give me the experiment. Oh, give me the experiment then.
Well, Cavendish.
What falls in Cavendish?
It's mass attracting mass.
Yeah, but what falls in Cavendish? We want to know why things fall.
The experiment was to demonstrate that mass attracts mass. That's why things fall.
Yeah, that's cool, but no, you're just saying that. Experiment has nothing to do with a falling object.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Well, walk me through the logical train on how those are related. I throw a bowling ball up a cliff. How was that related to Cavendish? How did I get from that to Cavendish?
Well, because mass is attracted to mass, so you throw it off a cliff, it falls towards the large mass of the Earth.
Okay, yeah, that's your claim. You have the experiment showing that?
Well, do I need
same mechanism?
Do I need to go and throw a bowling ball off a cliff? Do I really need to do that?
Why don't you just the same mechanism that causes Cavendish? And I'm gonna just grant you that, even though it doesn't do what you think it does. I seriously doubt you even know it's observed. None of you do. I haven't met a single glober yet that knows what's even observed in the Cavendish experiment. Anyway, that's not the point. How do you know the same mechanism that causes Cavendish is the same one that causes the ball to fall off the cliff?
So Cavendish demonstrated that mass attracts mass.
Did he? That would be it.
What?
Mass, the modern definition of mass is resistance to acceleration, right?
Oh, whatever, man. Fucking shit you can pick up attracts other shit you can pick up. How's that? All right?
So resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. Fantastic. That's what it does?
You're just diverting away from it, okay?
No, I'm not. But
You
this
are.
word mass has no meaning. It's gobbledygook. Saying mass attracts mass. Mass has no. It's not. It's immaterial. It's a unit of measure. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does, because you're
it's
standing
saying
on a
it's
really large
attracting.
mass. Right? When you stand on the
Okay,
earth, you're standing on
what's
a really
mass?
large mass.
What's that?
No shit you can pick up, all right?
A really
Don't
large.
be
No,
absurd.
no.
You're being absurd. You're being
The amount of matter is not the mass. It's not equal to the mass. Sorry.
No, well, mass.
I'm going to read it to you.
Sure.
No.
Whatever. Do you think
I'll
definitions
read
are
you
going to
from
get you
physics
out of
books.
the fact that we stand on
From
the
physics
surface
books.
like, I pick up a rock. Are you going to tell me that it doesn't exist? Like, well, what are you
No, the
going to
rock
tell
exists
me?
fine.
Okay, so the rock is matter, yeah? And it has mass.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
That's
so
not its
stop getting
mass.
away from
No.
that. Stop
No,
getting-
the amount of matter is not the mass, dude. Sorry.
Who gives a fuck about the amount of matter being the mass? I said
You
the
said the rock, this substance is the mass, dude. No, it's not.
whatever. Playing word games, trying to get away.
It's not a word game. It's the physics definition, bro.
So what do you want to call it then? What is the rock? The rock in my hand, what is it? What can I call
It's
it?
a rock.
It's going to upset you.
A rock.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to read you from Max Born,
Oh, don't.
Nobel laureate, Theory of Relativity, Dover Publications. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined denote further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning other than that given by formula. It is the measure of the resistance of changes of velocity. Mass don't attract shit, dude.
So what can I change the word to then? Okay.
You tell me, dude. It's your crackpot idea.
Shit you can pick up or shit you can touch attracts other shit you can touch. How's that? Does that fit into your? Can we stop playing word games? We all know what I mean.
They're not word games.
We all know
We're
what
talking
I
about
mean
physics,
when I say mass. Okay, we all know what I say.
You don't know what you
Okay,
mean.
Physical objects. Shall we call it physical objects? What are we going to call something like the Earth and the Moon? What are we going to call them so I don't upset?
You don't know what you mean, bro.
Well, you can't tell me. You're arguing
Like I
with
said, you don't
you're
know what you
arguing
mean.
with me
You don't know what
calling
you
it
mean by
mass.
mass.
You're arguing with me calling it mass, but you won't give me what I can call it, so we can actually just move on in this conversation.
Dude, why would I give you the definition for your shit?
Because you're denying something, and I'm trying to explain to you
Denying
that you're
what?
wrong, and you're diverting
I asked
onto
you-
the meaning of
you-
words.
that's
This is not a
hilarious.
fucking
What a-
dictionary debate, you clown.
So I'm denying the thing that you can't even define what it is. So what am I denying exactly? You can't even define what it is I'm denying.
You're denying that the mass of the Earth is what keeps
I don't know what
things
that is.
onto it. Like matches everything else you talk about.
I don't know what mass is. Tell me, what is it?
Yeah, shit you can touch.
Shit you can touch.
Yep.
Is that the physics definition?
Whatever you want. Can we move on?
Shit you can touch.
So
Well,
then-
we can move on. Like you brought up the gravity thing, right? And you said, why did things fall? I said, hey, no one knows. Because you know why? Because no one can do that experiment.
What do you mean no one can
That
do
experiment can't be done
What experiment can't be done?
to figure out the cause of a falling object.
No, it's mass attracting mass. We've demonstrated that.
That's the,
we
okay.
we know it extraordinarily well.
Okay, let's do that experiment then. Mass attracts a mass. Let's do that experiment. I'm going to
Cavendish
take a bowling
experiment.
ball. Okay,
Cavendish
nothing
experiment.
falls in Cavendish.
Doesn't need
We're
to
trying
fall.
to figure out why
Doesn't need
something
to fall.
falls.
We don't
Nothing falls in Cavendish, dude. No matter how much you want it to be so, it don't. But we are going to do the experiment with falling objects. So I'm going to push a bus off a cliff, and I'm going to push a bowling ball off the cliff. So I just varied your independent variable. They fall at the same rate.
Right?
Oh, guess that's not the independent variable now, is it?
What clown fucking magic are you trying to spin?
That's not the cause, because that's how you determine the cause and effect relationship. You manipulate the independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. If mass was the cause of a falling object, then when I manipulated the mass by changing the quantity, I would see a different effect.
And what would the percentage of a bowling ball next to, what would the difference
Oh,
in
so you don't
percentage
have the
be?
experiment. Congratulations. That's my point.
What would the difference be of a bus compared to a bowling ball in relation to the Earth? In relation to the Earth,
It's not my
you just
problem.
made a claim that you're not going to know the numbers for. This is why you don't understand shit. You just go off with.
I'm going to measure 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. That's what I'm going to measure.
Yeah, and you said it's not because of mass attracting mass, because the bus is a different weight or mass to the bowling ball. What is that in a percentage next to the Earth?
Who cares?
Everybody that wants to actually understand what Cavendish experiment proved.
Well, we did the experiment. In the experiment, you can say, hey, dude, we didn't have a high enough mass to test it. Well, then you still have no experimental validation
An
of your
experiment
cause.
that you just provided.
Well, you got a better one?
So you just provided an experiment that you then went on to say didn't prove anything because you didn't have enough in your variables to actually justify anything. Well done. You'd make an excellent scientist, dude.
Okay, I would make an excellent scientist because I'm actually testing the hypothesis.
Right, but you won't tell me what the mass of a bus is in comparison to the Earth.
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Because it changes the results.
Okay, what does it change the results? What am I going to measure differently from the bus versus the bowling ball?
Because the difference in their weight, the difference in their mass is is negligible.
So it's immeasurable.
I don't know if it's that small, but it's going to be a negligible amount of changing its velocity towards the Earth.
Okay, so if I can't do the experiment, or if I don't have the ability to do the experiment, can I say I know the cause?
No, that's not that simple with one experiment. But we have
That's the way it works, dude.
We have an insurmountable amount of information about gravity, and it always works
Not about the
out
cause.
with our understanding of it. What the root cause? Why does mass
You don't
attract mass?
understand anything.
Mass attracting mass is why we see gravity. Okay, why does mass attract mass? Okay, is big. Relativity is that causes a depression in space time. Why does it do that? We don't know why it does that. We don't know why mass causes a depression in space time. It's
an awesome story.
It's the best thing we have to go with. You don't have anything better.
Yeah, because you know what? I tell the truth. I'm telling you right now.
No, you don't.
Can't do the experiment.
Dude.
You can't do the experiment. Nobody can do the experiment. I'm sorry.
Anyone can do Cavendish.
Yeah. Bro, nothing falls in Cavendish. Nothing.
It's demonstrating that mass attracts mass.
Okay. You can't. Right back to the beginning. Resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
So you're going right back to the beginning too. So that's in relation to inertia. So
you're just saying a nonsense, but you're just saying these gobbledygook words that maybe you heard in a physics class once.
Right.
These words are meaningless, dude. This is trash.
It's not trash. We understand gravity.
It is trash. You don't understand anything, dude. That's the whole point. How would you know if you understood or not?
I don't know. How would you know if I understand or not?
Well, no. How would you know if we understood? You said we know, we understand all this stuff incredibly well. How would you know you actually understand? Who's the arbiter of whether you understand or not?
Oh, I assume you're going to tell me that you know how Neptune
is it self-referential?
Was discovered.
No, is it self-referential? Does it mean
you know how
decide for themselves whether they decide or not?
Do you know how Neptune was discovered? Not really. Do you know how?
Yeah, it violated the tightest Bode law. Do you really want to go there? You don't know anything about this. You're going to parrot something
I don't know anything
you don't understand.
About this. Dude, says the guy who
what is the tightest Bode law? What is the tightest Bode law?
Don't know. Educate me.
You don't know, so
educate
me. Up, dude.
Stop talking about what I know and answer the fucking questions. How did they discover Neptune?
Because it's directly related to the subject you just brought up. How was Neptune discovered? You have no idea about the details of it.
But you haven't explained it.
I'm not teaching you fucking astronomy right now.
There you go. There we go.
I already did that earlier.
You claim you can explain it, but you can.
There's something called No, I didn't claim anything. I'm telling you, you don't understand it. I can't have the conversation with you without teaching it to you and then debunking it. No, thank you. Already done that enough today. I'm telling you, really simply, there's no experiment which can show the cause of a falling object. You can argue about it. You can complain. You can say you know, you don't know. Nobody knows.
Yes,
Okay?
but all
As
the
far
math,
as Cavendish
but all the math
goes,
works.
all the math works. What math? Which math?
Orbital mechanics, escape velocities.
Oh, here we go. You're going to do more. Okay. So orbital mechanics is a kinematic model. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I know what kinematics is. Yeah.
Okay, there's no dynamics in it. In fact, the inverse square law comes from kinematics.
Inverse square law. What the fuck?
The inverse square law. So Newton, way back in the day, noticed that the geometric relationship. Can you let me finish? The geometric relationship of an elliptical orbit, that if you had one foci and there was a force that pointed to the foci, that force would follow inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It's a property of the geometry, was never confirmed by experiment. It's not a natural law, it's a geometric law. They take this geometric law and pretend they have a dynamic law of the solar system, which they don't. They use Keplerian fucking orbital elements, right? And it's a kinematic model. There's no forces. There's none of this shit.
Right, but everything just happens to work though the way that we do it. Just
there's other models that also work.
Like what? Give me another model.
Tycho Brahe's model.
What's his name?
Epicycle model.
Epicycles.
They all work.
Epicycles don't work.
Epicycles.
No, epicycles don't.
Epicycles work. Yes, they do.
Epicycles can't make.
They've always worked.
Can't make calculations. Oh, it can make a lot of calculations. It can't make all.
Okay, I'm gonna post in the chat, dude. Now you're gonna make me do it, dude. Epicycles work, dude. It's published, dude.
But epicycles
can literally make any shape.
What? Epicycles can predict.
Epicycles could make a triangular orbit.
Epicycles can predict the path of totality of an eclipse?
We use solar cycles for that.
No, they can't. The solar cycles doesn't predict the path of totality.
The path to totality? Oh, that uses a Bazelian projection or something.
Whatever, dude. What was this?
Yeah, you have no idea how it's done. Yeah, so Bezel first the one that came up with this using Bazelian.
You just said there's other models that can do it, and I pointed out one part of it that it can't do, so it's not a valid model.
Yeah, they could do it.
It's not a valid model. Okay? The globe, right, can validate everything we see.
Okay, the heliocentric model doesn't even work for eclipses. Doesn't work at all.
Sure, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna you keep laughing, so I'm gonna post the thing with the epicycles work, and then I'm gonna post the thing that eclipses. The heliocentric model can't predict eclipses. See, I back my shit up, dude.
No,
all you've been doing is scoffing.
No, you don't.
And every time you scoff, I post the evidence that you're wrong, dude. Take the L.
Show us how the solar cycles. Show us how you, without using the globe model, you can predict the path of totality.
Tell me how you even predict when an eclipse happens at all with a heliocentric model. Because they don't use it.
They don't. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
They absolutely do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you believe that.
They absolutely do.
Yeah. Type in NASA Soros. Yeah. Cool.
For things that don't matter, we can use that. We can use a kinematic model for things like they use what is it for near Earth orbit stuff? They don't need to use they use Newton gravity. They don't need to bring Einstein into it. What was the name of that model that you said works? What was the guy's name?
Which one? Tycho Brahe?
Yeah, Tycho, how do you spell the surname?
Tycho Brahe, his model was that the sun and the moon orbit the Earth and the planets orbit the sun.
Brahe, Danish astronomer.
Where was that? Oh.
So while you're looking that up, just for,
I found it.
People listening at home, we found Neptune because was it Jupiter was one of their moons, one of the other planets was wobbling in a way that they couldn't understand. They tried to do maths on it. They tried to work it out, what's causing this, until someone said, hey, if there was a mass of approximately this size in approximately this orbit,
that would cause what we're seeing this wobble do. And they look there, and there's Neptune. Pretty good, pretty damning evidence that we have a firm grasp of mass attracting mass, and how much mass attracts another mass. Pretty good
that's
evidence.
a cool story.
It's not a cool story, dude. It happened exactly like that.
It is a cool story.
Yeah, it happened like that.
Oh, yeah, it happened exactly, like that. Really? So you read what they wrote at the time? You read what the people involved wrote?
So you did.
No, I didn't. But
So
I know
that's what you do. You just argue saying that
I'm going to tell
everything
you,
could be bullshit.
why you're
but then
interrupting me? I'm going to tell you, dude. I'm going to tell you. The reason they didn't look there is because there's something called the Titus-Bode law, which gives the distance, the position of a planet based upon the heliocentric model. It follows a certain pattern. And Neptune didn't fit the fucking pattern, so they never looked there. So they were wrong.
Sure, cool story, bro.
Look it up. I got to post that too. Cool story again. This is 3 times in a row.
Yeah, cool story. Yeah, where's this posted from? Some other freaking flat earther or some concave earth?
No,
dude or
Wikipedia.
something?
Your alma mater.
Yeah, sure.
And again, Titus-Bode law. Okay, this is what everybody fucking believed. And Neptune is the fucking outlier.
Past tense. Thanks for adding that.
Neptune is the only outlier. It's why they never looked there. And they didn't deduce it from fucking orbits. They just looked fucking everywhere. The same way they do nowadays.
That's not true.
They even think that Galileo saw it fucking goddamn in the 1500s.
Oh, the closely matched the known planets from Mercury to Saturn. Wow.
Yeah, yes, listen. Within the geometric formulation, there's geometric relationships between all this shit. They don't know the distances to any of these objects. There's no way to actually measure it. It's assumed these distances the planets are in the positions they're in based upon the Titus-Bode law, this TB rule distance.
And how far does...
Do you think they're measuring any of this? How would they measure it?
Not with a measuring tape, no. So what? How far away?
How would they measure it?
How far away does the Titus-Bode law say the planets are? Like, just pick anyone.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Read it.
You brought it up.
Well, it predicts orbital observed distance, orbit or leg prediction.
Right. So
they pretty much line up, right?
Right. So you've brought up the Titus-Bode law, and it says that Jupiter is 5.2 astronomical units away. I thought the planets were. I thought the planets were fixed in the dome.
Graveyard.
I thought they were fixed in the dome.
How do they know it's 1.5 astronomical? How do they even know what an astronomical unit is? How do they even know the distance of the sun in the first place?
You're the one who brought this up.
Did you ever ask yourself that?
The Titus-Bode law that you brought up proves you to be wrong. This is what they believe.
No,
they believe that this is a way.
Understanding the argument, dude, as usual.
You can't pick and choose which parts of the law you want to include.
You can't pretend to be ignorant of the argument.
Thanks very much for giving me the Titus-Bode law that says that these things are.
You're pretending to be ignorant of the argument, dude.
Units away. Brilliant.
Yeah, you're pretending to be ignorant of the argument, dude. Congratulations.
You reach.
Yeah, you're pretending to be ignorant of what was said, dude. Yeah, you know what I said. You're Sean Manning my argument. Congratulations.
Yourself a reach around. I'm not.
What was my argument? Repeat my argument to me.
Yeah, your argument was.
Repeat my argument to me. Repeat my argument to me.
I'm trying to.
Repeat it to me.
Stop talking, I will.
Repeat it to me. You were listening, right? You refuted it. Repeat it to me. What was it?
He's continually talking, so I can't. I will. Are you going to be quiet?
Repeat it.
You said that the Titus-Bode law predicts where planets should be in astronomical units 2, 4.
No, I did not say that.
And that's how they found Neptune. That's what you said.
No, did not say anything like that. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
The Titus-Bode law predicted that Neptune should be there, and then they just looked everywhere for it. That's what you said.
No, I did not say. Look, You're
Yeah, yeah.
butchering what was said because you weren't listening.
Right, sure.
I said up until Neptune, they thought all the planets followed the Titus-Bode law. Okay? Neptune was the outlier. When they found this so-called perturbation of Jupiter, they looked everywhere. There was astronomers everywhere looking. They just happened to find it in a place. But where they found it has nothing to do with Newton's laws, the Titus-Bode law, any of the fucking... They just found it in a random place. Didn't match anything that they were predicting. That's my argument. That it doesn't support the heliocentric model. In fact, it disputes the heliocentric model.
The discovery of Neptune disputes the heliocentric model.
That's right. Because it shouldn't have been there. It's post hoc. Do you understand? It's post hoc. Something wrong. Oh, Jupiter doing these things. Something wrong. Oh, look everywhere. Oh, we tried it there. Hey, let's come up with an explanation of why that happened. It's all post hoc nonsense. It's literally all of astronomy. The Titus-Bode law said that we're going to observe planets only at these places. If it followed the Titus-Bode law, it wouldn't even been a story. Wouldn't have been nothing. But these are just geometric relationships of projections. The fact is, the Tycho model is more accurate than the Keplerian model because it makes better predictions about Mars. And epicycles can just predict whatever. They can predict for infinity because you go to a planetarium. That's what a planetarium uses. When you go to a planetarium, you look on the freaking dome, they're using epicycles. They're not using Newtonian physics. They're not using Tycho Brahe's model.
Why would they?
Well, the point of all of this, at least as far as I'm concerned, is if you have multiple models that make the same predictions, how do you know which one is physically real?
You don't. So then you
Exactly.
you have to do more experimentation. And so, I mean, basically, that's in my view, that's basically what science does. You don't really you whittle away the things that it can't be, and you're hopefully left with what it is. Now, every now and then, we find some part of it that we didn't know, and a whole new batch of possibilities open up. And that's still the truth of everything. Science doesn't prove anything. We just get as close to what we think is the truth, and we keep working on it.
So we just delude ourselves for a while until we find another way to delude ourselves with something else.
Well,
then we find something else to delude ourselves a little bit more for a little bit longer.
We rarely throw out everything that came before it, especially these days. We're quite advanced. You don't throw out everything that came before us. You add your new piece of information.
In your lifetime, I guarantee you, mark my words right now, in your lifetime, they're going to throw out quantum mechanics. They're going to throw out the Big Bang. They're going to throw out all the cosmological nonsense, the lambda dark matter model. All of that stuff's going to get thrown out in your lifetime. I guarantee it. Might not be in my lifetime, but it'll be in yours.
Easy to
guarantee it. They're already talking about it.
Easy to say.
They're already talking about it. In the physics scientific world, they're already talking about it. They started talking about the Big Bang being bullshit years ago. The fucking standard model is about to be thrown overboard. I mean, that's a whole nother freaking can of worms. And quantum mechanics has fundamental problems that can't be resolved.
Oh, maybe we can't resolve them. Maybe we can't resolve them. Can you cite an example of what you talked about when quantum mechanics that doesn't work? There's bits of it that we maybe don't know.
No, it doesn't work is a different thing. There's logical problems with it.
Can you cite one?
Like the law of identity. It violates the law of identity.
What is that? Explain it.
It's non-local, right? So, for example, instantaneously action at a distance, basically. You have two entangled particles. Doesn't matter the distance away. If you put one, the other one supposedly flips.
Yeah.
So there's no speed of light. There's none of that crap. They're entangled. Quantum particles tunnel barriers. They do all sorts of shit, right? So that's kind of like non-physical. Right. So there's a funny thing about quantum mechanics where like nobody actually knows what's happening between the source and the fucking detector. They can say what happens they can give you a probability of what happens at the detector.
There you go.
And they can give you a probability of what happens at the source, but they can't tell you what happens between there.
Okay, that's a great example. Totally agree with that. All right. And you might say we could even relate that back to gravity. We don't know why mass causes a depression in space-time, but everything that we see that it causes, we can use that and we know it extremely well. We don't know why quantum tunneling happens, but we use quantum physics and quantum mechanics to do things, and we know it quite well. We maybe don't know why these things happen, but they happen reliably. We can predict what's going to happen.
Okay. Well, in the case of quantum mechanics, I would say, yes, you can make a lot of predictions. In the other stuff, I think you're misinformed. You don't use general relativity to predict the orbit of the planets. In fact, it would never work because of the time delay of the speed of light. You'd have something called retarded gravity, and I don't mean like retarded.
I know what you mean.
Retarded in time. This is a known problem that's been around for like 30, 40 years that no one's ever solved yet. How that would even work? You would never have a stable orbit of anything.
What's that? What? What?
Because like you wouldn't like say you had the sun and Jupiter. I'm going to use these two examples.
Yep.
The gravitational influence of the sun on Jupiter, because it takes freaking 16 minutes to reach Jupiter and the sun is moving through space, the vector that gravity would point Jupiter at wouldn't be where the sun is. It would be where it was. Okay. So that Jupiter would start moving toward where it was. And that gravitational difference between where it is and where its gravitational influence points will get greater and greater and greater over time. Now, if you have a whole bunch of bodies like 9 planets, asteroids, all that shit, and you have time delays of gravity going in every freaking direction, the only reason Newton works is because it's instantaneous excinetic distance. That's the only reason it works. If there's any time delay in the force, you have 0 stable orbits. That's impossible.
That's not how forces work.
Gravitation. I'm talking about general relativity.
No, but gravity doesn't.
Okay, general relativity
doesn't point itself.
It has a time delay. The gravity only goes at the speed of light, right?
Yeah, but it's always there.
Going at the speed of light.
It's always there, whether there's a planet there or not. Sun exhibits gravity, and it exists.
Okay, the sun's moving. Now I have Jupiter. Sun's moving 1.5 million miles an hour. I have Jupiter. Jupiter's moving with the sun at 1.5 million miles an hour. Now, the sun moved in, say, 1 second. Okay, it moved, 3,000 miles. That motion of moving 3,000 miles takes 16 minutes to get to Jupiter. So when Jupiter feels that gravitational influence, the sun is now fucking 250,000 miles away from where it was.
Yeah, but the gravity of where Jupiter gets to was already there.
What do you mean was already there?
Meaning, imagine a funnel with a marble going around it, right? Now move that through space. Okay, is the marble affected? Is the marble affected by the movement of it? No, the funnel is always there. The funnel doesn't disappear and just appear when the planet
gets there. That's a shit analogy.
No, it's a great analogy. The funnel is always there.
No, it's a horrible analogy because the hole is delayed in time.
But so is the movement.
That's you're not understanding. The funnel, the gravity on that funnel is instantaneous. The gravity in this situation is not. The edge of the funnel feels the fucking hole, the gravity, 16 minutes after the fucking funnel was formed. And the funnel's moving. I didn't discover this. This isn't my discovery. This is a known problem. Called the retarded gravity problem. Probably because gravity is retarded.
Yeah.
But it is getting late, dude, and I appreciate the talk, but and sorry if I was being rude. I get worked up sometimes. I didn't mean to pick on you. It's a complicated subject, and like I shouldn't be an ass. It is a complicated subject. Probably why you entertain it, right? It's intriguing, right?
I entertain it because it's the best model we have. There's no model that competes with the Globe Earth model.
And if there was, then what?
We would have to move.
Would they change all the textbooks?
We would have to move to that.
Fucking...
Yeah, we would have to change to that.
When you went to school, how old was the textbook you were reading?
Probably about. I used to have a particle physicist lived out the back of me when we'd have Christmas parties. Mate, I just nail him, and he was so interesting to talk to. He said it's about 30 years by the time when scientists discover something and start going, hey, maybe this could be an answer to something, right? It's about 30 years. If their guess turns out to be true, it's about 30 years between where scientists go, hey, this could be something, to when it gets into textbooks, which is appalling.
Okay, yeah, that is appalling, but that's not my point. How old was your textbook?
Probably,
so
probably 30
the textbook you had was from 10 years before.
No, what was
so the shit you got was 40 years old.
Yeah, no, my textbooks were brand new every year, mate. But what was in there was somewhere between probably 10 and 30 years old as far as the knowledge that we actually knew, as far as the leading knowledge of the things that we knew to be true. I was not being taught that. You know, which is it's terrible. But, you know, I was taught the atom when I first started. I was taught that the atom was a solid object when I was in like primary school. That's what I thought the atom was, a solid little like ball. Then I get to senior school and it's particles, you know, a nucleus with photons going around it and stuff. And that's not what it is, but that's what I was taught. And they knew that wasn't what it was when I was being taught it. But textbooks just hadn't caught up to what scientists knew. It's appalling. It's terrible. Doesn't deny that the model we have
wasn't why. They think it's too complicated for children to understand. That's why. So I actually have a video on my YouTube channel from someone speaking at the Royal Society, and basically the thing you just said is what he says they do. That they lie to children. And they tell them that the atom is indivisible. And then when they get a little older, they tell them a different lie, that there's just a nucleus, electron, and protons. And then we get a little bit older, they get a little bit closer to the truth and say, yes, those things are made up of even smaller particles. And then they get in closer to the truth even farther up when they give you quantum field theory or something.
Well, dude,
when I say truth, in quotes, what they consider the truth.
Well, when you poo-pooed me before when I said this matter even exists, and like that is a fascinating sort of potential that, you know, yeah, you've got the atom, you've got your nucleus and electrons that travel around it, and you've always been shown that in textbooks as something like, you know, say a basketball and a tennis ball, and they're about 2 foot apart. And the truth is, it's more like a marble and a grain of sand, and the grain of sand is 20 miles away. That's the kind of distance, that's the kind of comparison size relationship there is between a nucleus and an electron, right? But then when you get into the nucleus...
I thought it was even further. I thought they told me the distance to the moon.
It's almost entirely empty space, right? And then when you dive into the nucleus, it's the same thing. It's almost entirely empty space. And you get right down to what they think may be is string theory, that it's just a little string of energy, that actual matter doesn't really exist. It's just the way it's all built together. It's a fascinating concept. Once you start getting down to string theory, I kind of don't understand.
String theory is not testable. That's the problem with string theory. It's not really testable. They pretty much admit it isn't. They can't like do experiments on their strings.
No, I'm not sure about, you know, whether string theory is correct or not. But yeah, I do hear word that, you know, maybe.
I'm just saying it's not testable experimentally. You can't really confirm it. You can't really. There's no experiments you can really do.
No, but
you can make a complex model, right? It kind of matches with reality, but there's no way to test it versus any other model. Say, hey, man, this string theory makes a prediction that no other ones make. And let's test that and see if it's true. There's nothing with string theory that lets you do that.
No.
It makes no unique predictions, is what I'm saying.
It would justify how you could fit the entire universe into a grain of sand or even smaller into an atom, if it's just a little charge, not even particle, if it's just a little bit of energy, if you took out all the spaces in between all the atoms, you could fit the entire universe into something infinitesimally small. It's pretty cool.
Well, yeah, it's pretty cool. But it was good talking to you.
Right.
Good sport.
All right, dude.
All right.
Thanks for coming. I'm glad you showed up. I wasn't sure if you were going to, but you did, so.
Yeah, I do this all the time, brother.
Yeah, I know.
All the time. You know now, dude. I don't think you know. Like, you might think you know, but, like, literally, I debate this topic almost every day for years. So,
Yeah.
I got a lot of pelts.
Let me ask you, Abdul, did you go out and measure the Earth?
Not really. I didn't. Did you?
Yeah.
That's cool. So what was the diameter like? Is it
Well-
even if it is circle or square, what it is?
What was the what?
Like what's the like shape of Earth? Like it's flat. The guy who said like obvious said it's flat. Like what's the shape?
Yeah.
Like circle or like
I don't know.
rectangle or what?
I don't know. If I told you to draw me flat on a piece of paper, what would you draw?
So I can draw a circle as well and rectangle
Can you
as
draw
well
an
and
octagon?
octagon. Yes.
Can you draw a decagon?
Yeah.
Can you draw a pentagram?
Yeah.
Pentagon?
Yeah.
Square, diamond, rhombus, trapezoid?
Yes. Whatever you want, I can try.
Are those all flat shapes?
Yes, they are flat shapes.
Awesome. So I don't know what the shape of Earth is. I just know that the surface measures flat.
Okay. So you have measured the Earth, right?
Yeah. I've
So if
measured a section
okay,
of the
yeah.
Earth.
So yeah. So if I would draw a rectangle on the paper, so I must know what's the like length and the width of the rectangle.
Say that again?
So if I would have the drawn rectangle on the paper,
Mm-hmm.
so I would definitely know if I would have measured it, I would definitely know like what is the width and what is the height of rectangle.
How would you measure a 1,000,000-mile rectangle?
So that's what I'm asking asking about. How would you measure?
Why do I need to give you a length and a height?
You said you have measured. I was curious.
Yeah, the surface, it's not curving. Either the surface is curving or it's not curving. There's no other option.
Yeah, but I was curious. So what have you came up with? Like if it is like circle or square or like
In order for a surface to be a sphere, the surface has to curve, right?
No, I don't argue that like it is fair. I don't even care about it.
I mean, obviously you do because you think it's a sphere. You came in
No,
here
I
and now
don't.
you wanna
I
ask
haven't.
us how everything works in the universe, right? Do you
Like
agree that in order for the Earth to be a sphere, the surface
Mhm.
has to curve?
Yes, I do agree. In order to have it, like in order to be like sphere, it has to be curved.
Okay. And 70% of the surface of the Earth is made up of what?
Water.
And water at rest always finds horizontal equilibrium, right?
Okay.
So, in order for the Earth to be a globe with a circumference of 24,901 miles or 40,025 kilometers, it would have to curve at a certain rate, right?
Okay.
So, if it's not curving, what is it?
It must be flat.
Go.
Yeah. So here is the question again.
Mhm.
I have nothing to do with like either it's like curve or sphere or whatever it is.
Mhm.
You just said you have measured the Earth. My point
Yeah,
was
measured a
literally
section.
yes. I was my point was literally different.
Mhm.
Like you said, yeah, that you have measured the Earth. So what was it like?
I measured a
Circle
section of
or
it.
sorry,
I said I measured a section of it.
like the section of it? How much of section?
About 7 or 8 miles.
7?
Yeah.
7 what?
7 to 8 miles.
7
Roughly
to
11 or 12 kilometers.
Okay, so by measuring that,
Mhm.
how can you come up with the result that Earth is not sphere and it's flat?
Because it's not curving.
That doesn't make sense actually.
Well,
You
it
have
has to curve in
only
order to be a sphere, right?
yeah, like you have only measured 7 miles, right? That doesn't prove that it's like uh, straight, like flat.
Okay,
That
when
doesn't
does the
prove.
Earth start to curve?
Sorry?
At what point does the Earth start to curve?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I think you should find that out before you start saying that doesn't make any sense, right?
Like you can make me understand. Like if you have any knowledge, I will happy to be like and get aware of that.
Yeah. So if you're standing at the shore of water, right, and you're about 6 feet tall, and you look across the water, the first mile there's only going to be 8 inches of curve, right? The second mile is going to be 32 inches of curve. The third mile is going to be 72 inches of curve. And it's just going to exponentially get more and more and more. At about 8 miles, you're looking at, I don't want to lie to you, and let's see, 5 times 5 is 25, times 8, that's 200, divided by 12, that is 17 feet of curve,
Okay.
with the horizon
So
being at 3 miles.
okay, so you mentioned that you have measured 7 miles, right?
Hmm.
So
So the
how far
horizon
you
should be 3 miles away.
okay? So how far you can see like stating at a place, how far you can see in miles?
How far can you see? Some people have seen 50 miles or more.
15 miles.
50, 50,
50 miles.
50, like
Yeah, yeah,
65
50.
kilometers.
Half century, right? Okay. Okay. That does make sense actually, right? To me, I'm being honest. If it's true, then that does make sense that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, because the Earth has to be a certain size, and then that means that the geometry of the Earth, when they say boats go over the curve or sunset, that means that that location is about 3 miles away if you're 6 feet tall.
Okay. Okay.
Or if you want to say 176 centimeters, the horizon's roughly going to be about 4.4 kilometers away, 4.5, 4.6.
Mm-hmm.
But I guarantee you, if you stood at the edge of water, you've probably seen things 10, 15, 20 kilometers away. and never even thought once about it. Wow, the Earth is really big. Probably what you thought.
So, but I was wondering if Earth is like flat, which you have proved. Like, I wonder. Now I wonder the Earth is flat.
Well, here's the
So,
thing, right? It's not a matter of if the Earth is flat. It's either curving or it's not curving, and if it's not curving, it's flat.
so you have came up with the result that it's not curving, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, what about other natures of curves like Earth?
Hmm?
Is that the only nature you are discussing here?
Well, I mean, that's the only thing that we can verify, right? Like I see Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. I see all the planets in the sky, right? And some of the planets that I can't see, if I had a strong enough telescope, I could probably see those also. Right. I'm not denying the planets in the sky, but when I look up in the sky, I don't see the Earth. And the definition of a planet is a celestial body. So I don't see the Earth in the sky, which would make it, underneath you, not above you.
Mm.
I don't feel any motion, so I don't think that we're like in a solar system or anything like that. I see the sun and the moon move across the sky. I see the phases of the moon the same way that you do. I experience weather the
Okay,
same way
yeah,
that you do. I have all these
yes.
experiences the same way that you do. I just don't have a story attached to them to explain how they all
Honestly,
work.
I'll be honest, I'm still student, I'm still learning. I don't have that much knowledge about, like,
That's
obviously you
okay.
have very much knowledge, like you have way more knowledge than me.
Actually, I don't have as much knowledge as you think. What it is I've learned to accept that I don't have knowledge of certain things. I don't need a story attached to them to experience the same things that you experience.
Okay. Okay, so recently you mentioned that the sun is uh, like setting. Like you recently mentioned the sunsets, right?
Yeah, even sunsets. I experience sunsets the same way you do.
So if Earth is not curvy, where the sun goes? Because if the Earth is like
Somewhere else.
flat, you can always see the sun, right?
No. Why would I? Do you know what
So
light attenuation is?
sorry,
Do you know what light attenuation is?
no.
It's the ability of light to be able to pierce through a medium. Like when you have the sun directly overhead and you dive underwater and you go down 200 meters and then all of a sudden you can't see the sun anymore. It's because
Yes.
the light extinguishes at a certain point as it travels through a medium. Light
Okay.
doesn't travel forever.
Okay. That's because of water, right?
Well, that's because of water. But
Yeah.
for the
So
same reason, when you look up in the sky and the sun is directly overhead, the sunlight hurts
Mhm.
your eye. But when you
Mhm.
look at the sun at a sunset, it's really
Mhm.
dim. You can stare at it. It's real pretty. Actually, some people say it's even beneficial to stare at the sun at the sunset.
Mhm.
Hey, modern science considers the air that we breathe to also be a fluid, so it's going to attenuate through the air medium as well.
Yeah. But it's still a medium. It's not like empty and devoid of matter, right? So there's a thickness to it. That's why when you look up on weather websites, they talk about the visibility index and your ability to see at distance.
Okay. So that's matter of distance, like distance in volume, right?
What do you mean?
So in certain volume, in certain distance of certain volume, if you, for example, water, there is a limit, like if you cross certain limit of the distance, so sunlight won't reach to you, right?
Light, period. Like there's no light that can penetrate that deep.
Okay. So, do you believe the distance when the sun is over the head in the sun is sun setting? The both, like the distance when the sun is over the head is not same when the sun is setting. The sun sets.
No, when the sun is overhead, it's over your head. When the sun moves away from you, it's over somebody else.
Yeah. So, is there
It goes
any
down in your
distance?
vision, in your perspective. It looks like it's going down, but really
Yeah.
it's moving across the sky and it's moving to somebody else's location.
Okay. So, is there any distance difference? Is there any distance difference between two condition?
Is there any distance difference between what?
In two condition, when sun is overhead and when sun sets?
I have no idea. I can't verify the location of the sun.
Okay.
I don't know where the sun is located at. I see it in the sky. We know the angular size, which is 0.5 degrees, but we don't know the size or the distance to it.
I think the only distance you can get will be a ground position from its zenith,
Yeah.
another zenith. But the distance to the sun.
Yeah, distance to the sun, like distance between Earth and sun, like when it's over the head and when it's insets. In both time, like is it same distance like between Earth and sun or different?
I'm not going to know the distance to the sun, but you can find a ground position. When the sun's overhead, that's the ground position, and when it's further away, it'll be in a different ground position. It'll be a different zenith to someone else. But the distance to the sun, you won't know. No one knows.
No one knows, right?
Not that I'm aware of. I've been looking for a long time. There's certain questions that we've been asking questions about for a very long time, and no one can give us any information. They give us stories, but there's nothing that we can do to verify anything.
Okay.
But you're doing a good job of understanding and listening, and we truly appreciate that. So thank you for being honest and genuine.
Yeah, I came in this like channel. I was wondering what is the flat earth discussion. So I thought it's just by name. So I wonder what's going on here. I asked he told me that we are just like discussing the nature of the sun. I wonder, and that grabbed my attention. So I was like, it was interesting to me.
Hello.
Yeah. No, it
Hello.
sounds silly right off the top. I
Yeah,
thought
hey,
flat
bro.
Earth was silly the first time I heard it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, water always measures level at rest. You know, you got a bathtub full of water, that water's flat. Swimming pool, that water's flat. Lake, that water's flat. Ocean, that water's flat. Now there's waves. Waves can cause curvature. maybe some other atmospheric conditions can give the appearance of consequence of curvature. But water measures flat.
Okay, guys, I think that's all I could grab in from this channel. Take care.
Thanks, man. You're welcome back anytime.
So I was looking to learn a little bit about flat Earth. I haven't really had much conversation with flat earthers, especially. I just want to know a little bit about how it functions. Is anyone interested to answer?
Yeah, sure. I'll give you just a real quick intro, I guess, into it. Okay, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk or a flat planet, because quite often what people do is they will think about the globe model of outer space with all the planets and stars all orbiting and that kind of thing. And then they'll think that, okay, the Earth is one of those planets. And then they'll hear about flat Earth and they'll try to kind of like replace the globe with a flat planet or something. That's not what we claim. Okay, we're talking about flat Earth in the context of the most of the surface being covered in water and water being flat on the surface over large distances. And if the surface, they say over 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water.
Yeah.
Okay, and if that water is not curving, it can't possibly be a globe. And then we've gone out and tested it extensively to validate that over long distances, the water's absolutely not curving.
Mm-hmm. Oh, great.
Yeah,
So
there's more to it, but yeah, there's a.
Oh, awesome. So I do have a little bit of questions. It's like, how do you guys explain concepts like gravity? How do you guys explain concepts like stars? What do you think about the stars? What do you think about other planets? We can observe other planets. We can see that they're, some shape of a roundy thing, like a ball. But Earth is not typically a ball. According to my explanation, it's like more of an egg shape. So, how do you explain these things? Gravity, observing observation of other planets.
Let's take one at a time. You said the Earth is an egg. How do you know that Earth is an egg first and foremost? Because you seem to put that out there strongly, like it's a fact. I mean, how do you know Earth is an egg shape? Have you measured it?
Oh no, I didn't say it was a fact. I said it was my explanation or what I believe. But yeah,
Okay.
so why I think it's that because you have gravity, right?
What's that?
Well, I don't agree to that, but you carry on.
Okay, so I'm the only one who knows gravity. Fine.
No, it's not. You're the only one that knows gravity, dude. We're just asking you to explain what it is because is that me dropping things?
Okay, gravity is basically when you have a body or like a mass. It gravitates. It gravitates. All the other masses around it to be like in some sort of way or shape. I'm not a scientist, but I have a very basic explanation of gravity.
Yeah, but the phenomena is you pick things up and they fall down.
Yeah, because Earth.
So we don't really need to explain it, right? We pick things up, they fall down. It doesn't mean the Earth was curved because if it was, we would measure that, right?
Okay.
So whatever the thing that makes things come back down to the Earth after I've picked them up, I don't need to explain it. I've got the phenomena.
Okay, so this is the concept of like things falling for. We don't call it gravity. You guys don't call it gravity then, right?
I'll call the phenomena when I drop something gravity for ease of conversation. I won't predict the cause of that phenomena though. I won't say that the mass of the Earth is attracting the mass of the apple, for example, or the mass of the Earth is distorting and bending space-time, so the apple is falling into a gravitational well. I won't say these things because I couldn't verify them to be true if I said them. What I will work with is the phenomena, and I drop the apple and it goes down.
Okay, great. So this is a thing, right? I'm here to learn, so I'm just going to be asking questions and learning. That's what I'm trying to understand here. I'm trying to understand the whole theory first before talking. So
that was good.
How do you know, for example, when you're observing a different planet like Mars, for example, what comes to your head? Like
nothing at all. Sorry, just 1 second. Yeah, I myself do not know what Mars is. When I look at it through a telescope, it's just a shimmering pinkish blob. That's it. Anything else that's been ascribed to that blob has been a story that no one has been able to verify, because we can't go there to confirm the story we're being told. So when I look at those objects, I look at them as merely decoration, and I can use my imagination and wonder about things. But remember, when I'm in that state of mind, I'm not actually doing any proving or confirming or validation. I'm just using my imagination. They look spherical, but again, I cannot say they are until I go there and do the measurements. That's me personally. Thank you very much. Sorry, Jedi.
Go for it, Jedi. Go ahead.
I was miles away there, dude. I completely forgot what was going on for a second. Do apologize.
Oh no, it's okay. I was asking what comes up to your head when you're observing other planets through a telescope, for example.
That pretty.
Mm-hmm.
There's two things, right? And I think Jin kind of pointed this out. Is what we see and what we're told. Now, there's a story about Mars and Jupiter. Right? It's a giant gas planet, or it's a red planet with a very thin atmosphere and blah blah blah. But what I see is just a red thing in the sky. Can I confirm what I see? No, I can just look at it from the floor.
Okay, great. So do you? So based on the information I have now, I believe you guys don't think we could go outside Earth. We cannot leave the planet, right?
I don't think that I'm going to be going to Jupiter, whatever that is, and I don't think anybody else has been either.
The moon, for example.
Pardon?
The moon.
The moon, did you say?
We cannot go to the moon, right? We cannot reach the moon. We cannot.
I don't think we've been to the moon in the way that they told us in 1969 and so on. No.
Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. So overall, you're not sure what you can see. But when you're observing planets, you can see something, but you're not sure what it is. You cannot claim what it is. And Earth is not a globe, but it's not the way people are saying it's flat. It's a shape that you don't know. It's a shape that we're not sure what it is, right?
Yeah, the Earth is measurably flat, but the overall dimensions I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Great.
You understand why we say the Earth is flat, though, right?
Not quite.
Okay, we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal over any distances. So water, for example, 70% of the surface of the Earth. When we observe, look at, and when we measure the surface of water, it's horizontal on the surface, which is a problem for a ball because the surface needs to be curved. So we don't measure the curvature that's required for the sphere. What we measure is water to be horizontal, so flat.
Wow, I believe I've seen a video before where a bunch of dudes, they were trying to prove that if that theory is right or wrong, and they brought a very strong laser, right? They put it on the beach, and then they surfed with a boat in the ocean or lake. I'm not sure. I don't remember that much. But when they reached a specific distance, the laser have went up on the scale they've put on the ship. So how do you explain this, for example?
Did you watch this on like Discovery Channel or something?
Yeah, it's like a YouTube channel. Like people.
Yeah. So about 3 miles away, this ex-wrestler and these two bimbos, the laser over about 3 miles was 6 foot higher than it was. Yeah, we've recreated this hundreds of times over up to distances including about 40 kilometers. This is surveying technology. Right, you know what I mean when we say we survey the land with electromagnetic signals like lasers, right? You understand that?
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. So when we survey the land with surveying tools like theodolites and lasers, we measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. Right. This ex-wrestler and a couple of fucking bimbos, dude, that's propaganda. That's bullshit. If you went with a laser yourself, you would measure the surface of the Earth to be flat.
Okay.
Guarantee it.
Okay. So, you said propaganda. Why do you think people claim that the Earth is the globe? What do you think is the granted? What do you think is granted after saying that?
Okay. When you say people, obviously we understand that not everybody is intentionally lying. The majority of people are just repeating the story that they were told, like teachers and so on, right? They haven't proved the Earth is a sphere themselves. They've just got a syllabus that they teach you, for example.
Yes.
Cool. So you ask, I think, and this is going to be speculation, my friend, because I and everybody else in this channel, we don't know the motivations. We've not gone up to the people and asked. But I think it's theological.
Theological? What do you mean?
I think it's got something to do with people's religious and theological ideas regarding how we and everything around us was created. So, for example, the Earth being a ball spinning around the sun, the heliocentric idea, that comes from a big bang, right? If you rewind the time, eventually everything comes together in a small space in time, right? That was known as the Big Bang, where everything is exploded into existence. This is a creation narrative, right?
Yeah.
So this is theological. They get to give us a creation narrative where they get to tell you how important or not you are in your place in the universe. At the moment, you're an insignificant speck on an even more insignificant speck. You mean nothing in the grand scheme of things of space and time. You'll be gone before you know it. So they get to control your whole theological idea about the world in which you inhabit and your own personal purpose.
Oh, wow. Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, control. That's what it's about.
So you think it would make a difference, for example, for someone to claim that Earth is a globe or to claim that Earth is flat? You think it makes a difference in his personal beliefs and his personal motivations? And do you think it would make a difference?
Absolutely. In my case, yeah, I'm well and truly well knowledgeable now in the fact that the Earth can never and never was an oblate spheroid, all right? That then shuts down any ideas of going to Mars or the moon. That's never going to happen. We will never have that technology because they're not places to go. What does that do for me? It elevates me. So now I'm able to teach this to my students here in Japan as I'm an English teacher. And then when the subject comes up about Earth, that gives me the opportunity to introduce to the students the truth about where they live. And it's also going to be incumbent upon them to verify what I'm telling them, and so that they understand, so they don't carry a belief, which is what I was going to say to you, young man, that at the end of the day, whatever we tell you today, you're going to have to go out with your laser beam test and actually go and confirm it. When you know it, you will understand what I mean by you are elevated to the highest high emotionally. Okay? Carry on for now.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Great. So it does make a difference, and okay. All right, what about the people that just don't really care that much? I've known a lot of people that don't really care whether the Earth is flat or a cube. They're just living their life and they're moving on. And when someone tells them, "Oh, the Earth is a globe," yeah, that's true. The Earth is flat. Okay, fine, whatever you think it is. So, what about these people? They're not affected by both sides. I don't think anything affects them. I don't think.
Well, that's fine. That's their lives, isn't it? I've got no worries about it. If that's how they want to operate their lives, good luck to them. I don't have any rights to change them or force them to do anything. If they want to live their lives that way, good luck. I can't. There's nothing I can do, and I don't have any desire to do anything. Actually,
they don't care. Remember, so apathy. That's a great tool for those people, right? If you don't care, then you're not going to cause me any problems. So. Carry on with your life, be distracted, do not care one way or another. You're going to be a problem to me. That's if I'm the person spreading the lie. So you're not going to challenge me then, you don't care. You're insignificant in this case.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, the lie that they're trying to spread, if it was a lie, it doesn't affect you in a negative way at all. It just doesn't really mean anything. It's just like, it's just there. Whether it's there or not, it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter because miseducating the students is a crime against all the citizens who pay their taxes for the education system to work. So actually, apathy is a problem. I'm not going to fight you on the streets over it. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be rather stressful event there. So what I'm saying, when I say that's your business, that's your business for now. But you are indeed a problem. Jedi hit it nail on the head. I just don't want to be too confrontational about it. Do you understand? But that is a problem. Apathy is a disease that is stunting humanity's growth. Yeah.
Okay. So it's apathy, and that's what makes it what makes it a problem from your perspective.
There's sometimes it's probably kind of fallacious to say it's a single cause. There's multiple reasons. Like you asked a question earlier, right? Why would they lie? There's probable multiple reasons, right? It's not just one thing. So yeah, it's hard to always point at one thing and say that it's the issue. Everybody turn around and look at that one thing, because I guarantee you it's much deeper than that. So it's probably more than one thing.
Okay.
And because of apathy, we've got people believing that you can go to Mars, we're going to go to the moon soon, industries are putting out satellites, and these organizations are being supported by the government with your taxes, okay? And they're lying to you. So there is a problem there. Apathy is leading to these kind of problems whereby the government's emboldened now because they've got that control, and now they're just fleecing you and lying to you and keeping that control. Because you're insignificant, as Jedi put it to you, you're an insignificant speck in the universe, and you'll be gone before you know it anyway, and thus their control continues. There you go.
Right, but I don't really think that way. When I think that Earth is a globe, I think, wow, the world is big. I think, I'm not thinking, oh, I'm too small for this. I'm not. It doesn't really matter anyway. I'm going to die at the end of the day, so I'm not going to be motivated to do things that I want to do. I don't think it functions like that for most people. So
most people are not aware. Is it that in actuality, 90% of the world's population, it's safe to say, they're fully indoctrinated at the moment. Okay, so they're believing they're on this ball Earth. And they're now more concerned with their daily duties of getting their money and paying their bills, actually, as the government keeps raising the taxes and raising the cost of living. So they don't have time. It's when people like us come along to try and wake them up that they then begin to consider something is wrong. Now, if we can wake up enough people to get to the tipping point, then from that point onwards, people are going to start to demand better education for their children. That's the beginning of this revolution that I'm hoping for. It's not about being angry and killing. It's demanding what we are supposed to be getting for the money we pay. It's as simple as that. So education can be better. Shut down space agencies. It may even lead to having peace on Earth, because you start to question everything in your life, you see, when you're flat Earth. I only gave you a little teaspoon of what the emotions are. You start to question everything. And when you can see the corruption in it all, you either say to yourself, carry on being apathetic, or let me do something to stop this and remove these problems. And we can all do it together as a mass. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. I have another question. Which is very interesting for me as someone. I always, I've always been interesting, like Newton theories and Einstein. What do you think about these people? Are the first people to claim and to affirm that Earth is not flat and it's a globe. Newton claimed and affirmed that Earth is not flat and it was a globe. Newton, as the one who's responsible for discovering gravity and all these things, what do you think? Do you think he was supporting the government as well? And do you think he was...
I'm going to let Jedi take this one, and then if there's any pieces left, I'll then add on. Go ahead, Jedi.
All right. So gravity was ascribed to Newton after he died. You know that, right? Newton didn't want to be ascribed to gravity. Within his Principia, he said it was foolish for anybody to believe in the instantaneous magic at a distance. So the narrative about Newton discovering gravity happened about 140 years after he died. The apple that fell from a tree was probably just some kind of, film setting idea, so we could get the narrative and the story in our heads. But Newton's gravity, he didn't discover it, dude. He just came up with an idea that was talking about the things that are in the sky. Why do they go round and round? So then the apple fell from a tree, and he came up with the idea, not that he discovered the Earth was a ball, but he already believed it, that if he applied enough force and threw the apple around the ball, it would smack him upside the back of the head. That's the old gravitational idea. But that gravitational idea was superseded in 1915 by Einstein, right? Einstein came along, toppled the king from the throne, as it's quoted, and spoke about gravity in a new way. gravity wasn't mass attracted mass, the instantaneous action at a distance between two bodies. It was the body of mass sitting in a four-dimensional space-time fabric. And the reason why things fell was because they were caught in a gravitational well. So that's the new gravitational idea. Einstein does it perfectly. Right? He removes Newton's idea. In actual fact, his ideas supersede Newton's ideas now. So Newton didn't discover gravity. It was attributed to him after his death.
Can I ask a question from... when I was talking to DJ, he said that the stones fall down was because of buoyancy and Archimedes' principle, but objects fall down even in vacuum.
Yeah, that's when you've removed the density of the medium. You've taken the gas out. And when you say object, those are solid objects. Understanding that gas is still a state of physical matter. The gas was in the container, the vacuum, before you took it out, was moving freely and randomly in all directions. You're just talking about things that go down. Those are solid states of matter. Gas expands to fill space.
Okay, so how does it explain stones falling down?
It's the only thing that we can scientifically demonstrate when we vary and manipulate the object or the medium. Depending on the object, the solid state of matter, and the medium it's in, water or gas, for example, or any other form of liquid, the object will either go up or down. Now, being as that's the only thing that we're scientifically manipulating, the object and the medium, it is really best known as relative density disequilibrium. Because in science, when you vary and manipulate a variable, then that's the cause of the phenomena, right?
What do you mean by scientifically manipulating the phenomena?
So when you have a scientific hypothesis, will be a prediction of what caused the phenomena to happen. Say, for example, my phenomena is I wake up in the morning and I go outside, and when it rained last night, that rain has turned to ice. So water turned to ice. My prediction of the reason why water turned to ice is the variable of temperature. That means if there is a temperature that I can vary and manipulate, I might be able to cause the phenomenon to turn into ice. So when I do the experiment, I make the temperature cold and the water turns to ice. So the thing that I varied and manipulated, the temperature, is the cause of the water turning to ice. Conversely, if I was to make the temperature hotter, the water would not turn to ice, it would turn to water vapor, demonstrating that temperature is the cause for the different states of matter of water. You understand what I'm talking about, right? So if we've got that with gravity, right, then we need to vary and manipulate gravity. When we're talking about things going up and down, all we are able to vary and manipulate is the object, the ball, the phone, the rock, the apple, and the medium it's in. The gas or the liquid. When you dropped things in the vacuum chamber, the only thing you varied and manipulated was the density of the medium. You took the gas out. That's it.
That's why the question arises, if there's no medium around the ball that's falling down, why is it falling down? Because as per DJ...
It was always falling down, dude. It was always falling down. You just took the gas out to everything. Hold on, it's like I was trying my best.
My bad. Yeah, continue.
The objects were always falling down, right? The rock always fell down until you took the gas out and it still went down. So what's the cause of its going down? You need to make a prediction of what the cause is, and then you need to vary and manipulate the cause of the thing going down. This has never been done, dude.
You can't.
Yeah, if you say gravity is the cause of this, then you need to isolate gravity and then turn gravity on and off again to make the...
We can't turn gravity on and off.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. So there's no scientific experiment that shows that gravity does anything. If you can't vary and manipulate gravity, then you've got a hypothesis that can't be validated through experiment.
Okay, can we at least agree on this, that for something to move, we need a force to make it move?
Force or energy, yeah.
Energy
But that's not gravity though. That force you're talking about isn't gravity because I can stand still. I can stand perfectly still.
That's what my question was. Then what is it if not gravity?
Well, nobody knows.
Sorry,
We don't
Jed,
know that.
Jed,
Yeah,
do
go ahead.
apologise, mate. Is this some kind of like question proof? Well, if it isn't this, then what is it then? I say it's gravity, so it must be that. That's an interesting way of thinking about things, but scientifically, you need to very manipulate the gravity to make the phenomena happen. You've already said that we can't do that. You've got what? A best guess. Well, if it isn't this, then what is that? That's not very scientific.
Gravity explains a lot of phenomena that the flat Earth
That's
theory
nice.
that there is no
That's
gravity
nice.
can't explain.
Which gravity are you talking about that explains?
Gravity that
Which gravity are you talking about?
what gravity? The masses,
which
the dark
one?
masses.
Giant masses. So the masses
Any
attracting
mass, any mass
masses.
attracts masses.
Right, dude. Are you talking about mass attracting masses or masses sitting in space-time fabric? Which one?
That mass attracts mass.
Yeah, okay. So I went through this with the last gentleman. Newton's idea, mass attracting mass, that was superseded in 1915. You know who Albert Einstein is, right? Yes? No?
I do.
Cool. So Albert Einstein describes gravity in a completely different way than Newton does. It's not masses attracting masses, instantaneous action at a distance that, as I told our last friend, Newton himself didn't want to be ascribed to and was ascribed to him over 100 years after he died.
But he did not deny Newton's explanation, though. He just added to it.
Sorry, right. That just shows me that you haven't got. Hold on. That just shows me you don't know what you're talking about. You understand that Newton's idea, mass attracting mass, violates special relativity. I've said it about 5 times. Instantaneous. That's no time. Action at a distance. Einstein's got a time coordinate in it. Everything takes time. In actual fact, time can be distorted and bent, like stretched and compressed. So, yeah, one violates the other.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't just build on it, apart from the phenomena that we're all trying to explain. Yeah, we're all trying to explain this phenomena, but one idea suits one idea, violates the other because of the time coordinate.
Yeah.
Okay, I've posted the citation from Sir Isaac Newton stating that he thought the idea of mass attracting mass was an absurd idea and he didn't wish to be associated or have it ascribed to him. And underneath that citation is the other one from Nikola Tesla, who stated that the mathematicians and scientists are moving from one formula to the next to the point where these formulas have no relationship to reality, okay? 2 citations, 45 minutes past the hour. I'm going to shoot off now, but I'll be back later on, did I? Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Jim.
Okay. I have a bunch of other questions. I now remembered. So one of the questions was, how do you explain eclipse, or like when the moon gets in front of the sun? That's according to a globe.
How do we explain when the moon gets in front of the sun?
Eclipse. Yeah.
Yes. That's okay. So that's when the moon gets in front of the sun.
That's your explanation, right?
What, for the solar eclipse?
Yeah. That's your explanation.
Isn't that what we see?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we see. But
that's got absolutely fuck all to do with the Earth being a sphere. I do apologise for swearing.
Jedi, hold on. That's not what you see.
Does not. It doesn't have anything to do with Earth being a sphere.
Hold on. No, it's not what you see. You cannot see a moon. You cannot see the moon go in front of the sun because that day is a new moon day. So you don't see the moon.
You don't see the moon, right?
No.
Not during a solar eclipse. It's a new moon. You can't see when there's a new moon.
So again, though.
Yeah.
How does flat Earth?
It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with it. There's nothing to explain. It's like asking me why revolving.
Sorry.
But we could.
It's like asking me how does flat Earth explain revolving doors? It has nothing to do.
Here's the thing.
With the shape of the Earth.
Here's the thing. Earth being a globe explains solar eclipse, and
That doesn't.
and
Yeah,
it does.
no,
It does.
it does if you ignore half of it. If it does if you ignore other observations. Yes.
Why can not flat Earth explain the same theory while the globe Earth could? Like, why
Sorry,
can you not?
at the moment, do apologise. At the moment, according to your theory, it's the moon getting in front of the sun. Now, if I was just to take that as read, I can stand on the floor, which is horizontal, and one thing in the sky has got in front of another thing in the sky. That doesn't change the floor, dude.
No, but if Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, and then one thing in the sky gets in front of another thing in the sky, then you're not going to be able to see the thing behind the object that's covering it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? We live in a pattern. You see the night, you see the day, right?
No, you're not addressing what I said, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to. This is just an introduction to what my answer.
No, you need to address what I said. I said that the surface of the Earth has got absolutely nothing to do with one thing in the sky getting in front of another thing in the sky.
I'm telling you,
you must kind of understand and show me that you agree with what I'm saying or not.
I do not agree, and that's why. And
you don't agree? Okay.
And here's why. Here's why I don't agree. Because we're living in a pattern, right? You see the day and you see the night. There's the sun. The sun goes away, and then there's the moon, right? So the sun makes an actual circular shape around the Earth when it's like the afternoon, when it's the morning, when it's night, and then when it's night, there's like the moon, right? So how does that happen in flat Earth? Do they change places together, or is there?
You explained it yourself within your description.
I thought you said that you were going to hold on. I thought you said you were going to explain why you didn't agree with Jedi. Explain.
Yeah,
that.
because if you're saying an object gets in front of another object, there should be a pattern. There should be a pattern. And
there is a pattern. It's called the Saros cycle, and it's been known for 4,000 years, and we use it to predict eclipses.
Yeah, sure. How?
Okay,
Yeah,
Google it, dude. Google it.
But that denies globe Earth. But
they don't use a globe. They don't use a globe for it, bro. It pre-exists the idea of a globe by 2,000 years.
Sorry, can you repeat the?
It pre-exists the idea.
Before the solar what? Solar what you said?
It's called the Saros cycle. Saros.
Oh yeah, solar cycle.
Having fun, Jedi?
Yeah, man.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah,
hope you're doing well.
Oh, well, I'm doing all right.
You up to anything exciting today? Or have we got the pleasure of your unique way of speaking to these people?
Well, I was listening to the live stream, and he's just like him and the other guys. I don't know. They didn't take their Ritalin or something.
That happens to me quite a lot as well. I'm like looking through YouTube and 24/7 long. I see what's going on, and I listen for about 3 minutes, and that's it. I've got to come in.
Yeah,
get the fuck.
Like, yeah, they were just kept interrupting you and stuff. So, are you done having ChatGPT think for you?
I'm not using ChatGPT. Thank you.
Okay, Gemini, Grok, whatever.
You've confirmed what the Saros cycle is, though, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking up for something I haven't looked for before.
So that you have a lot of ideas which just aren't true, but they sell them as if they are true. Namely, that they use a globe or some heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They don't. They don't use it to predict when the sun rises or the sun sets or any of those things. None of that uses a globe. You just think it does because that's the way they sell it, but it's actually not the case. Because if you look at the mathematical formulas, there will be no globe in those formulas. So your explanation is just an explanation, but the explanation doesn't match the description.
Right, I'm so
You can explain anything. You know, Superman did it. Freaking magic fairies, elves. Explanations are useless.
Okay. I have another question though. Again, as I said, I'm here. I'm not.
So it's your question or is it ChatGPT's question? You're gonna just run down the 7 things flat earthers can't explain.
I did affirm at the beginning of the conversation that I'm here to learn, not to argue. So
Cool.
I'm just yeah.
I'm still confused.
You're not doing a good job of that.
I've literally just stood up, put my hand in front of my light so I can't see my light, and my floor underneath my feet is flat. Now, you disagreed with this. Right? I'm still waiting for you to explain how this is disagreeable to you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure, to be honest. What I assume is what I believe. The Earth is a globe, right? And it's circling, or it's turning around all the time. And the Moon is circling around the Earth. So the Moon, sometimes when the Earth is
why do you believe that,
circling
bro?
around the
Look,
sun.
look, dude. We know what it is. Okay, we know what the globe Earth says. It's not.
Okay.
So the fundamental assumption you're making is that we don't understand it, or that we don't have knowledge about it. We know it in infinite freaking detail. Okay, way better detail than you, because all the things you bring up, we don't have to Google them. We already know what they are. Now the question is, what is the evidence? Because you don't look up in the sky and see the moon circle the Earth, right? You never observed that. You don't know anybody that's ever observed that. In fact, nobody in the history of man has ever observed an orbit at all. Nobody ever. Think about that for a second. The thing
I'm sorry.
Well, think about it. Has anybody observed a full orbit of any body around another body ever?
I'm quite starting to understand the whole theory of flat Earth. And
no, answer the question.
Say that again. Ask the same question. I got lost.
Okay. Has anybody in the history of all humanity ever watched or observed a body orbit another body?
No.
Okay. So these things orbits. When you say, hey, the moon orbits the Earth, fine. What's the evidence for that? We have no problem with that claim, but we want the evidence for that claim is true. Do you understand? We're about evidence. We're not about claims. Like, if you say the moon goes in front of the sun, fine. What's the evidence for that? You say the Earth goes in between the moon and the sun, fine. What's the evidence for that?
Of course.
No one's ever directly observed this, right? No one's ever been outside of the solar system and watched the sun and Earth and moon go in a line and the shadow of the Earth cast on the moon, right? No one's ever seen that?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I understand.
I understand.
We want evidence.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not making a claim. I'm making a demand. I want evidence.
Okay, sure. I'm self-searching, though. Don't worry. Chill out. Don't go at me like that, right?
But you already believe it.
You're not.
You understand that you already believe it, and you're looking for the evidence for your belief right now.
Yes.
Shush, dude. Shush. Listen really carefully. Listen carefully.
I'm not looking for the. It's not mandatory to listen to you. Fuck you. Chill out. Okay. Chill out. Don't you?
I'm listen. Did he just bolt?
No, I'm here. Go for it.
Listen, brother. It's really simple. We're pointing out that you have a belief system. You believe something is true. And right now you're looking for the evidence for your belief. We want to know why you believe it already before the evidence. Because you don't have the evidence yet. You just said you're looking for it.
Yeah, I don't have the evidence, of course.
So why did you believe it?
I was born knowing that the Earth is a globe, right?
You don't know
I don't know if it's true or not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know that.
Yeah.
I was told that it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand the theory of flat Earth more, because I don't
have a theory.
Flat Earth is. Theory.
You don't have a theory.
No, globe Earth is a theory. Globe Earth is a theory.
Globe Earth is a theory, correct? But flat Earth is not. Because you can go outside and observe the Earth is flat. Well, you can go outside. You can go outside and see that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but all theories are based on observations as well.
Theory.
It's not just.
I just gave you the observation. Just gave you the observation.
Okay, sure. It's not a theory according to you. Okay, fine. It's fine.
It's not according to me. It's according to your eyes.
Okay, sure. Fine. I believe you.
You not believe your eyes?
I do believe my eyes. Thank you.
Okay. What do they show? When you go to the ocean, what do they show you?
They show me it's a globe. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Said no one ever.
Okay. Again, though, I had another question, which is why I think the Earth is a globe, though. Why do we have seasons?
You already told us why. You didn't learn about. Okay, brother. You didn't learn about seasons and go, "Oh my God, the Earth is a globe." You didn't do that. Okay.
Okay. But why do I
Okay,
have
you didn't
seasons,
need it
though?
but seasons are depends on what you mean by that. Because there's
Yeah,
two
so
types.
we
There's
have winter,
astronomical and meteorological. Which one are you talking about?
astronomical, of course. We're talking about flat Earth.
That's just. What do you mean astronomical? Of course, we're talking about. What are you talking about? So the astronomical seasons are just the position of the sun. How long the sun is up.
Okay, so
So in the summer, when the sun's up, though, say you're in the north, right?
Yeah. Okay.
The days are longest in the summer. They're longer than the winter, right? And there's a position that the sun has in the sky, and based upon that position, we'll have seasons, right? So when okay, so technically the thing called the equinox is when the sun is in what's a constellation position called the first point of Aries. So when it reaches that point, 3 months later, we'll call that the summer solstice. 3 months after that, equinox again. 3 months after that, and that's based upon the background stars that the sun is in front of. Those are the astronomical seasons. But you're probably talking about the meteorological seasons, the temperature changes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you talking about? The temperature changes?
Okay, I'm talking about. I can just explain what I'm talking about because I'm also here to practice my English. So my English is not perfect. Sometimes you might say words that I don't understand or I don't fully comprehend. So
yeah, that's fine.
So what I mean by seasons is like you have winter, you have summer, and you also have other seasons. So how do you explain
which one tell you?
flat
Which
Earth?
one tell you? Hold on. Which one? How do they tell you the Earth is a ball?
They tell me that the Earth is circulating around the sun, not that the Earth is a ball, though.
Yeah, how?
Because the Earth can go a bit farther than the sun, which you get winter, and Earth could get a little closer to
Isn't
the
it got
sun.
something to do with the angular tilt of the Earth changing probably?
Yeah, probably.
Changing
Yeah,
the position
that
of
as
the
well.
sun in the sky.
Yeah, that
Cool.
that as well.
So the cause of it is the sun's position
Okay.
relative to the sky and the Earth.
Yeah.
Cool. So the sun does that.
So the sun is the one that is circulating around flat Earth.
Well, it's the sun's position, right? So when we observe the sun rise from one location and set in another location, we'll describe this as the sun's motion across the sky. So it's the sun that moves above the flat Earth that will cause what we define as seasons due to the sun's position with the backdrop of stars. So the sun does that.
Okay. I understand now.
Yeah. So the longer the day is, that's when it's summer. When the days are short, that's winter.
So the sun's relative position to Earth is what causes these.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
no, it's the arc the sun takes in the sky based upon your position. But the meteorological seasons don't exactly follow that because they lag that motion by couple months. For instance, in Massachusetts, the hottest day of the year is in the middle of August, but the longest day of the year is in June. So you understand that the hottest day should be the longest day, but that's not how it is.
Yes.
That's why I was asking. I wasn't just asking you to be a dick. I was asking you because there is a difference. The astronomical summer would be the sun's in the sky the longest amount of time, but the meteorological summer would be like August 21st.
Oh yeah. The time. Oh, okay. Get it. I get it. Understand now.
But even that meteorological pattern is broken in some places. So, like in San Francisco, it's sometimes it's hotter in winter than it is in the summer. In New Zealand, sometimes it snows in the middle of the summer too, or Tasmania rather.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so there's places that don't follow. There's more than just the sun. There's the elevation. There's wind currents. There's ocean currents. So there's a lot of variables.
Yeah.
So you can correlate them to the motion of the sun, but you can't say that, hey, the sun causes this exactly. There's other factors.
We do agree that the sun is the main source of heat. Like the Earth's the main source of heat is the sun, right? We do agree upon that.
maybe. I'm not going to make a that definitive claim because if you dig down 8 feet, it's 50 degrees. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's because of the core of the Earth, right?
I'll say this, right?
Core thing.
I live in the northern hemisphere. Normally, at this time of the year, January, middle of January now, it would be roughly in the 30s, maybe the late 20-degree mark, and that's in Fahrenheit, right? So we're looking at roughly around 0 degrees Celsius, right? So right now we're currently sitting at 15 degrees Celsius in the middle of winter. Coldest time of the year, it's 15 degrees Celsius. Like, explain that on a globe Earth.
But to go back to what you said, the sun does a lot of things. Obviously, it heats the Earth, and the Earth re-releases that heat over time, I guess. And you said something about a core. We don't really need to go to that. But, okay, the sun does a lot of stuff. Where are you going with this?
Oh no, I was just agree. I was just. It's just like it sort of explains. It sort of has an impact on the weather. Like,
of course it does. It's the sun.
Yeah, of course.
One of our primary sources of heat. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a common ground.
Do you want to hear something the globe Earth can't explain? There's something the globe Earth can't explain.
What?
There's something.
What is it?
How flat the Earth is.
How flat?
Yeah, I'm dead serious because that's how we know. Like, we didn't just wake up one day and say, "Hey, the Earth looks flat, therefore it is flat." Even though that is a good place to start, that's not it. What's it is that it measures that way. So if we do measurements to see if the surface of the Earth curves, all the measurements show that it does not. Right? We don't build with it. We don't. When we build a long bridge or a canal or anything, we assume that the Earth is flat, and that's how it works. When you fly an airplane, you assume the Earth is flat.
Yeah. But
the only time you use any globe concept in an airplane is for the coordinates, for like your directions and things like that. But for the actual flying and landing the plane, you have to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth, or you'll never be able to land the plane. Be impossible.
Yes. Okay.
No.
No?
Yes.
Okay, suppose you're at, I don't know, 42 north. You're supposed to be going 500 miles per hour. Tangential velocity because of the rotation of the Earth. That's how you.
No, because the velocity of the rotation of Earth transfers to the airplane as well. That's how inertia works. That's what law of inertia.
But I said tangential velocity. Did you listen?
What's tangential velocity?
Okay, then shut up. So the tangential velocity.
You always jump to attacking people rather than talking with them.
No, because when someone says "nah," and then they don't know what I'm talking about, what are they saying?
You do realize that this is
listen really close.
Server, and some people.
There are some words that I might understand.
Yes.
Sorry, can I jump in? Then please say that you don't understand them instead of whistling past it like you did understand it but disregarded it. That would be rude. If you don't understand the word that's said, just ask for an explanation of the word.
I asked the explanation of the word. I asked what tangential velocity is. What does tangential
mean? But you had already said I'm wrong and didn't understand the words I used. How would you know I was wrong if you don't understand the words?
Okay, go on.
You guys both have everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Okay?
No, I mean, okay,
yeah.
I think I was wrong.
Okay,
Tell me about it. What's
tangential velocity is if you're on a rotating surface, you have a sideways motion, right? Like, say you're on a rotating ball and that has gravity, and then the gravity shut off, right? You'd fly off the ball, right?
Yeah, true.
The speed at which you'd fly off the ball is your tangential velocity. So.
Oh, tangential. Okay.
Yeah. So.
I know
if you're in New York, your tangential velocity would be 550 miles per hour. But if you're at the equator, it's 1,040. Okay? So if you flew from New York south to the equator, you have to make up 500 miles per hour of tangential velocity to catch up to the equator. Now, we've asked CERN physicists with PhDs that teach physics, and they can't answer how this is possible.
Can you actually repeat that again? I actually lost it. in the middle of the sentence.
We've asked CERN. You know what CERN is?
No, before that, when you were trying to explain equator
Okay,
velocity.
you fly south from New York City to the equator. The equator is going faster, 500 miles per hour faster. How do you catch up to it?
How do we catch up to it?
Yeah, because you have to go to land an airplane at the equator. You have to be going 1,040 miles per hour.
Well, for the
tangential
plane, the
velocity.
Earth is stationary because
Yeah,
of inertial frame of reference. Because it's the initial frame of reference. That's how it works. Because, for example, let's say I'm in a train and I'm throwing a ball towards you, right? The ball will fall behind. It will reach you still even when the train is moving.
What happens if the plane? What happens if the train accelerates? This is what Injo is pointing out. On a rotating sphere, the equator is traveling faster than, say, at 45 degrees north or south, which would be about 500 miles an hour. So there is an increase in the motion of the Earth as Injo flies from 45 degrees to 0 degrees at the equator. It's traveling 500 miles an hour faster. How does the aircraft catch up with the equator's speed?
But still, there's no acceleration. The Earth is still rotating at a constant speed. So if there's no acceleration, it will cause the plane to.
Sorry, constant. So on every point on the rotating Earth, it is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour.
No,
So not
the rotational
constant
speed
then.
is
Sorry,
constant.
please don't interrupt. I'm speaking slowly and calmly so you understand the words. So it is not constant then. At every location on the Earth, it's moving different speeds. It's a sphere. It's rotating.
Look, let me. Okay, so if you were to launch a spaceship, a rocket into space, would it be easier at the equator than it is in New York?
Easier at the equator because it will be faster for it to reach the escape.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's what we're
And that
talking
doesn't
about.
establish that there's a change in acceleration, which causes there's a change in
Then how are you going faster? There's a difference in speed. There's a difference. You would have to accelerate to go at that new speed.
Hey, Indy, can I get back to you with that airplane thing that we were talking about?
Yeah, of course. Let's go back to that.
Sorry for disturbing you guys, interrupting you. So I was saying that, as you said, why it needs to catch up, right? But the thing is, when you talk about inertia, the rotational acceleration that the Earth has when it's rotating is passed on to the airplane as well. And since you know about the law of inertia.
Okay, but when the aircraft leaves one airport, how does it gain the inertia of the Earth as it's not attached to the Earth anymore?
Well, as I said, if I throw the ball towards you, even though it's not attached to the train, it will move towards in the direction of train as well, no?
It depends if me and you are running together, but I'm moving faster than you, as in I'm on the equator and you're 45 degrees, you're going to have to aim in front of me.
And I'm trying to explain why that is. Because even though the equator is faster, tangential velocity of the equator is faster, but the acceleration that they are rotating at is same, right? Right? Can you agree on that?
Yeah, it's the same. The Earth's not changing its rotation, but we're talking about rim velocity as opposed to rotational angular velocity.
I'm coming back to that. So the rotational acceleration at the north, at New York, let's say, is also the same as that. So the tangential acceleration, which is directly proportional to rotational acceleration, as we know, which defines the velocity at tangent, is also same. So since the airplane has an acceleration tangential to the Earth's surface, it doesn't need to catch up to the surface at equator because it already has an acceleration in that direction.
Or the Earth is just stationary.
None of that.
What?
None of that is correct, dude.
Why?
None of it.
Okay, what's
Okay,
wrong
let's
with
say I'm standing at the North Pole. How fast am I rotating?
not? Do I have
How
to do
fast?
calculations here?
I'm at the North Pole. How fast am I rotating?
I don't know the number, the speed.
0, bro.
Okay,
0.
fair. At the North Pole, exactly. Okay, fair. Yeah, right.
My tangential velocity is 0. Now I walk south, and I land at the equator. How fast am I moving now?
You're
0?
completely ignoring
Or
the
more than that?
acceleration.
You're
there.
confusing a rotating reference frame with a non-rotating reference frame. Okay?
No,
the
I'm
plane is not on the surface of the Earth, right? It's not where we put
But
planes.
it still has the inertial acceleration.
Yeah,
that is
it has
rotation of the
500 miles
Earth.
per hour. That's right, 500 miles per hour in New York.
It's speed. I'm talking about acceleration.
Yeah, 500 miles an
Yeah,
hour.
500 miles per hour. It's going in a circle, right?
That's the speed of the Earth at New
That's
York.
speed. Miles per hour is speed. I'm talking about acceleration there. The acceleration of the rotating Earth is what defines the fact that we are not catching up to the equator.
What's the acceleration at 45?
Acceleration is same. Also the
What is on the equator?
yeah, the acceleration is same on the equator.
Same at the North Pole.
Yes. The velocity on North Pole is 0 because the radius is 0. Since there's no radius, the tangential acceleration will be 0 because, as I said, tangential acceleration is directly proportional to centrifugal and radius of the and the distance from the axis that it's rotating on. So that's why North Pole, the velocity on North Pole is 0, and it's highest on the equator of the Earth, and it's in between the equator and other poles.
Okay. Haven't you ever heard that if you weigh something at the North Pole and weigh something at the equator, it'll weigh less at the equator? Have you ever heard that before?
Wait, let me see. Maybe I have. I don't quite remember. But yeah, continue. What were you saying about that?
If you take something that weighs 1 kilo and you weigh it at the North Pole and then you go to the equator, they say it weighs less. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Acceleration would have to be different. That would be a non-uniform acceleration, right? But we're not talking about the acceleration. We're talking about
That's gravitational acceleration that you're talking about. When I was talking about the
gravity,
airplane moving to the 9.8 thing is gravity, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's an acceleration, right?
Yeah,
it's
it
the
is.
difference. But so you have the centripetal versus the centrifugal force. Okay. And the centrifugal force at the equator would be greater than at the poles. The centripetal force is inward. Anyway, that's not the important part. This is all smoke and mirrors. The important part is we're talking about tangential velocity. We're talking about the guys trying to land a plane on a runway that's going 500 miles per hour. The ground underneath his airplane is going 500 miles per hour in his reference frame. Let's talk about the reference frame of the airplane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So from within the reference frame of the airplane, the ground is going 500 miles per hour faster. Yeah, sure. He has the inertia. He has the inertia from New York City. He has its tangential velocity, its acceleration, whatever you want. But think about the Earth as like, say it was a giant spinning disc. And if you were in the center, try to walk to the edge in a straight line. Right? What's going to happen? Can you walk to the edge in a straight line? From your reference frame, you can walk to the edge in a straight line. But from above it, you would have to take a curved path. Now, to take a curved path, you have to have an acceleration. So for some reason, the plane would have to accelerate to catch up in the absolute reference frame. From the external reference frame, the plane would have to accelerate to get to the edge.
Can I just say that? I think that you're actually assuming, or I don't know, but the plane is also accelerating in that direction with the same acceleration of the Earth, rotational acceleration of the Earth.
How, where's this energy coming from?
That's inertia. Inertia just doesn't just entails velocity.
Okay. That's why I don't know what you're not understanding. How fast? If you had a radar speedometer, speed gun, right? You know, one of the hell do I call it? Tachyometer. If you had a laser tachyometer and you're in outer space and you shot it at someone in New York, their speed would read 500 miles per hour. And then if you did the same thing, a radar gun, it would be 1,000 miles per hour.
Well, that's because still measuring the speed from an inertial frame of reference.
Exactly.
So it doesn't.
Yes.
So
what's wrong with that?
Are you not saying
But
the
you're
same thing
in the
then?
airplane. You are not in the rotating reference frame anymore.
We are still at the rotating reference frame, aren't we?
Oh,
We are
you're
on
not
Earth.
connected to it.
Are we taking this? Or are we measuring the speed from the space?
Oh, okay. Why is
Or
that
maybe I
different?
misunderstood something there. I
Why is
think
that
I have
different?
some.
The airplane is in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not on the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So how does anything the Earth doing influence the plane? What the plane's doing?
Because it carried the inertial force of the rotation of Earth.
Yeah, and at the New York City, it's different than at the equator.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's not different. The acceleration
It
is
has to be.
same. The speed is different, but the acceleration is same.
The acceleration has to be different. Okay.
The rotation.
The size of the
acceleration
circle.
of
The
Earth is
size of the
not.
circle is like say in 24 hours. In 24 hours, right? In New York City, you're going to take a circular path, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the size of that circle the same size as at the equator?
No.
Okay. So how do you traverse a larger distance at the equator without having a greater acceleration?
From what I understand is that the airplane carries
now you
on the
see.
inertial force, which is the rotational movement of Earth, which
When it was attached,
and what we're
at
telling you,
500 miles an hour,
when it was attached, and then it accelerates in that direction because of that.
it's on the Earth and then it takes off at 500 miles an hour when it's on the Earth. So I give it to you there. Where does it gain the extra energy from to accelerate and match the equatorial speed?
Guess I'll have to read more about that.
It's a bigger circle. Okay, so if we drew if you had a little tire, a little circle, and a big circle, for them to make a 360-degree rotation, right? The bigger circle, whatever, has to go farther. Like the arc length is a longer distance. So to stay in line with a smaller circle, like say you had like a spoke on a wheel on a tire, right? You have your inner hub and then the outer tire. If you drew a line on each, like a mark, a chalk on each one of them, and you wanted to keep them lined up, the outer tire has to spin faster. Not faster in the rotational as in like rotations per minute, not in that sense, but it has to travel across a further distance, right? Its arc length is greater. That would just be the measured length around its circumference, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the circumference of the circle at the equator is larger than the circumference of the latitude circle, right? Then you have to travel a greater distance. You have to have a greater acceleration. You'd have to accelerate to catch up to the equator. There's no doubt about it. And we know what the standard answer is. We've heard 100 times. but it doesn't fly. It doesn't make sense. It can't possibly be correct. It's just a bunch of word games. There's no substance to it. And like I said, I was trying to tell you guys, CERN, if you know what CERN is like the Large Hadron Collider, right? They smash protons together. You know, they discovered the Higgs boson or whatever the crap that is. Okay, so a physicist from CERN has tried to defend this, and he can't, because there's no way you can make it work. You can't have a plane on a rotating ball land, fly north to south, because the actual path they take would have to be a curved path, right? They're like, you know what? I'm going to post in the chat a video of it. Of how, it's just an animation of a plane and what a plane would have to do to stay over the same line of longitude on something that's rotating. That the path of the plane would have to be curved. So now you have a longer distance, right? So there has to be an acceleration because it's actually longer distance than the straight line path.
You guys are so funny.
Hey, Neutron. How's it going, man?
I'm good. What about you, bro?
Yeah, not too bad. I finished work for the day. Got my feet up. I thought I'd pop in here and see what's going on.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Neutron? You think we live on a
we live
plane
on a globe.
with topography? Or is it a ball covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space?
Yeah, we live in a spherical globe, geoid.
What makes you say that, mate?
Common sense. And
Common sense?
And bunch of evidence. Facts, I would say.
Well, let's just start off with the common sense. What common sense do you use to establish that you're on a, a geoid?
Well, look, we have to start from gravity, right?
We have to start from gravity. So you see gravity and therefore you live on a geoid?
Yeah, like if there is any mass, like, you know, any like mass that has gravity, so I would say, it is a...
How do you... Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to link a few things to the fact that we're supposed to be on a ball. So you consider it a fact that we're on a ball. So how did you get that information? Did you go and measure it for yourself and you know this to be true? Or is this just hearsay and you've had the information passed down?
Well, it's all in internet and in schools, right?
Yeah, but they've also got other horrible things on the internet. They've got porn and all sorts of stuff.
So that's why I said school, right?
So at school, they taught you live on a ball at school?
Yeah.
Same as me. You wouldn't believe that. Same as everyone else in this panel. We were all taught the same thing at school. But something that's very interesting, and I ask you now, were you indoctrinated or did you learn this?
Well, I learned this because it's, you know, it makes all sense, you know.
So when you learn this, what information did they give you to back up the claims of this sphericity or this geoid? So they must have given you something to back this up.
Yeah. Look, they taught me that gravity pulls everything towards center. So when the Earth was forming, like about like 4.5 billion years, so you know it was a hot, molten, and soft, right?
So how did they demonstrate that? How did they demonstrate that for you to understand it? Because most people learn, they just get force fed it, this indoctrination when they're in primary school, year 3, year 4. So they told you that gravity pulls everything as a molten ball together. So how did they demonstrate this curve? Did they just have a globe sitting on a desk and pointed to it and say, that's where you live, and everyone just accepted it? Or did they actually give you a demonstration of, here's how the Big Bang started, first there was nothing, and then there was an explosion, and then there was rocks and shit everywhere, and one of them, whilst it was glowing red hot, settled down a little bit, turned into Earth, and cooled down a bit more, and bacteria and shit started growing on it.
And now you're the great grandson of a stupid ape.
See, how did they demonstrate all this stuff?
It can be same said about you too, Yeah, continue.
Yeah, how did they demonstrate that to you? That's what I'm trying to work out. We went from, hey, we live on a ball, and now we've got all this other cool stuff, which has nothing to do with curvature. And they just
I don't remember how they demonstrate, but I can tell you that if Earth was was a flat Earth, ships would disappear, right? But we all have those interconnected routes, like those invisible routes in which plane can go from a point to a second point.
Let's go from one thing at a time. So the ship's disappearing. That's just a matter of optics. So it's how your eyes work. Because the lens in your eye is a certain size.
No,
once things get below a certain angular resolution, a certain size limit, I think it's 0.02. Once it gets below that, you can't resolve that image. It just blurs into the background. It turns to fog because you can't resolve it.
So why do ships come back instead of just going?
When they missed you.
So the problem is there's a couple of things going on. So when you're standing at the beach and you watch a ship sail away, you've got to remember your eye level is the center line, okay? So from your eye level down to the water, that is one set of angles. Your eye level up to the top of the ship is another set. So which one, as it sails away, is going to be smaller first? So you're looking at a great big cruise liner as it sails away. And these things are, 100-foot high? Maybe higher? You're watching one of those sail away, and your eye line is only, 5 foot? I'll say 5 foot. So from 5 foot to the water, as that sails away, it's not going to get very far before that angle that you're looking at becomes smaller, 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 and once it hits 0.02, game over. You can't see. But when that one hits 0.02, from your eye level to the top is still really big. So it's bigger than 0.02 and you can still see it. And that's all that's happening. Really, really easy stuff. There's a thing called the Rayleigh criterion, and that is what it is. It's about that angle and things disappearing.
But but first the hull disappears, right? Then the mast, then finally the top. Am I right?
And because of what I just said, everything I just explained was because what is that?
Oh, yeah. I see.
It's to do with the relationship of your height. So when you're standing at the beach, how tall is your eyes? How far are your eyes off the water?
Distance between me and the sea, right? The water.
Correct. Your eye level. What level is that? How tall?
It would be 6 foot, feet.
So you're 6 foot tall. So your eyes aren't mounted on top of your head. So they're on the front. So we'll just say 5 foot to be nice and easy. So your eye level is 5 foot. So let's just imagine now that we freeze the water and you can walk out to that ship. So it's a great big cruise liner. These things are 100 foot high. So when you go and stand next to it, you've walked out on this frozen water, you're standing next to it. Are you close to the bottom or close to the top?
I'm close. Sorry, what?
Your eye line, is it close to the bottom? So you've got water level, and as your eye line is closer to water level or closer to the top of the ship?
It's close to the water level, right?
Excellent. So as you start walking backwards between your eye level, horizontal, and the water, generates an angle. And as you get further and further and further away, that angle gets smaller, 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 smaller. Once that angle gets to 0.02, you can't resolve, you can't see what that image is. Now, from your eye line to the top of the ship, that's a big section, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that would be a big angle. So that means you could get further back again. That's why the bottom disappeared first before the top does.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Because the top is bigger angle. That's all. It's really, really simple stuff. Now, what's really cool, when the bottom disappears and the ship goes a little bit further and then more disappears, you grab binoculars and have a look, zoom in, and there he is again. So
the whole ship, right?
Yep. But what is cool is the binoculars have their own optical limit. So when that ship gets to the limitation of the binoculars, then you've got to go get the high-powered telescope. And then zoom in again, and the telescope has its own optical limit. It's to do with the size of the lens. That's all.
No. Like, so okay. If the ship moves more far away, the curvature hides the lower part first, bro. Like, it is only possible.
I'll show you something. Hold on. I'll show you something really cool. Have a look at this when it loads up. Oh, it's going to load up quick. Alrighty, loading. All right. In the side chat. There it is. Can you see the very last thing posted? There's 2 coffee cans.
Yeah.
2 images. Okay. Notice in the bottom image of the cans how the very bottom of the can is disappearing. See the green band at the bottom? So see the top image? You can see the green band at the bottom of the can. The blue and green band. And then in the bottom image, it's disappeared. That's on a flat surface.
Well, look.
So what it's about, it's about optics. It's about the size of the lens. So the lens in your eye is about 5 millimeters. The lens
I'm from Australia.
Oh, Australia. I'm from Kazakhstan.
Aha, nice. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
You too.
If you have any questions about the topic, you can direct them to Jamsy if he's available. If not, I'm sure he'll be back in a minute.
How's Kazakhstan's weather? Oh, my bad.
Why aren't you talking?
You will have to hear us talking, not see us. But we're here. How you doing? You say you're from Kazakhstan?
Yes, I'm from Kazakhstan.
How's the weather in Kazakhstan? Well, if you cannot answer that one, how's the weather?
How do you repeat, bro?
How is the weather in Kazakhstan? The weather. You know the climate. Alright, no worries.
1 minute, bro. The weather is great here. Is you?
What was the question? What do you say?
Білем, түсінбеймін оны. Question деген. My English levels in is beginner, bro.
Oh, yeah. That's fine. It's good to practice. If you're interested, just go through the material, read a lot, and listen to videos, and you can practice. You're doing all right. So good job. You're doing good. Just gotta practice the wording and the language.
Thank you.
You know about weather? The climate in Kazakhstan? Is it raining? Is it foggy? Is it hot? Cold? Kazakhstan.
Bro, Kazakhstan is hot. Yes, very, very hot.
Very hot. Okay.
I'm participate English watching videos разные ленговые.
That's good, yeah. That's how you practice the English. Practicing the videos. I'm watching the videos, yeah.
Yes.
I learn a lot doing that.
Where are you from?
Me, I'm from America.
America? States?
United States, yes. Correct. Do you know about cosmology in Kazakhstan? Your ancestors. What do they spoke about the Earth? You know the Earth? You know the Earth we all live in? We stand on?
I don't understand. You.
That's fine, bro. Earth, cosmology of the Earth. Those are words that are related to this topic in here. You can learn. But no worries, man.
Where are you live? In city?
City?
Then yes.
I'm from a city called Boston.
Boston.
Yeah.
I want to go America. Этим летом, then. Yes, 1 minute.
Yeah, come visit. It's a cool place. It's a lot of things to do. If you go all across the Americas, there's many places to go visit.
I want to go America this summer.
All the paperwork in place. You have like the permission from your country to travel. You got the paperwork, passport.
Working travel, working travel.
They let you travel?
Working travel. How old are you?
Me?
Yes.
I'm 30. Ooh, I'm 39.
Oh.
How about yourself?
I'm 19 years old.
Cool, cool.
Mm.
Got a long ways to go. You're 19 and you're gonna travel to America this summer.
Yes, this summer.
I ask you, are you gonna travel by yourself or with family or what?
For work.
For work, okay, I got it now. Yeah, I think you said that.
Tell me how to improve my English.
Well, I will say audiobooks and reading the words. You want to see the words written. You want to hear the sound, how to pronounce them,
Mm-hmm.
and at least see some visual of what those words represent. Like if he's talking about a fruit, you see the fruit. If he says apple, you see an apple. If he says car, you see the image of the car. If he says house, you see the image of the house and the words that goes with it. It's like three things: the sound, the word on paper, and the image that word represents. I think that's one of the best ways to learn it. If you're watching too much fantasy stuff like cartoons and stuff, you're gonna, I don't know, it's kind of weird to learn it that way. Wanna keep it more real.
What are you doing right now?
I'm watching the TV because I'm connected to it. Talk to you.
Mm,
Doing something else with my friends.
mm,
What about you? What are you gonna do for work in America? You say you're coming to America for work? What are you gonna do here?
How's the weather?
The weather is it's a little chilly, a little cold.
Cold, huh? Ah, a little
A
cold.
little bit. A little bit. Not too cold, not freezing cold. Which is the difference between real cold and freezing cold. I mean, not freezing and not freezing are different colds.
Okay.
So it's not freezing cold. So what are you gonna do in America? You're gonna build bridges, or what are you gonna come? You said for work here. Are you like an engineer building bridges in America? Coming to?
Uh, you can write to the chat, please. I don't understand these questions.
You want me to ask the question in the chat?
Yes.
Or you want me to read a question in the chat? I think he wants me to write it. I'm not gonna write it right now. You said you're coming for work to America, right? Coming for work?
Yes.
What work? What type of work?
Fine, fine. 1 minute, yes. 1 second. You know G1 visa.
Mastercard, then Visa. Just kidding. What do you say about Visa?
G1.
I almost got it, but I'll be back.
pure Turkish. I am Rinda Ali Randa Khan from Superpower Bangladesh, and Bangladesh fully supports Palestine. I want to marry a Turkish girl.
Hello?
Hello.
You guys believe in flat Earth, right?
I believe in it and I know it's flat.
Yeah.
Hello?
I haven't seen too many.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fantastic. What would you like to talk about?
Okay. Anything. Where are you
Anything?
from?
From God, I think. So, the Earth is flat. Did you know that?
What?
The Earth is flat.
I think that.
Great. So we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How old are
Where are
you?
you from? Why are you asking all these personal questions?
I think that's normal.
I don't think you need to know my age. I don't ask people their ages when I meet them. But anyway.
Okay. It's up to you.
Yep.
No problem.
Well, welcome to the server. I must go on mute now.
Okay.
Что? Боты какие-то ебаные.
Hey. Can you like prove to me that Earth is flat? Can you prove that Earth is flat? Hey. Hello. Is anyone here?
Yo, what's up? I'm here.
Can you prove that Earth is flat?
Oh, you asking me?
Yeah, like, look at the name of the VC.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not the guy to ask.
Okay. So can anyone else prove that Earth is flat? Never mind.
Oh my.
Hello?
Hey, is anyone there? Like, can you prove to me that the Earth is flat? Hey, like, you did not answer my question the last time as well. Hey, who is the host of this channel?
Yeah, I got the answer. I can prove it.
Oh, okay, prove that Earth is flat.
Look outside. It's flat. Just look around you.
Sir, I don't get your point. What do you mean, look outside?
Look around. Does it look like a ball? You gotta look.
Oh, okay, I believe you. Yeah, Earth is flat.
Stop the cap.
Thanks for... Thanks for convincing me. That was a very strong argument that you presented.
I know it was my strongest. I'm very proud of that argument. I'm like, yeah, I'm just joking. I don't know. I'm in the same boat as you. I don't know if that analogy works. The same boat as you.
Yeah, so now I'm confused whether Earth is round because you just shook my argument. You just shook me entirely.
Wow.
Like you just like you just shattered my beliefs. Like I'm in a state of denial right now. Like how is that even possible? Was I believing the thing that I was believing all the time was a lie? Oh man, I can't believe it. Earth was flat all the time. Goat. Thanks, man. And now I will preach this message to everyone else. I will preach the reality. I know that they were like keeping us in agenda and propaganda. It was all the illusion created by the government and everyone else. Hey, Relight.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I am able to hear you.
Good.
Yeah, so
Listen up. I'm going to prove to you that the Earth is flat. Are you ready?
yeah, sure. Go
Are
ahead.
you able to see the chat?
See what? Like, can
The
you,
chat.
sorry, the church?
Chat.
The magnet? Sorry, what did you say? I did not understand your speech. So, like, can you repeat?
Yes. Can you have a look at the chat? Do you see the picture I posted?
Are you actually a flat earth believer?
Yes, it's not a belief. I'm going to prove to you that it's flat, okay? I'm going to tell you what I know. Are you able to see the chat?
Yeah, I am.
Do you see the picture in the chat that I posted?
But it is quite difficult to understand because I'm just 16.
Do you see the picture I posted?
Yeah, I do.
What is it a picture of?
It is a picture of the earth.
Yes. Have you seen pictures like that before, maybe posted by NASA?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. This is what you think you live on, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you see all the blue stuff?
Yeah, I do. It is the water.
It is water.
It is water.
Yeah. Do you see
Yeah.
something? Do you see something peculiar, something weird about that water?
No, I don't.
Look,
What do you mean?
it curves around the ball, right? So it's curving water, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. This is what they show us. I can even grant it to you. Let's just say that this picture is real. Okay? We can agree for now. It's a real picture of Earth, okay? How can we check this claim? Do you think if we see this much curving water on that Earth, that we should be able to measure it somehow? Check if it actually curves down here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we do, we have a test. We know that they have claimed that the Earth is 3,959 miles radius. That is the radius that they claim. That's the size they say Earth is. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So if it is a ball and it curves, we can use math to calculate how much it has to curve over distance. Are you with me?
Yeah, I am.
No, your Tessa, I also pasted one of those tests that someone has done over 21 miles. They placed a laser about 5 foot over water. They shot it to the other side, 21 miles away, and it ended up about 4 or 5 foot on that side as well. And it's the 21-mile Salt Lake video. You can watch it when you have time. And then you can come back with more questions. I think I broke. Oh, that's unfortunate. Broke her friend as well. Mic test. Is this going through? I'm just checking with the YouTube bot right now. Testing, testing. All right, it is working. So we're gonna have a blood moon on March 3, March the 3rd. Hope we get a bunch of Globers in here so we can ask them how a shadow can be read.
What's happening on March 3rd?
Blood moon. The moon will turn red for 82 minutes, according to NASA.
Nice.
Well, so I think they claim that it's a total lunar eclipse, right? Which means their claim is that the Earth is kind of shadowing it, if I understand their lore correctly. But we know it can't be the Earth's shadow doing it. And even if it was, how can a shadow be red? So it's a pretty easy argument from our side. And the blood moon happens roughly 2 to 3 times per decade. Should be visible pretty much in a lot of places on Earth.
Does it say where on Earth?
It says, the article I'm reading from NASA says that 3.3 billion people can see it. I don't know. You probably have to Google it if you want to. So, if you want to be specific, if you want to get specific countries, I don't even believe the people claim. I don't think there's 8 billion people on the Earth, but that's speculation on my part, obviously. On theirs as well, to be fair. Okay, let's see. It's visible in parts of Asia, Australia, and Western Africa. So I guess you guys from Australia, you will be able to see it. Maybe take a good picture of it. Not sure about America. The March 3rd, 2026 total lunar eclipse is visible across Australia. Eastern regions, Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane. See the full event starting around 7 to 8 p.m. local time, with the totality happening around 10 to 11 p.m. Yeah, so if you're close to Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane, you can see it. That is the claim, at least. Shout out to the ancients who came up with the Saros cycle, or we wouldn't know when these things happen. Flat earthers, all of them, by the way. It's so funny to me. The globe has predictions, and then when you ask them, so do any of those predictions actually require it to be a globe? They're like, yes. And we're like, really? What about the Saros cycle? That's flat Earth. Has nothing to do with the globe. I mean, Fred Espenak was the scientist or astrophysicist in NASA who NASA hired to implement the Saros cycle for the ball. So they think it's them, but it's not. And they're like, what about sunsets and sunrise and stuff like that? And we're like, that's also flat earthers. It's the equation of time. There's no ball in that one. Anyway, we have no globers in here at the moment, so I'm just thinking out loud. We have some people watching on YouTube. If you guys want to interact, we can read your comments. Virgo Greg says Earth could be round, and then he says still flat though. I don't know exactly what that means. I don't have any context on it, Virgo Greg, but thanks for commenting in the channel. Maybe you mean that we don't make a shape claim. We only say that the surface is flat. So technically, it could be any other shape underneath it. It's just not a perfect ball. That would be impossible. Could be a hemisphere, hemisphere, though. Suppose, or whatever. We're not making a shape claim. We're only making a surface claim. And the surface is flat. Surface of water. Yes. All right, we can check the other YouTube video while I'm still here. See if there are any comments over there. Both of them are broadcasting us live right now. No comments on that chat either. We got a comment in our chat here. Stark is asking if they still use the Saros cycle or did they come up with something new? No, they're still using it. There is no reason. It's a post-diction. We know these things runs on cycles of 18 years, some months and some weeks and some days. I can't remember the exact number, but it's about 18 years. So it's been holding true for a really long time. So they just keep post-dicting these things. And they have to adjust sometimes, even on the day of it, because they still can't figure out the exact hour or minute or whatever. But it's pretty close, so it's a good cycle. I don't know what Yoder posted, some picture of cellular. Oh, I see. It was a speed test. Yeah, that looks wonky. Stark says, I see the orange shade moon like once every 3 months, occasionally more, I would say. Are they still using Saros cycle nowadays? Blah, blah, blah. I answer that. Good to know, because I had a conversation like a month ago with the guy, and he said NASA doesn't use it anymore. Well, he's wrong. They do use it. It's on their web. We can probably find a link to it. You can use Google for Fred Espenak, and it pops right up on NASA's site that he implemented the Saros cycle. So if you want a good citation, you can just Google that and get the link for your friend. Mass nationwide cell phone outages, says Yoder. Oh. Well, I'm on Wi-Fi. And I use Mint. So there's something going on. AT&T is down. Verizon, T-Mobile, Verizon Fios. CyberChat, VPN, US Cellular, Apple's Spectrum is up. I wonder if someone is talking about this over on X. Let's see. Cellular outage.
Ora che non vorrei dove.
Breaking. The cell service outage appears to be more widespread than just Verizon. Reports that T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. But that was news from the 30th of September. That's not today. Okay, here we go. Doug Chico over on X. That's his X name. 12 minutes ago says full-blown cellular outage in the U.S. I don't have coverage now. Anybody have cell phone coverage? Let us know below. 1 hour ago, massive nationwide simultaneous wireless outages with customers reporting SOS mode currently impacting Verizon Wireless and more providers. Verizon is having a big outage right now, according to X. But who knows? AT&T is affected. T-Mobile. Yeah, you're right, Joder. I mean, there's a lot of people reporting on this right now. I don't watch mainstream news anymore. I get my news from X mostly, and who knows what you can trust even there. But that's what a lot of people are saying right now. 1, 2, testing. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm still being heard. Hello, Yaga Bruno. Welcome back. Not much going on at the moment. We had a couple Globers here earlier today, and as soon as they were presented with flat water evidence, they both broke and left immediately. She was pretty tough in the beginning. Do you have any proof? Prove it to me. And like, yeah, I will prove it to you. As soon as they got the proof, they took off. That's what usually happens. Yep. Hi. I see you're in the chat as well. We're just talking about the blood moon that's going to come here on March 3rd. Hope we get some Globers in. We can explain to them that it's not the Earth's shadow that makes the moon red. They are not prepared. Yeah, that is right. They are absolutely not prepared. They think it's an easy win. I think some debate coaches who want to be, teach their students a lesson, they probably send them to our channel and tell them it's going to be an easy win. Earth is round. You know this. And then they come here and they get completely destroyed. Give some, some humble pie. It's a good lesson.
Hello, Turkish beauty. Please marry me. We are one ummah. Bangladesh, next superpower.
All right. I don't know what that means, but welcome to the channel, I guess. Sun boy. Sun boy.
I am from superpower Bangladesh. I want to marry Palestinian girl. Please marry me a Palestinian girl.
All right. If you keep spamming us, we're going to have to mute you. So don't do that, okay? Okay. All right. I will mute you then. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Sorry about that, son boy, but we can't have that kind of behavior in here. People are listening to this channel. They want to hear about Earth. So if you decide that you want to be cool, then we can unmute you. Well, yeah, you can stay and listen, I suppose. I actually like to just mute people. I don't usually ban people because I think if they aren't too weird and too trollish, we can use them as bait because Globers like a big herd. So when they see there's people in here, they're going to join. So I just muted the guy, but I let him stay in the channel. But unfortunately, he left anyway. He didn't want to be he didn't want to be used like that, I suppose. I'm not sure. I think we might have an event running. Hopefully, people will see it and they will come in here.
Up, guys?
What's up?
What you are doing here?
We're talking about Earth.
Earth?
Yes.
How? I don't see anything.
The place you live on. Do you think you live
Oh,
on a
nice.
Do you think you live on a ball in space?
No, I think it's yeah. I think it's flat. Yeah, flat.
Yeah. I guess we're on the same team then, because that's what I think as well. How did you come to
Bro,
that conclusion? How did you figure out that Earth is flat?
I don't have no idea.
Do you know how I figured it out?
No.
It was super easy. You know those pictures of Earth that NASA sends out? Have you seen them? It's a big ball in space. Have you seen those pictures?
Wait.
Are you able to look at the chat? Yeah, if you're able to look at the chat, I can ask you a question about that space ball in the picture that I pasted.
I'm back, bro. I'm back. Oh.
Hello.
Oh, nice, bro.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, can you look at the chat?
Yeah, I
Okay,
look it.
will.
You see the picture?
Bro, where did you get this from?
Yeah, I got it from the internet, but it's just a calculation. I just wanted to ask you about the picture. What do you see there? You see a ball?
No, I see it's flat, bro, but I think it's not really.
It's ball.
Yeah, but I wanted to tell you how I figured out that it was flat. So do you see the
Bro.
picture in the chat?
You know NASA, bro. NASA say it's a ball, not flat.
Yeah, this is a picture from NASA. This is what most people think they live on, and I'm going to tell you how I figured out that it's not a ball. You see all the blue stuff? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, bro. What?
It's water,
No,
right?
man. Yeah.
Yeah, and you see it curves around the ball? That's kind of weird, right? Water curving.
Oh.
You understand it's weird that you see water that is curving? It goes around the ball. Water. Because
Bro,
both
but
you
you can't convince me that is flat, bro.
No, I'm just asking you, don't you think it's weird that you see curving water on the ball? Because water is just flat out in nature, right?
Oh. Bro, I think it's gravity.
Yeah, sure. I can grant you gravity. So gravity is what makes that water curve around the ball. Sure, we can say that. That's fine. The problem is that when we go and test this, we take a laser and we shoot it 1 foot over the water from one side, 10 miles away.
Wait. My English is not so good, so I don't understand all things.
I'm going to type it in the chat and you can read it and maybe put it in a translator. How about that?
Okay. Trying.
So, the picture is a ball. The blue stuff is water.
Yeah.
I'm just I'm typing while I'm telling you. So the picture is a ball, the blue stuff is water, and that water curves. And I know the story is that it's due to gravity, right?
Yeah.
That's the story. So we can test it down here. Over 10 miles, water has to curve 66 foot. You can see that in the diagram.
Yeah.
So the problem is...
I want... I will sharing, and I'm back.
I'm going to type it in the chat, and then you can translate it in a translator, in Google Translate.
He gone.
All right, I'm going to type it in anyway, so if there might be someone else who wants to know. All right, so Maybe there is some Glober listening right now. We had a guy, he was asking how did I figure it out that Earth is flat? And I said to him, there's a picture in the chat. It shows one of those balls, the blue marble. There's a lot of blue stuff on it. That's water. It looks like it's curving around that ball, and we need to confirm that down here on Earth. So the picture is a ball, the blue stuff is water, and that water curves due to gravity is the story. The problem is, if we shoot the laser 1 foot over water 10 miles over to the other beach, it will end up 1 foot over water there as well. This means water does not curve as the picture shows, so we can disregard the picture because it's fake. Because we cannot confirm it down here. If Earth is a ball, the laser should end up about 66 foot in the air on the other beach. But it doesn't, and this is the reason why I am a flat earther, and I'm not ashamed to say it. And if we have any new people in here, welcome with your questions or comments. We do have a comment over on YouTube. Freemason Trash says, if Earth doesn't curve, that makes it a globe. Globe day. Doi. A globe doi. Sorry, dude, I can't decode that properly. It's a globe. Doi. I would say if Earth doesn't curve, then it cannot be a globe. Maybe that's what you meant, Freemason Trash. We have some more viewers over there on YouTube. If you want to interact with us, you can just type something in the YouTube chat and I'll read it here on Discord. Freemason Trash on YouTube says, just talking like a globetard. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. That's what they would say. Something weird. We don't have any YouTube trolls today, though. Not yet, but they usually arrive and say all kinds of weird stuff in there. All right. Well, thank you for the interaction. If you want to say something else, I'll read it here. That goes for the rest of the viewers over on YouTube as well. And I'm checking both channels right now. So if you're listening to this, we can interact with you guys for a little while because there's nothing much happening here. No Globers in the Discord at the moment. Only former Globers. I almost feel ashamed to say I was once a Glober. It's terrible, really. What was I thinking? I wasn't. People say that nothing changes once you figure out that the Earth is flat. But for me, it did change a lot of stuff. I was a regular dude, paying my taxes, going to work 9 to 5, doing all that stuff. I mean, I still work and I pay my taxes because I have to, but I you start to question everything. Like, who's running this whole show? Is it worth, I mean, should you vote even? Things like that. And you start questioning what you eat and your health, and you start thinking about your family more. This is my experience. Exercise became more important to me, and I feel like I also get a closer relationship with the creator, because it can't, if Earth is flat, then there has to be a designer. It couldn't just have been the Big Bang that kind of exploded from nothing and became everything. So you realize quite quickly when you accept that Earth is flat that there is a creator as well. Even if you're not religious, someone must have put us here.
Hello, guys. Long time no see. For half of you, I remember half of you.
Yeah, well, welcome back, man.
Yeah, I haven't joined this voice chat for like 3 months now, and I kind of surprised to see familiar faces. DJ, Relay, Criterion, Yoda. You renamed yourself and changed your profile picture, but I still recognize you. Yeah. Wait, Jesus Christ is God. Weren't you trolling yesterday?
No.
Okay. So, I don't know if there is a point to discuss flat Earth here. What causes acceleration downwards?
We don't know. Do you know?
I mean, gravity, but even in the sense,
No. Gravity is just the effect. We're talking about the cause. What causes it? We both realize that things fall down, both you and I. We can drop something, it falls down. We're talking about the cause, not the effect, right? So do you know what causes gravity?
some things fundamental, like electrostatic attractions, those weak and strong interactions between atoms. Like when you ask what is the cause, there is no cause. I mean, yeah.
There is a cause, but we don't know what it is. You can speculate that it's electromagnetism, for example, or mass attracting mass, or space-time is bending. You can speculate about all those things. I'm just saying nobody knows. There is no theory that has been proven.
Okay. But then we can see effects of gravity.
Yeah, we all see the effect of it. We can call that effect an effect of gravity, sure, but nobody knows the cause of it.
That's pretty much how humanity, most of it, came to conclusion that Earth is like spherical, because it's just kind of a summation of effects that we can observe, not just.
Well, I don't agree on that, because just my normal senses, if you were put on Earth and nobody told you you were on a ball, you would have immediately just thought, okay, look at the horizon, it looks flat. Okay, and do I feel any movement? No. All right, so we're stationary. You would never have come to the conclusion, oh, it must be a ball, by yourself. Someone told you that, and then you started to believe it.
If we didn't have consciousness, we wouldn't know about it either way. So,
yeah, I mean, the default position, if you're honest, is that when you look at the horizon, it looks flat. And when you feel if you're moving, it feels like you're stationary. That is the default position. But
there's a difference.
other than that, can I ask you a question? Are you
Yeah.
able to see the chat?
Yep. 1 second.
Yeah. Can you scroll up to the picture I posted on 21 minutes after the hour?
Yep, I see it.
What do you see there? You see that ball?
Let me read. I see the ball. Yeah.
Yeah. What does it look kind of like the blue marble and other pictures that NASA has claimed that this is where you live? Does it look like those? You've seen pictures from space before, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah,
it's
it
just usually like to make this exact kind of picture of Earth, the apparatus, like the camera, has to be from the side where sun is like lighting the Earth. Because if you think about it, there's only like small gap where you can take a picture like this, where full circle is visible, not like half of it, like moon. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But let's only focus on the picture now. It looks like the Earth that people think they live on. You've seen these globes in classrooms and stuff as well, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I can see even like reflection in the ocean if you can see it too.
All right, fine. But I want to ask you a question about the contents on that ball. So the blue stuff, do you know what that is?
What do you mean on the picture? The blue stuff? You mean the oceans?
Yeah, it's oceans, water, right?
Yeah.
Do you notice something super weird about that water? It curves, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, and you would say that's because of gravity, right?
I'd say so. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the official story. That's the lore of the ball, right? So now here's the problem. They have also told us the size. Earth's radius, do you know what that is? You can look at the picture. It actually says it right there.
It's about 6,000 kilometers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3,959 miles, right? So that means we can use math to figure out how much water need to curve over distance. You with me? Yeah. So if we, for example, in the diagram, we look up 10 miles, you can see 10. How much drop over distance is that? 66 foot in the diagram, in the picture, right? So are you with me? So when we take a laser and we go to a 10-mile wide lake, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance if Earth is a ball. The problem is that when we shoot that laser from 1 foot over the water on one beach to the other side, it doesn't end up 66 foot in the air, which it has to be to do if Earth is a ball. It actually ends up 1 foot over water on the other side as well. So that means water doesn't curve. So that means we can totally disregard these so-called pictures from space because they do not represent reality. We cannot confirm it when we do measurements like these. And people have done thousands of these tests. There is.
Wait, so you come to a complete conclusion that it's not true just based on a single experiment, which like you conducted it, or
You've come to a conclusion of photographs are true and correct without validating them?
Yeah, I have done tests myself personally over 6 miles. And that was good enough for me. And I've also seen the beach in Denmark from the Swedish side. That's 10 miles away. And I have been able to see my brother on the 6-mile test that I did. So here's the thing: you don't have to trust me, right? There is Stark posted a video in the chat where someone did over 21 miles. They shot the laser 5 foot over the beach, 21 miles over to the other side, and it ended up 5 foot over the beach on that side as well. It should have ended up 266 foot in the air, but it didn't. So this is
for me it worked.
Yeah, go.
So from about where I live or where I was I was not supposed to see wait. France is 180 kilometers from the point I could observe it.
Yeah, it's about 110 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, and I couldn't see it even though I was on the mountain and there is like a observation point. I think it's 42 meters above sea level.
Mm.
And I looked at the direction where France is, and I couldn't see no land and nothing.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Because Earth is curved, maybe.
Yeah, no, because we have something here called the atmo, right? There's air pollution, there's particles in the air, and so forth. Plus light doesn't travel for like forever either, and you don't have Superman vision, so that's probably just normal. Because there are other observations when we have better conditions. You can see mountains hundreds of miles away, right? So it just depends a little bit. Maybe you were there on a bad day, or maybe you can never see France from that spot. But I mean, there are so many other tests. Here's the thing, though. Even if you don't believe any of the laser tests that we posted here, it's so nice. You can still go out and find a lake that's 10 mile wide yourself and bring a friend and a good zoom camera and see if you can see him on the other side. So I just showed you the method. The method we only teach people the method to do it themselves, right? So then you don't have to trust me. You can just trust yourself. Then that's the easiest way to become a flat earther.
How to perfectly balance the laser? How to make it like perpendicular?
Yeah, you would have to do that, obviously.
Because if you think about it, if it's like 89.9 degrees, not 90, like that little difference over that large distance, it can affect maybe.
Excellent. So how about what we do, instead of trying to set it up perfectly horizontal, why don't we tilt it down? If you live on a ball, it will be pointing up anyways, and it's not going to make a difference. So instead of pointing it horizontal, we're going to point it negative. And then when we get to the other end, or maybe if we're lucky, here's another way you can do it. You can set your laser up and deliberately point it into the ground, and then you keep lifting it up until it just skims the ground.
Yeah.
And then go to the other end.
Question. As a matter of fact, that's what the guys in this test did. They shot it from 5 foot up, and it ended up 4 feet over the beach on the other side. So it was tilted down slightly. Good point, Matrix.
This is also another point. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's like set up perfectly straight. I mean, there's tests where they've gone to extreme effort to make sure it's perfectly straight using all sorts of leveling equipment, like the FE core test over 40 kilometers. But it really, you're probably going to have to do that if you wanted to hit the target on the other side. Otherwise, you're going to have to move it around a bunch until you hit the target. But if the Earth's a globe, it doesn't matter if it's not perfectly straight, because there would be hundreds of feet of curvature blocking point A from point B. So you would not be able to hit your target no matter which way you point the laser. You can point the laser any way you want. If the Earth's a globe, over 40 kilometers or something like that, or even 10 miles, it's just 16 kilometers, you're not going to hit your target if the Earth's a globe. But every single test, the target gets hit. And these are done in all different weather conditions, all different locations. Frozen lakes, salt lakes, regular lakes, oceans, over all sorts of different places it's being done. It's hitting the target every single time. It's not possible on a globe.
Nice to hear you, by the way, DJ.
Yeah, you too, man. Good to see you back here.
Yeah. I remember you conducted lake experiments even twice in your life in Australia or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I probably did about 20, just because I lived at the lake. And, I lived like right next to the lake, and I had a boat, and I was using the lake quite a lot. I wasn't doing laser tests, but I was doing long distance observations.
Maybe we could, or you could try a laser test as well.
Yeah, I don't really need to at this point. There's been so many done. I mean, it's been done and dusted. I mean, when we've got a team of field engineers going out doing multiple different tests with a $30,000 laser and weather stations and like $30,000 worth of additional equipment, collimators, and all this crazy stuff, you know. That's been done. We got PhDs like Dr. John D going out using all different spectrums of laser, and he's a professional in the field of optics, photospectrometry. I can't even say it. I forget how to say it. Photospectrometry or something like that. Anyway, he knows his stuff, and there's just so many tests that have been done. It's every single test shows that there's no curvature over these distances. And I just think it's weird that the globe side doesn't have any of these. They don't have any counter tests that show that, oh, look, it's a globe.
Wait, so you think a $1 laser wouldn't be like powerful enough?
It's good to use to, like, you know, play with your cat or something like that.
Yeah, but not like over very long distances.
Nah, it's not really, man. It's not going to be any good. I mean, these people are using extremely high-powered lasers, big lasers. Even NATO was trying to find the geometric horizon. They did their own series of tests called the Sapphire tests, and even they were inconclusive on their test. They couldn't find the geometric horizon doing their own laser tests.
Over shorter distances, 10 miles isn't far enough for a mirror test to fail. You can actually do that if you can't afford a laser, and you can actually buy some lasers on Amazon that can shoot a few kilometers at least, but mirror test is a pretty good alternative because it's free.
Yeah, that's a great one. Also, I was watching a flashlight one the other day where he set up a pretty high-powered flashlight, and he had the camera guy 13 point something miles away, and the camera was only just above the surface of the water, I think 5 foot high, and you could clearly see the torch shining in the camera from over 13 miles away. And then he would say, okay, put your hand over the front of the torch, and as soon as he would put his hand over the front of the torch, you couldn't see the light anymore. And they kept doing that, and then they kept lowering it. I think they lowered it all the way down to about 1 foot above the surface of the water, and you could still see the torchlight.
Yeah, I've done exactly that over 6 miles in Sweden. So I know that works.
But still, you know, with lasers, I can put it into my mind how would you like perfectly make laser 90 degrees?
It doesn't need to be, but if you want to hit the target, you could keep moving it around until it hits the target, like keep adjusting it. But FE Core did that. They used all sorts of high-tech leveling equipment. So they put the laser on a big, long, extremely long device that they made. It took them months to create this crazy laser that they used. They spent $28,000 just on equipment, not including the time it took them. And they used like leveling equipment, like spirit levels and things like that, to make sure it was perfectly level. And because the target was the same height on the other side, they knew they had it correct because it hit the target 5 times in a row over different tests that were done up to 40 kilometers away. And they also used weather stations to account for refraction, light refraction. And yeah, they covered all bases when they did that test. Those tests. But yeah, even if you do one of these tests and it's not perfectly straight, it's still, there's no way the laser can go through the curvature of the Earth to hit the target. It's not possible for it to bend around that much and perfectly hit the target either.
By the way, plain and truth. When I like first joined here, you said that if you randomly like spawn on Earth, there is no way to like figure out whether like Earth is flat or not. It looks flat from the point you like spawn, for example. And you said that you don't feel the rotation like you would do if you move. But then that rotation kind of it's different. I was about to say this immediately. It's just topic has shifted and we forgot. But I think it's important to mention that rotational motion, like you wouldn't feel that force because it's like so insignificant.
Yeah. So we could just grant you that, even though it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour, and then also orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, which is a speed you can't comprehend because it's so fast. And
then we're moving together with it.
Yeah, but the Earth is still moving at that speed, so it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
But it's not accelerating; it's uniform motion.
No, it's not uniform motion, and constant uniform motion is constant acceleration. It's outward acceleration. So constant uniform motion is constant acceleration, and also it's not uniform at the same time. Yeah, it's like it doesn't do a perfect orbit. Okay, it's not doing perfect circles around the sun.
No, I mean, yeah,
it's also tilting and wobbling. But this is the thing: it's moving at over 1.5 million miles per hour in all of these different vectors at the same time. Now, even though it's doing that, none of us can test whether you would feel that or not. Okay, so that doesn't really matter. We can say, okay, you wouldn't feel it, no problem. How do you know it's doing it then? What's your evidence for that? That's something that you would have to prove, because the default is that it's not moving, and the default is that it's flat. So if you wanted to prove that it's curving, you're going to have to prove that the water's curving over distance, and if it's moving, that's another problem. You guys need to be able to prove that it is actually moving empirically. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. But still, about that subjective feeling, it's not like on a roller coaster you're doing 5 spins in a second. It's like you're doing 1 spin in a year, if you mean around the sun. Around Earth's axis, it's just once a day. So it's like really slow, relatively.
Except that what we actually observe is the sun doing a cycle across the sky above the Earth. And we don't see the Earth doing a cycle around the sun. You see the difference?
What do you mean?
What we actually observe, everybody from the ground, the Earth, everybody standing on the same ground, right? Different positions across the world. We observe the sun moving across the sky in daily, weekly, monthly, and a yearly cycle. That's what we see. That's what we observe. What we don't see is the Earth doing that. Like the Earth in motion, going around the sun. Nobody sees that. Nobody observes that. That's just on drawings,
there is a way,
cartoons.
Like for example,
stories.
I'm like a little bit into like stars and that kind of stuff. And since November, I was like monitoring Jupiter before it became popular. And before it was bright dot, it was actually very dim, but I saw its position relative to stars around. And like every week, I noticed it becomes brighter and it moves. Relatively. So if you keep tracking that, like the relative position, it's definitely not star, because if you use telescope, you see more dots, you see Jupiter more like clearly, and you can like track that you're
just like the other stars. Jupiter, it's not like a regular star. Jupiter will be so-called wandering star. it's like you looking at a different gear of the sky, because we have the stars doing this circular motion, or we observe the stars kind of like doing their own motion, but then Jupiter, as a wandering star, is almost in its own gear,
But it's not emitting
and it
light.
has a cycle. Jupiter, like all the others, has its own cycle, and
But
cycles are
Jupiter
repeats.
is not a star; it's a planet.
Yeah, it's called a wandering star. Planet, meaning the word planet, wandering star.
Okay, I've never heard that
It's a
someone
wonder.
calling her like that. Sorry, so you confused me.
Well, yeah, it's like many of the other lights in the sky. Jupiter has similarities to the luminary, to the other stars or wandering stars, right? They have similarities. What they have is a different pattern as they move across the sky.
Oh, and also like notice that relative position of sun. Like if you were to imagine it, like you're on a sphere, and sun goes kind of behind horizon and goes down, 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 down.
Just imagine it like you're not in a sphere.
But then when you look at the sky and where there is Jupiter, you kind of realize that it's like opposite side to where sun is, like right now underground, for example, on the opposite side. So it's like illuminating.
That's you mentally adding that in. You're saying, oh, I see the sun, but I don't see Jupiter because it's at the other side of the world, under the ground that I'm standing. Or the sun is below the ground and I see Jupiter. That's
Wait. So how high do you think the sun is?
that will be an unknown for me because I cannot measure it. There might be some people that have estimates about that, but the sun, even for the sun, even for the globers, is in an apparent position. So something apparent, you cannot triangulate it until the
very
distance.
easy to measure using triangles and angles of because it's a single source of light, and you can because Earth
but it's apparent.
Stark posted a couple of good videos in the chat. You should have a look, Marian. One of them is the sun analemma, which kind of, to me, proves that it's the sun that's moving and not us, because otherwise the Earth would have to do an eight-shaped thing underneath the sun, and we know it doesn't do that just on account of feeling that we're not moving, right? But
exactly.
the sun doesn't exactly go down either.
I lost the thought. What do you mean eight shape? I mean east always remains east and west always remains west.
Have a look at the video. You will see that that shows us the sun analemma. You would have to Google it if you haven't heard of it before, but it does a figure 8 over us.
What does?
The sun.
The sun?
That doesn't work if the Earth is a ball.
Sun.
Look at the video in the chat.
I'm googling it.
The sun is moving. Posted by
is it recent? Oh yeah,
analemma.
I see it. Sorry.
Yeah. So you would have to argue that the Earth is moving underneath the sun in that pattern, and that becomes really weird when it's if Earth is a ball. I mean, it's in the chat. There's a video 56 minutes after the hour, posted by Stark. Shadow angles prove the sun is moving.
The same? Wait, so it's not the same day. It's
this is over a year.
January. Over a year, right?
Yeah, it does that pattern over and over.
But if Earth had a tilted axis, wouldn't it have like the very same thing?
Dude, that's what you will have to argue, that the Earth is actually doing that pattern underneath the sun every year.
The sun that we see in the sky is apparent to each different person. Okay, if you were to draw a straight line from what your eyes looking at the sun, and other people also drew straight lines from their eyes to the sun, they're not all going to meet at a single point. Everyone sees it unique to themselves. You're not going to have convergence of all of those imaginary lines of people looking at the sun. The sun is very much apparent. We need to take personal perspective and field of view and angles and all sorts of things into account. And also the atmosphere, the atmo. All of these things need to be taken into account when we're looking at an apparent light in the sky.
So the sun is moving, not the Earth.
Correct. Just like we all
Obviously.
experience. Yeah.
Obviously.
So where does if one part of the world is at like a day, another is at night, and the opposite, right?
Yeah.
But we can make it like a claim that if at least one half is illuminated, right, then the sun must be at all times in kind of space above the plane of Earth.
Yeah, it's always above the Earth. But because it's not 93 million miles away, as it moves to different sections of the Earth, the light from the sun isn't able to push forever through the air. It's called the attenuation of light. Okay,
But
so
it doesn't look to me like it's moving away. Actually, I mean, the sun is not becoming smaller, or it's not slowing down when
it's not close enough. It's not close enough that it would get smaller. It changes a little tiny bit in size,
but it's not
much
slowing
at all.
down. That would work on any scale.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't slow down either. You're seeing it within your field of view. Okay, you can see in a big hemispheric field of vision above your head, just like if you see a plane coming from the horizon. Okay, and the plane looks like it's going up into the air, even though that's just perspective, and it takes a big arc over the top of your head, and then it does the same thing as it goes away in the distance the other way. Right? The plane's at the same altitude the whole time, except it looks like it's converging. I mean, it looks like it's coming up from a convergence point due to perspective. The same thing happens with the clouds or a hallway, right? Or when you're at the beach and you're looking out at the horizon.
For a plane, okay, you said that it wouldn't work about size for a sun, but for plane at least, while it's above you, it's moving, for example, slow but fast enough. But the far it goes to the horizon, it kind of looks slower because there is like not infinitely, but you know what I mean, more space than just right up above your head. Yeah, so it looks like from the perspective it's slowing down, not slowing down, but it's moving away slower, even though it can move with the same speed, for example. But with sun, it kind of sets with the same kind of movement speed as like it's constant throughout all flights.
No, it's definitely not. It's definitely not. Sometimes I think even according to the globe model, it slows down quite a lot as it reaches towards the horizon, some places more than others. But you're looking at an apparent light that's only appearing to go down due to the way your perspective works. Now, there's a lot of mystery when it comes to the sun, and you're only looking at an apparent light source when you're looking at the sun. But it's not going to behave exactly like the plane because the plane's obviously much, much closer in your field of view.
But guys, I think if we take like a time lapse of a day, like of the sun during the day, and we do sections and like measure like the lengths or whatever, the speed of the sun throughout the day is just the same, even though it's perspective and it should be changing.
No, it does change. It's just apparent change, though. And also, have a look at what Stark posted in the side chat.
Yep,
the one of the time lapse of the sun. I mean, to me, that just looks like the sun is moving away. Okay, and that's what we would expect to see due to the way that our perspective works.
The horizon, it looks the sun is being.
There's clouds there.
No, because with no clouds, the light in the camera it appears larger, so it looks closer. It's just like a visual illusions. There are
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it's shrinking as it's moving away. It's just appearing to shrink because of the.
It's appearing to shrink because there's less light and it can. Focus
it's not glare. There's another word for it. I forget what it is, but it's just it's exciting the sensor of the camera and it's making it appear like it's bigger. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the sun looks like it's just moving away from you due to perspective, the same as when a plane moves away from you or when the clouds converge with the horizon or when anything goes off in the distance. It looks like it converges into what's called a vanishing point. It's just human perspective, the way we see things. It looks like the sun's moving. That's my main point here. It doesn't. Okay, so you would have to claim that you're on a globe and you're spinning backwards away from the sun faster than the speed of sound, blah, blah, blah. We just say the sun's moving across the sky, and then we could go down to that water there and we could perform all sorts of different tests, and the curvature that would have to be there isn't there. So it can't be a globe.
Wait, what did you say about speed of sound?
Well, okay, so the Earth is spinning faster than the speed of sound. So you're spinning backwards. Okay, so this is what they say if you're on a globe and you watch a sunset. Okay, they say the sun is not moving from your perspective, and
Jesus Christ, sun is exploding on that GIF. It's not you sending. Sorry, in the chat.
Yeah. So this is what they tell you if you live on a globe. Okay, so the flat earther says the sun's moving away from you. It's going east to west. The sun's moving. On a globe, they say, no, the sun's not moving from your perspective. They say you're actually spinning backwards away from the sun faster than the speed of sound, faster than a 9mm bullet. And that's what makes it appear like the sun's setting.
I don't see a problem with that. If momentum is conserved and air moves together with the Earth, so relatively nothing moves. Everything is stationary.
How does the air move with the Earth?
Momentum?
Gravity is not the answer. That's not what they claim.
I mean, when you're born, it doesn't mean you like born with zero momentum and you like
Yeah, you are.
Born into like a space.
No, you're just born onto a flat Earth, and then you get told it's a globe when you go to school, and then you believe it's a globe just because you got told it's a globe, even though you don't experience a globe. Okay, and this is the thing. That's not my point, whether you would feel it or not. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the sun moving across the sky. We just say the sun's moving across the sky because that's what we experience. And then you guys say that you're spinning backwards away from the sun.
Right.
That's all.
No, it's just you say like subjective what you see, subjective perspective and how you like perceive it as flat Earth. But then I feel the same way, but I like see on the sky like we're on the globe, you know?
Yeah, but you wouldn't think that if you weren't taught that while you were growing up. You just see the sun moving across the sky. That's okay. So this is you see the sun moving across the sky. I see the sun moving across the sky. You imagine in your head, right, that really the sun's not moving across the sky. You're just spinning away from the sun. Okay, and this you go to the ocean or a lake and you see flat water, but you've been told that no, really that water's curving. Okay, all of these things you get told, they've basically replaced your common sense with a whole bunch of nonsense, and you just believe it blindly.
How can it not work opposite way, you know? That like you
because there's no evidence. There's no evidence for it.
Oh, okay. You linked observations with evidence. Okay, I got this. I just thought for a moment we like shifted from the evidence more to like observations that we can see, not measurements, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't post anything.
So like in terms of observations, like what we see is like it just can work in opposite way. Like flat earthers, they see sun moving away, like sun is moving, not the earth, for example, spinning. Because it's harder to imagine 3D than linear movement of the sun in a way.
Yeah. Look, that's all. Like, we all see the sun moving across the sky. Okay, we can't detect any motion. You already admitted that. You said you wouldn't detect any motion. So you experience a stationary Earth. You already admitted that.
No, wait, you can.
Okay, how?
Not with the feelings, subjective feelings, because if you use like
It's not
formulas,
subjective. There's nothing subjective about whether you would feel the motion of the Earth or not. You already said you don't feel the motion because it's going so slow over such a long period.
86,000 seconds.
Yeah. So so we can agree that we experience the Earth as motionless. Right? You just said that. That's what you just said. But when I tell you, when you have to actually say it out loud like this, all of a sudden you hesitate.
No. I'm hesitating because I just saw that physics tells us that gravity has no limits. I mean, those distant galaxies, they do affect us gravitationally, just a little tiny bit.
Cool story. What's that got to do with whether you would feel motion or not?
But it wouldn't, because feeling motion for a human.
Okay, so you don't feel the motion, so you experience the Earth as with no motion, stationary. Say yes.
You can say you experience no subjective force.
Why is it subjective? Why is it subjective? You don't feel any motion. You said you wouldn't, even if it was a globe. Even if it was a globe, you wouldn't feel any motion. So when I say, do you experience the Earth with no motion? You should easily be able to say yes, but for some reason you're hesitating because now you're thinking about it. This is funny that globe earthers do this, right? You'll say that the Earth's so big and we're so small that you can't see any curvature. And then we say, hold on a second. Hold on, let me finish. English, you're very good at English. Don't be silly. Okay, so okay, well, you're doing great. Good job. Congratulations. So when we ask globe earthers, how come we don't see the curvature? They say, oh, the Earth's so big, but we're so small, so we can't see any curvature. And then we'll say, so you experience the Earth as flat. And they'll be like, actually, well, and they can't just say that. It's like their brain won't let them say it. It's the same thing with the motion. It's the same thing with the movement of the sun. It's like a cognitive, dissidence thing or something like that. It's like you're not admitting you're a flat earther just because you say what you just admitted a bunch of times. You don't feel any motion. Could still be a globe, but you don't feel any motion, so you experience the Earth as motionless.
Okay, now can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you say you don't feel any motion, but you are born the way to not feel the pressure of 100 kilopascals. You're born the way to not feel the gravity of 10 meters per second, which is like crazy acceleration downwards that we can actually measure. Like if you drop a pen from your ceiling to 2 meters and then you rearrange formula.
They say gravity is an extremely weak force. That's what they say. It's an extremely weak force.
Comparing
even just electrostatic, even just the electrostatic force is 10 to the 39 power stronger than gravity. So they say gravity is an extremely weak force on the globe model. That's what they say. But this is the problem with the gravity. We can just debunk that really easily by showing you that the water's not curving. Okay, so if you have a downward acceleration of 9.81 meters per second squared, that means all of the water on the Earth would have to be curving at that specific rate that we can calculate based off the radius. And if it's not curving, then gravity's not working. It doesn't work. You don't have gravity, you don't have a globe if you don't have the curvature. It's as simple as that.
So it all comes down to the thing that you don't see the curvature of like water, basically. Because even
you would see byproducts. You would see byproducts of the curvature. Okay, so things in the distance would start to become hidden behind the curvature at a certain distance. It would have to be hidden.
Isn't that what we see?
No, that's not what we see. In fact, what we see is that we can see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe consistently. And there's no evidence, right, that there is actually any curvature. Sometimes we can have physical obstruction, like ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean, causing the bottom of something to be obstructed, or we can have miraging effects, such as sinking, which makes something look like it's essentially sinking or hidden behind the horizon, even though it's not. It's just an optical effect, an atmo effect. But these things can be replicated on flat surfaces on a small scale, so we can prove that it's not actually due to curvature. But most of the time, when we do long-distance observations and laser tests, the curvature that would have to be there is never there. There's not one test that shows that the curvature is there.
Okay, I get this claim. It's just
this is it.
I mean, this is it. To like repeat some claims many times.
Yeah, because you guys don't seem to get it, and it's fine. I understand it. If you want to cling onto the globe, you guys have to try to divert to something else. But if you don't have curvature over the water, which covers 70% of the globe, then you don't have a globe. It's just as simple as that. Everything's going to lead back to the prerequisites of the globe. Okay, it's like, okay, if you want to have a globe, this you have to have this. Okay, that's the curvature.
Wait, so what's
the main
like
thing?
the main problem for like flat earthers that they're facing is trying to measure the curvature of water.
No, it's not a
You
problem.
are fake news.
It's actually not a problem. It's the easiest thing to do, and we've got thousands of tests. I could sit here for the next 10 hours going over test after test after test. And when I ask a globe earther to present a test, they don't have one. There aren't any.
I mean, they probably don't come here with kind of goal to change your minds, guys.
No. That's not about, like, we have people.
That's a side story.
Yeah, look, we have all sorts of people come in here. We've got people that hate flat Earth and that literally spend their whole life trying to debunk flat Earth. We've got physicists that come in here, all sorts of people, engineers. None of them have any of these tests, and we're not even asking for people's personal tests. Find one test from anyone throughout all of history. Go on ChatGPT, go on Grok, go on Google. Find one. There aren't any.
I think for curvature of water particularly, just by sending how it's called, like the weather balloon, because it can go quite high, and you can, like, if you can find some like checkpoints, maybe, and measure probably the angle. If Earth is curved, it would make sense that angle is smaller for the city you're observing from afar.
Yeah, we've done these things. We've taken infrared cameras worth $15,000 up on planes and been able to see things that are 1,000 miles away that should have been hidden behind miles of curvature. So when we go up higher, we can actually see further because there's less air, there's less disturbance. And then if we use an infrared camera, we can see even further. So there's a bunch of people that do. They go up on planes to 30,000, 40,000 feet, and they take all their camera equipment up, and they're able to see things that are 500 miles away, 700 miles away, 1,000 miles away, that should be way below the curvature of the Earth. Not to mention they're also seeing a completely flat horizon as well. And then when we send up weather balloons, we just see a flat horizon once again as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what's the idea behind it? You think, for you, how do you feel? Is it you believe that you understand the world how it is, and all the others are manipulated by governments of every country in the world, or how do you see it?
I see it as it's kind of like the globe's kind of like a tradition. It's like a hand-me-down type of thing. The people that are teaching you that it's a globe in university and school, they're not lying to you. They believe it's a globe themselves because they were also taught it was a globe, and the people that taught them it was a globe got taught it was a globe, and so on, right? And you're going to try to trace this back, and it's going to go back to crazy people like Pythagoras and that kind of thing. But most people that believe it's a globe, they don't really ever question it. They get taught it from such a young age, and then it gets reinforced throughout their life that they don't know anything about it. 99% of the globe earthers that come in here, they don't know the radius. They don't know the drop over distance rate. They don't know the basics, right? They just believe it. They're just believers. It's just a faith that they have because that's what they got told. They've never questioned it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? They've never had additional options presented to them. They're just, they're just believing. And they've never heard the flat earth arguments before. They've never seen the tests. And, so they've not gone and tested the earth. And they've just been told the same things that you're saying. It's like, oh, it's too big to see the curve. We're too small to feel the motion. Don't worry about it, guys. We got it all covered. Just trust the science.
Yeah, I mean, personally, most of us wouldn't be able, maybe if they try hard enough, they would be able to measure the curve. But if I was personally checking for the Earth being flat or spherical, I would probably rely on even sun, stars, and that kind of stuff, even though you guys saying that's all just light we don't know nothing about and that kind of stuff. But on the southern hemisphere you see one set of stars which they kind of loop. So if you go, if you know what I mean, you can build a map which is spherical of all stars.
Yeah, I know. Look, I know that there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky with the stars. But what you don't realize is how the globe became to be a thing in the first place. Okay, so they took the motion of the stars, the apparent motion of the stars, okay, and they put that into a conceptual model, which became the celestial sphere. Okay, and they turned that into a coordinate system. And then over time, they inverted that coordinate system that's based off the sky, off the stars, and then they inverted that and turned it into a globe. That's where the globe came from. It came from observing the sky, and it came from an imaginary / conceptual way of observing the sky.
I think it kind of came more from a logic, because there are 3 laws of logic that make every single statement logically true or false. I think the first one is about congruency. So you specifically define something, you don't diverge from the term you initially used. And then second law of logic is contradiction, that there couldn't be contradiction. And the third one is eliminating of the middle, so it's either this or not. So
no, that's not how it came to become a thing in the first place.
So
actually, the first people that were saying that the Earth were a globe were people like Pythagoras, okay, who was like a mystic cult leader. Okay, the cult of Pythagoras. I'm not sure if you looked into that, but he's the first person.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the first person that said that the Earth's a globe, apparently, in history. And it wasn't because he went out and made observations or did measurements. Okay, it was through crazy philosophical reasoning, because he thought that he basically thought a sphere was like a divine shape. Okay, and that the creator must have made the Earth a sphere because it's the most perfect shape. They kind of worshipped spheres. He thought the universe was like a musical instrument, and that the planets like gave out songs and things like that. All sorts of crazy stuff if you look into Pythagoras. Okay, and this is the kind of place that the globe came from. Later people took Pythagoras' ideas and kind of ran with them as well. So long before the Earth was even conceptualized to be a globe, the ancients would envision the way that we see the stars as like a big celestial sphere. So before the Earth was even presented to be a globe by anyone, they had a celestial sphere. Okay, and it's like an imaginary way of conceptualizing the motion of the stars in the sky. Okay, and then over time, that celestial sphere got inverted into a terrestrial sphere, and that's the spherical coordinate system that we still use to this day. It's an inverted celestial sphere. It's just based off the way that we observe the sky. It's got nothing to do with people going out using logic or anything like that. There's no logic behind it. What's logical is...
I was following up from that, especially after you said about two rotating, how you said it,
celestial poles.
Yes, celestial poles.
Not even celestial poles. Let's call them apparent points of rotation that the little lights in the sky appear to sort of go around.
So there is a polar star that shows you direction to the north. That what we call north. Yeah. So if there is one and only one, it makes logical sense that the Earth would be like flat. But because there are two, something is going on, and
there isn't two. I mean, what you're talking about is Polaris. Okay, and all they did was just say you're standing with Polaris directly above your head.
No,
okay, you could call that 90 degrees. And then you're just moving away from it, okay? And due to perspective, it's going to get lower and lower in the sky. And you're just plotting out points on the Earth to where you're measuring a certain angle to Polaris. Okay, when you get to around to where they call the equator, which is also in the sky, okay, that's where you can't see Polaris anymore. So then they just invert, right, duplicate that for the south. It's just a spherical coordinate system based off the way that we view the sky. There's a whole bunch of inconsistencies with it. It's not like that's where compasses even point. If they're pointing north, they're not pointing to directly under Polaris. Like the magnetic field doesn't even match up with the claimed globe at all.
Yeah, but I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, well, you're going to find the problems, the water's not curving.
Okay, let's... maybe we should, like...
It's always going to come back to that, man. Like, you can make assumptions all you like about envisioning the way that the sky works. Okay, we all observe the same sky. All of the ancient cultures, every single ancient culture all over the Earth had the same idea that we're in.
It was all respect, really. It's just like you said, it always comes to that water thing. That
it does. It does. It sucks for you guys. I know it's hard. It's rough. It's tough being a globar when you just have flat water everywhere. You guys have to use mental gymnastics and try to divert the conversation into things that none of us can truly validate.
No, sometimes it feels like you catching people on the claims, like about the motion. You remember you tried me to say, you tried me to admit that we don't feel any.
You said that this was your claim. You said you wouldn't feel any motion. So I said, okay, so you experienced the Earth as motionless, right? And you couldn't say
said,
that you would. This was your claim.
Yeah, that was my claim because it's like we don't feel that negligible stuff. We don't even feel the pressure, which is actually very high, and we would feel if we like
What
go
do you mean you don't feel
underwater.
pressure?
The pressure that is like at ground level, so 100 kilopascals. If you go underwater, you feel it.
It's not pushing you down. It's not pushing you down though. It's going. The gas particles are moving in all directions.
Yeah, but your body doesn't feel it. It's just comfortable with it. So you feel different when you go.
That's because
high in
it's
the
a
mountain.
light medium. It's gas particles. You can't even see them.
Yeah, I know,
Like
but
it's like the lightest. It's like the lightest medium possible. It's just gas, and the gas particles are just moving at random in all directions. The gas particles aren't going down. I mean, they are going down, but they're also going every single other direction equally.
They're pushing on you.
No, they're not push. What do you mean they're pushing on you though? Like they're bouncing off you.
No, I mean all the particles that are above you, they literally push 100,000 newtons per meter squared
They're not
of your
pushing.
body.
Okay. All right, and to have gas, as far as we can test in a lab, okay, on a smaller scale, is that to even have gas pressure in the first place, you need to have a contained system. It's even in the definition of gas pressure. It's the necessary antecedent to have gas pressure is to have a container.
The earth, the ground, is the wall.
No. It's above the ground. Yeah, that's.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean container?
Yeah, a container doesn't just have one wall. You don't have. Okay,
no.
If you want to have if you want to have pressure that's higher than the atmospheric pressure, like 14.7 psi. If you want to have any pressure that's higher than that, you need to have a container like a basketball or something like that. Okay, you can't just have the pressure on the outside of the basketball. You can't pump the outside of the basketball up to higher than atmospheric pressure, obviously. Okay, you need to have an enclosed container to have pressure.
What about going underwater?
That's different. We're talking about gas right now.
There is no container for like water.
You need to have a container to have a body of water in the first place. It's a different thing though. You're just changing the topic. We're talking about gases needing a container. Okay, water's another thing that also needs a container as well. You can't have water on the outside of a basketball.
But how is it different? I mean, we measure the same kind of density gradient. The deeper you go underwater and the deeper you go, I mean, the difference between like mountain height and then ground level, we also measure the difference in density of air.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing. It's a completely different thing.
Why so?
Because with the water, right? The water is just dependent on the amount of water that's above you. Okay, you could have like a 10-foot
What's
tube
the problem
of water
with the
that's
gas?
Huh?
So what's the problem with the gas?
Water, because gas particles move at random in all directions. Okay, water droplets or water doesn't do that. Okay, this is the difference between gases and liquids and solids.
What do you mean they move all in random directions? It's not that they're flying against 10 meters squared.
Gas particles. A gas particle will just move in a straight line unless it bounces off another gas particle or off the wall of its container. If you look up right now, what is the definition of gas particle movement? It'll just say gas particles move at random in all directions.
Yes, but every particle, like no matter the size, is getting accelerated just like all the other particles. Like
gas particles only move. They move because of kinetic energy, which is caused by heat temperature.
Right, and where is infinite kinetic energy coming from accelerating our bodies downwards?
There's nothing's accelerating our bodies downwards.
No, we accelerate downwards. What makes us accelerate downwards? With
Nobody knows. Nobody knows why. There's two primary directions. There's two primary directions, up and down. Okay.
So
nobody knows why down is down and why up is up. But you're more dense than the air surrounding you. Okay, and you need to use energy to keep yourself from falling down and sinking through the air to the ground. If you were a helium balloon, you would just float up into the sky. You'd go up if you were a helium balloon. But if you're a rock or a human or something like that, you're going to sink down through the air because the air can't support you because it's extremely light.
Wait, so you making conclusions about the physics of gas just based on...
No, this is mainstream. This is just mainstream gas laws. It's ideal gas law. Like you can look any of this up. This is all how universities teach it and explain it and describe it and define it. This isn't a flat Earth. This isn't a flat Earth idea. Yeah, but this is all just mainstream information when it comes to how gas particles work.
Yeah, and mainstream information about gas particles says that each particle, like all other particles, get accelerated downwards.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It says they move at random in all directions. Do you need a citation?
I'll read it out.
Yeah, because all particles have mass.
The following assumptions about the structure of the gases are made in order to investigate the statistical rule of the random motion of the molecules. The size of the molecules is negligible compared with the distance between gas molecules. Molecules collide infrequently because the collision time is much shorter than the free motion time. The effects of gravity and any other field forces are negligible, thus the molecules move along straight lines between collisions. The motion of gas molecules obey Newton's second law. The collision of gas molecules is elastic, which means that the kinetic energy before and after the collision is the same. Therefore, the gas can be viewed as a set of elastic molecules that move freely and randomly. Any gas that satisfies the above assumption is referred to as an ideal gas. At thermodynamic equilibrium, the density of the gas in a container is uniform. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that the gas molecules do not prefer any particular direction over other directions.
Can I correct a little bit? What you said before the conclusion, I can. This is all agreeable, and the only thing, about that random movement, and kinetic energy, it's all relative. Like in a closed system of only gas particles, they do indeed move in random, because you actually can calculate. If you know all the data, which is kind of physically impossible for now, maybe forever, but for now it's random. It seems random because we cannot predict it fully. But yes, it does. In relative to each other, particles do collide and move around each other, but it's in the closed system if you look just on those particles. But there is no closed system in there. Like Earth is part of that system too. That acceleration is. So in that system, all particles do get pulled downwards. So because it's gas, because they have enough kinetic energy to not be like stuck together, they have low intermolecular forces, and because there is more energy on the surface. Because if temperature on Earth, like if Earth was, for example, further away from sun, or it was not heated that much and it was colder, that gas would probably become liquid at some temperature. So it's just the surface is warm enough to keep the particles apart, and they do move randomly in that system between each other. But like if you look at the whole system, they do get pulled downwards,
No, they don't. We can test this easily in a lab. It doesn't happen. Okay, if you get any, just say I have a gas pressure system in a container. Okay, and then I take the lid off the top of the container. None of the gas that is in that container is going to get held down into the container by gravity. Okay, the diffusion is going to take place, and all of those gas particles are going to diffuse. Basically, they're going to blend in with the other gas particles, and everything's going to equalize. There's going to be no additional pressure left in that container. Okay, if it's a different type of gas, let's say we have an extremely heavy gas like SF6 in the container, all of the SF6 is going to be gone out of the container. Okay, even if it's a much heavier gas than the gases in the air, like let's say we get a fish tank of, and we fill it up with SF6 gas.
And you drop it for
a heavy gas. Yeah. So we come back the next day, all of that SF6 is going to be gone. Gravity's not going to hold any of that gas in the container. It's all going to blend in with the gas, and there's not going to be any additional pressure in that tank.
Well, circulations, maybe wind.
No, even without circulation, it's just the constant movement of the gas particles that are eventually going to cause diffusion to take place. That's what happens. You can look into it if you want.
Okay, what about like if we drop some heavy gas from 20 kilometers where there is almost no air? It will fall down.
Yeah, relative density will temporarily be at play, but those gas particles are still just moving in random motion. Okay,
Down.
and none of that gas. Yeah, but it's not going to stay down. It's going to diffuse with the rest of the gas.
No, it's going to go.
Yeah, you
down.
can release. Exactly. So that's because it's a heavier gas. Release a lighter gas, it's going to go up.
Depends what the temperature of the gas is.
That's a great point. Oh, we've got a look. Talk to Jedi about gases. He knows a bunch more than I do about it. Because I got to go on mute anyway. But I did appreciate talking to you, and good to see you back in the channel.
Yeah, it was very nice to hear you. I haven't heard you in months, so thank you.
Appreciate it.
So what's this about gas?
Oh no, we've had this conversation before about gas. It's all about containers, guys. I can't hear any more of that. Yeah, sorry.
So he's saying that gas particles get pulled down the same as anything else at 9.81 meters per second squared. That was his claim.
It's not true.
That's what I said.
You've got a vacuum chamber and a tap halfway up the vacuum chamber. When you open the tap, when the gas comes rushing in, it doesn't fill up from the bottom. The gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions because of the physical collisions it has with other gas molecules and the walls of its container. Let's say, for one instance, a gas molecule gets hit in the direction of down, and then it hits the bottom of the vacuum chamber, and if unencumbered, it's going to go straight back up again, and then it's going to hit the other wall, because gases are in constant motion. So no, gases don't fall like solid or liquid objects. Gases have got energy. That's given to it by temperature. That's why they move. Exciting stuff.
What's up,
Yeah.
Jedi?
Not much, man. Not much. Just got home from shopping today. Bought some bits and pieces for the house. Went to the barber's. Got my hair cut. Got my beard trimmed. I'm looking swish. Yeah, it was all good, man. Having a good day.
Awesome, bro.
What about you?
Yeah, good. Yep. Went out, made sure started my car for a while, shoveled all the snow off the car, and then by the time I got back inside, it was covered in snow again.
Bloody hell, man.
Defrosted my hands a few times, but it's nice and warm in the house, so that's good.
Well,
But yeah,
we've lost
all
our
is
cold
good here.
stuff.
Oh yeah,
temperatures,
yeah.
temperatures going back up again. It was warm this morning. I wasn't freezing my nuts off, and I didn't have to chop wood for a fire. That was unique.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we're meant to be getting a little warm spell here as well.
Do you still play in the snow, or are you sick of it?
No, I liked the snow. Like that was the first time I saw snow was when I moved to Poland, and I was like, "Wow, this is amazing." And then after about a week, I'm like, "Ugh."
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, definitely. No, because I just grew up in a hot climate, and yeah, I'm a pussy when it comes to cold weather. So I go out there and my hands freeze and stuff like that.
I'm a pussy when it comes to hot or cold weather. I don't like it too hot. I don't like it too cold. I'm literally the Goldilocks of the situation. I like it just right.
Yeah, I'm the same.
So what's going on in here today? Anything exciting?
No, it was dead. We started an event, which was Ask Jamsy about Flat Earth. I don't know if Jamsy's still here. We might need to change the name of the event. But now it's filled up, and hopefully we got some more people in here. I don't know if Mayan has any more questions or different topics he wants to talk about. Mayan's been pretty cool to talk to, I think.
Mayan thinks that every single particle is affected by a downwards acceleration force.
Okay.
I'm actually now thinking that it might not be the same because the individual particle, its mass is so little. Or I don't know.
Some gas particles repel each other, even if they've got mass or however you want to define that amount of substance. They're going to repel because the electromagnetic force is much, much stronger than any gravitational idea. So those forces are going to apply much more before gravity does, even if gravity existed.
But what is that acceleration then? Or the answer is I don't know.
No, gases have infinite degrees of freedom. You understand what I mean by that?
Yeah, but it doesn't fly away.
Pardon?
But the gas particles, they don't repel like infinitely or like.
What do you mean?
The gas particles, they don't fly off a flat or a spherical Earth. It stays here.
Yeah. No, there's only one way that you can contain a gas. Keep a gas within a volume. That's the physical boundaries. Because the gas, because it's got energy and there's lots of it bouncing around and hitting each other, has got the power of indefinite expansion. That means it's going to expand unless there isn't a physical boundary surrounding it. You keep thinking that gas goes down. Gas has infinite degrees of freedom.
But it doesn't go up.
Depends what the temperature of the gas is, right?
Yeah. The density decreases the higher you go. So I assume.
Okay.
That doesn't up.
The gas becomes more diffuse the further away it is from where it's produced. Well, no shit.
Where?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just I can't follow this. It's not the topic I really know about, and not sure if I can scientifically say that even though gas is produced like on the ground level, for example, or in the ocean, it's not at that rate to be like that great difference. I'm not the scientist to say that and to talk about gases. So sorry, Jedi.
That's all right, mate. No need to apologise.
Where did you learn about gases?
School, university, and colleagues, friends, everywhere. It's for me, it's a really simple subject, even though I still find things out about it today. It's one of the easiest things described within physics, right? Gas behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts with like hot air rises and cold air descends.
Yeah. It makes sense.
It's like asking when did you learn so much about water?
No, I just mean you said at school, university, the very same school where you taught that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, the same school that I went to that also taught me a particular type of history. Yeah. You understand what's taught in schools today isn't necessarily what was taught in school 50 years ago. And what was taught in schools 50 years ago isn't necessarily the same truth that was taught 50 years before that. Right?
Yeah, it's changing.
Yeah, cool. So 50 years ago, if me and you had this discussion, or whatever discussion, are we really going to sit there going, well, everything that we've taught is definitely true, even though 50 years ago it was different to what we're being taught now. And in 50 years' time, because we've got a time machine, we can look into the future and, hey, look, it's different then too.
Yeah. So, but what changed about the...
School teaches us to the current narrative, right? That's how far we've come, all of this type of stuff, our history, what we know about geology, geography, those types of things, mathematics, blah, blah, blah. It should also teach you to physically think, right?
What about private schools? Why do they need to teach it a special way? Government wants it, for example, if they can teach it like...
I think it comes down to theology, as always. Tradition of country that comes down to dictate their particular syllabus.
Yeah, right. But yeah, for example, UK, they have the best universities in the world, Cambridge, Oxford, and even there they say that, like they admit that Earth is spherical.
But that's because that's what they got taught, right? For example, they didn't go out and figure this for themselves, these university students at Oxford and Cambridge. They got taught that. And because it's Oxford and Cambridge, and the master with his hat and his cloak on turned around and told them that, and their parents paid thousands upon thousands to send them there, then they're going to believe it. Why wouldn't they?
So the smartest students in the world who get there, not all of them, some of them just reach, they just kind of not check it anyway, they just believe it.
Well, yeah, they don't check. Why would they?
I don't know.
Well, the teacher believes that the Earth is a sphere, and his tutor believed the Earth was a sphere. It's a tradition that gets passed down. Eventually, people are just going to stop checking because, well, it's been a few hundred years now, and the story's been the same. So, I'm sure it got sorted out before. This is what we point out, right? In these conversations, you don't know that the Earth's a sphere. You got taught it. Your tutor doesn't know that the Earth's a sphere. They got taught it. And back we go in time till eventually, what? Somebody actually figured out the Earth was a sphere and we all got taught upon that? When we talk about those different points in history, Aristosthenes, Foucault's pendulum, blah, blah, blah. And that's not what it says on the tin.
Yeah, a little bit of topic, but you're saying about teachers and the way like we're getting taught it. But for me personally, I had maybe 100 teachers in my life so far, and I don't remember any of them even like talking about spherical Earth, even though there could be implied stuff, especially if it was about science, maybe space, stars, and that kind of stuff. But all other teachers and even them, like they don't share their opinions or like what they've been taught directly, explicitly.
Okay.
So I don't know how we've been taught and the way everyone just believes it and doesn't care.
Okay. So did you question it? Or did you just believe it when you were 5 years old and you started going to school? Did you really question it when you turned on the TV? If you did, you might have looked for an answer to one of your parents and they would just told you what they believed to be true. Right?
I remember questioning it, but I asked my grandma. But she said, like, go like explore it yourself. Or, like, I don't know. I mean, it's just my grandma. And then I thought about it, like, why do we not fly off? So those like basic questions. And they're like basic answers. They give you like gravity. But now I understand that the science doesn't know what gravity is, where it comes from.
Oh, you've just got a phenomena of things going down. Or round and round in the sky.
So
no one knows the cause.
It cannot explain anything. It cannot prove Earth is like spherical or like flat Earth on its own.
No, of course not.
Yeah, so there's been other stuff, mostly what you can observe, not what you can measure, because as a child you probably wouldn't go somewhere far from home on the long lake, not a small one, and measure it with lasers or something. So I was only looking at stars, and even though I was told that on the southern hemisphere, like the southern you go when you use your compass, for example, in that case, you see different set of stars, and they kind of build like a spherical, like they loop. It's not unlimited, it's changing. You move to the south, and the sky image shifts. But then when you move back to the north, but maybe on the other side, you see the same set of stars, but like from, for example, opposite side. But because Earth is rotating,
that's not true. It's not opposite stars, dude.
And as a child,
I couldn't
go to southern hemisphere, so I could not know for sure that part. And then even sun, but sun never, like generally, no one told me whether it's like moving or we rotating. Like it never looked like sun was just moving itself. For me, at least, I don't know. Maybe something wrong with me.
Well, we don't really sit there and watch it. I mean, we view that it's near the horizon in the morning, and then we come out again during the day, and it's above us. So obviously, it's changed position, right? But I have actually sat and watched the moon move. You can actually see the moon move, especially if you have like have a reference.
Yeah,
like
like I did that.
Some sort of something else in your field of view. Yeah, right. It's not very safe to look at the sun for extended periods of time, anyway. So to actually see that it is moving, but anything. So look, anything in your field of view of the sky, right? That changes position, right? We usually don't think of it as being the Earth moving, the ground underneath us moving, or us moving, right? Unless we are actually moving, like in a car and the tree goes past you and it looks like the tree's moving, but it's actually moving. But if you're just standing still and looking out, you see a cloud change position in the sky, you feel
what the fuck? Did we go through a tunnel?
Right?
Up, your mic's doing that thing.
Oh, really? Okay, sorry.
You should be.
Oh no. Is he coming back, you know?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Okay.
Hey. Let's try again, T.
Any better?
Much better.
Oh yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I was just saying, anything we see in our field of view of the sky that changes position, like a bird, a cloud, right, airplane, we don't think that's us moving. You know, that's me moving, making it appear to move. And we don't think of it like that if we're just standing still. But suddenly, when it comes to the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, right? Why? Suddenly that's different. Why is it different? It's changed position just like a cloud changed position. Why are you
It's
thinking
like-
about it as if it's not that thing moving?
Even the language, when people say, for example, how sun changed its position throughout the day, they say that sun moved. So the sun, did the change in position, not Earth or something.
Right. Yeah, astronomers, navigators. Yeah. Yep. We actually measure the positions of celestial objects in astronomy, right, in angles, right? So that means that there's a reference, right?
Yeah, or in radians.
Right. So it's just it's intuitive and natural to think of those things as what is moving and not you. This idea that it's the Earth that's moving, making those things appear to move. It has no. It's a nice idea, right? But what is the actual evidence for it beyond those beyond observing the things in the sky move? Excuse me, frog in my throat.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's easier to imagine the movement of the sun while it's like throughout the day. It's clearly changing the position where it is on the sky, like from east to west, and it doesn't quite change along like all your life. The sun comes up in the morning from east and then sets in the west. It's kind of the same all the time. It's like consistent, and it's easier to imagine the sun moving, than you being kind of rotated. And it's also very weird if you're not on the equator. It's kind of you're in the middle of the. It's very hard to imagine you spinning and then how you then see stuff on the sky while you spinning.
Yeah, you have to imagine it, right?
It's way harder.
You have to suspend your disbelief, right?
It's like a greater cognitive process. No. You call me a brainwashed spherical guy, yeah? But I say it. It's easier to imagine Earth being flat in any possible way than it is to like imagine Earth being spherical. When you look at the sky, how moon moves, how the sun moves, it's so hard to imagine that you are spinning and which way you're moving. Yeah. So spherical
This is what
higher cognitive.
well, this is all that DJ was mentioning earlier. Is that it's not intuitive, right? It's not obvious to anybody's senses. Right? We just experience it flat and motionless. To the point where you have to be told, right? You have to be informed that that's not the case, right? That's what they do. They get you into school and they say, "Oh, well, actually, your senses are wrong."
Visual illusions, when you see them, like the easiest thing to like, the first thing you see, it doesn't mean it's what it is. For example, what is easier to imagine is not always like the correct thing.
Yeah. Look, that's just what we observe. That's all. That's what we're observing, and we're not making claims about the sun. We're making claims about when we go and test the surface, because that's something that we can test and repeat over and over again in all different places using all different kinds of methods.
Yeah,
where's your data?
From observation.
Yeah, what we can't validate is how the sky works precisely. We can all observe the same thing, but there's always going to be a whole bunch of assumptions baked in to the explanations. That's the problem. That's why we should stick to the ground.
What do you mean assumptions that have to be made? Why?
Okay, so you see the sun moving across the sky.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, but you need to imagine that actually there's a big globe that's moving and that you're spinning away from the sun. Okay, so you need to make assumptions about that when you see a star in the sky, right? The distance to the star is the sun in a big vacuum. It's a big plasma gas star, right? A sun in a vacuum, and that it's X distance away from the globe, and it's in a 10 to the negative 17 Torr space vacuum. All of these things that you're never going to be able to validate.
No,
you need to have okay, for the distance to be correct. All of these things, all of the math in the heliocentric model has to be correct, which is all based off the R value, which is the radius value, which is what we're out there falsifying. So there's always going to be a whole bunch of assumptions baked into what you're seeing in the sky, because you don't know what medium it's in. You don't know what the stars are. You don't know what the sun is. You're not going to be able to validate any of this stuff. You don't know how it works.
But wait, you said many assumptions have to be made, but all the observations on the sky, if you like even model you being on the rotating Earth, just with one. This is the only assumption, basically, and it all works with one assumption.
No, it doesn't work. Okay,
Why?
so then for geodetic surveying and the stuff, like they have to start. The ground positions don't match the stars. Okay, so the model doesn't match. So then they have to start saying, oh, well, then there's curving plumb lines and things like that, all sorts of crazy stuff. Okay, or the math doesn't work for the heliocentric model in space, and it's off by like 95 or 96%. So they have to invent dark matter and dark energy. Yeah, you're just making assumptions about the sky, which it presupposes that the Earth's a globe.
Not micro level, not like everything in the universe that we observe. Just if you take the system of moon, sun, Earth, and okay, that's it, and maybe a few stars, just for them to be there, and maybe rotating like polar star. It kind of every other star rotates around it. So
no, they don't. Not every other star rotates around it. Actually, the polar star moves itself. There's actually 3 Polarises, and they all move a little bit.
What?
Yeah, look it up.
I've only seen like 2 videos of, I mean, not 2 videos, one northern hemisphere and one southern hemisphere. Northern is around.
You've never seen a pole star in the southern hemisphere. You've seen an apparent point of rotation, but this is the thing. I mean, at the end of the day, the stars all rotate east to west. Everything in the sky goes east to west, even if you're in Australia or if you're in the north. Okay, if you look.
Wait, so it all can be explained by a single assumption that Earth is spherical, rather than saying.
There you go. There's your assumption.
Rather than saying that, rather than assuming Earth is flat. Moon is moving.
We don't need to assume Earth is flat. Earth presents itself as flat, and then when we go and test it, it's flat.
But we
don't need to make assumptions.
Let's make it fair ground.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, so if you assume Earth is flat, then you have to assume that Sun is moving differently from what moon is moving, and also stars, because they kind of rotate, and because so you also have to explain every single kind of
And
layer.
I like it how you're describing them as moving now.
Yeah, it's because it's in the language. I said it.
No,
in
that's
the-
because that's what you see happening. It's common sense. It's logical.
Yeah. That's how you explain them. They move on the sky relative. Like you see, you look at the sky and they move because
Right.
everything on the ground stays like the same.
Stationary.
Like the tree stays stationary. It was there for like 10 years. You've seen it since your childhood. It's still there. But the stars every day they go from east to west.
All right. Yeah, look, I don't know, man. It makes perfect sense on a flat Earth as well. Okay, but you're gonna have to make a bunch of assumptions, regardless whether you're on a globe or on a flat Earth. You're gonna make assumptions, and there's gonna be things that you don't know about. There could be something beyond our comprehension about how the sky works. It's a crazy electromagnetic soup up there. Okay, and we don't know the extent of it. We just can choose to believe what we get taught about it, or told about it. Not taught, but told to believe about it. But that's as far as it's going to go. We should stick to testing what we can independently test and doesn't require any blind faith. What we do know is that if we stand under a streetlight, it's right above our head. And then if we start moving away from the streetlight, it's at a different angle. Okay, and we keep moving away, it's going to keep getting lower and lower in our field of view. Okay, that happens with anything that's in the sky, and then you move away from it, or it moves away from you. It's going to slowly converge due to perspective. Nobody can deny that humans see in perspective.
It just
Bro, question, bro.
it's more like a rotational thing that then they are moving on their own, and flat Earth is just stationary.
Yo, question.
Yeah, what's your question?
Does the extension of the space that you just mentioned make you believe that there's other creatures outside, like maybe aliens or other creatures?
Yeah, I don't believe in outer space as we've been taught. I don't believe outer space is a big giant vacuum with these big giant planets that you can go to and put rovers on and things like that. I don't think you can have a vacuum of space adjacent to a big giant spinning water ball that they call the globe Earth. Okay, that's covered in gas, and that thing's spinning at over 1 million miles per hour through this giant vacuum. I don't think that's possible, and it's not something that has been proven. It's just a concept.
Right.
So yeah, I don't think so. I mean, just to answer your question directly, I haven't seen any evidence that there's any life, up in the sky, like aliens or whatever you want to call them. But there's definitely some weird shit in the sky. I mean, there's tons of unexplained lights in the sky. That kind of thing I completely agree with. There's tons of crazy stuff that goes on with lights in the sky. That's for sure. Sightings of UFOs and things like that, for sure.
That's right. And ancient cultures also the sky as a place where other beings existed, gods, for example, and angels.
But outer space, as we're being taught, it goes against natural law. It goes against, you know what natural laws are. It's something that happens every single time. You cannot break it. Okay, and outer space, as the vacuum of space that we're being told, goes against natural law. So it's impossible. It's scientifically and physically impossible to have outer space as we've been taught outer space exists in the globe model.
Look, I didn't really get you, but
yeah, sorry, man. I tried to explain it clearly.
Because I'm trying to understand this outer space from your perspective. I didn't really understand what you're trying to say here.
It doesn't exist.
The way that outer space is explained to us in the globe model, I think is pseudoscience.
You think it's just made up?
Fake science. Yeah, I think it exists only as a mathematical concept.
So you think there's no space outside?
Not as we've been taught. I mean, space is just like absence of matter, I guess. Like space, like the sky. We have the sky above us, and then when we look up at nighttime, we see lights in the sky. Like we see what people call stars and that kind of thing, and it moves like in cycles. So the sky is kind of like a big clock. Everything moves in cycles, and there's a whole bunch of mystery and unknowns about specifically what's going on up there. But we're all taught a big story about it when we're growing up that we have no way of ever validating. It's kind of like a blind faith that people have about the lights in the sky. It fits the definition of what is called pseudoscience. Collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based on the scientific method, or something along those lines.
And that's pretty much word for word.
Yeah.
And we
I don't know
claim
really what they tried to what actually they tried to teach us about the space or the sky, or about those lights in the sky. What is the definition that they gave us about the lights in the sky? What do they have to say about it?
Depends which one you're talking about.
Yeah,
they tell us they're suns, right? When you look up at the lights in the sky, most of what you're seeing is claimed to be giant suns, burning balls of plasma gas, like crazy distances away that we can't even comprehend. And they tell us that a lot of them aren't really even there anymore. We're just seeing the light that's slowly making its way back to us from it. But it's so far away, it takes so long for the light to get here. I don't know, man. They tell us all sorts of crazy stuff. They tell us crazy things, and people just believe it. They tell us that on planet Neptune and planet Uranus, it rains diamonds.
I'm sorry.
You're right, man. They tell us crazy things, and people don't even question it. They tell us it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. They tell us it rains sideways glass rain on distant exoplanets. They tell us all sorts of crazy things, and people just believe it. They have no way of ever testing it. And then they show us a bunch of CGI nonsense from like the James Webb Telescope or the Hubble Space Telescope, but they just look like artworks. And they're admitted to be artist impressions and things like that. So it's a big story, man.
I don't think they have a
Picture
particular way
of
to
pepperoni
justify.
slice, right? Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, bro.
Talking about a guy that tried to pass off a photo of a slice of pepperoni as an image taken by the JWS. He got it, right? They found out it was bullshit. So you go ask your question.
Do you want to ask me a question?
No, because we were talking at the same time, you obviously had something to say about it, and then you allowed me to finish what I was saying, and you didn't get to finish what you were saying.
Yeah, no problem. So what I was saying is, Then we forgot. What I really think about the sky and the lights in the sky that are maybe a huge stars that are billions light speed away from us. I actually believe that those things exist, you know? I believe that those things exist because of why? First of all, because I can see them, you know? I can see them. I can, you know, see them with my eyes. See that those things are actually stars. I don't know really are they stars or not, but they're stars. This is how I call them. Second of all, I'm a Muslim and we have the Quran. So the Quran basically is a book that I don't know how to say this correctly, but it's like the words of our God, you know, that's have been written by a prophet that has been sent by the God. And there's a verse on there's a lot of verses in the Quran that mentions that there's actually stars in the sky, and there's like there's like a space, you know. There's like it doesn't mention that there's other creatures. No, it mentions that God has created a lot of creatures that's
it does.
Other than humans, but
no,
it doesn't have to be aliens, you know.
No, that's sorry. What are jinn?
What?
What are jinn?
Kin. What does kin means, bro?
No, jinn. So spiritual bodies, angels.
Jinn. DJIN.
Jinn. Yes. There's jinn. There's the ins.
Yeah. So it's not just God and then us. There's God, the angelic realms, and us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it did make other things. It also told you what the stars were. They're also alive, sentient. They're not planets.
Yeah.
So the Quran and the Bible and the majority of ancient cosmologies and texts kind of goes against them being dead objects with things living on them. Within your text and within my text, those things are alive.
Yeah.
Angels, right? Spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the spiritual realm that you look up to. Right? You look through that and you can't see past it, but that's the second heaven, according to your Quran.
Bro, I'm sorry. Sometimes I
things
can
up in the
really
sky.
hear.
Sorry to interrupt, but that's spiritual according to your book.
Bro, I'm having a hard time hearing you hearing the exact words that you are saying.
Hey Yaz, just I gotta go on mute for a bit just before I go. We actually have a lot of Muslims that are flat earthers, and we have a whole server dedicated to that topic where they share information out of the Quran where it talks about flat earth and all of that kind of thing. It's got all the verses, it's got everything written. It's a pretty big server now. So if you want, I can send you a link in your DM to that server if you want to check out their material that they have.
Yeah, I know this server. Yes, sir. Yeah,
It's called Islamic Flat Earth.
Islamic Flat Earth.
Yeah. I can check if you remember just by clicking on your profile.
No. I thought that you were talking
you're not
about
a member.
the Muslim member.
Yeah, so it's a Muslim server just like dedicated to flat earth. It's a bunch of flat earthers that are Muslims, and they go over all of the references to flat earth in the Quran and all that kind of thing. So
yeah, can you please send me the link?
I'll send you a link, but maybe I'll try to send it, but you might have to accept my friend request before it's allows it to send.
Problem.
All right,
Yeah,
so I
no
sent you a
problem.
friend request first. So if you can just accept that now, then I can send you the link straight to the server.
All right.
This can be a fun game for everybody to play, especially the flat earthers. I bought something really interesting today. Can you guess what it is?
A Quran.
Nope. Good guess though.
Here in the UK, I thought they would be for sale on every corner.
They just come through the letterbox, dude. You'd have to buy them anymore.
What did you buy?
A globe.
Oh shit! Look out.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite pretty. I kind of like the way that it looks. It's aesthetically pleasing. It's wood and bronze or gold or whatever. Not gold, but bronze looking. But yeah, it's kind of nice. It looks kind of cool over there on my side table. So yeah, it just looks fun.
That's hilarious. So you can take it with you, and I mean, it's got to be better than any other map. You can get
exactly.
around. You can use it to
I'll take it everywhere.
Navigate. Yep.
I'll see if I can hang it off my keys. Yep. Be nice and handy. It only costs £10 though, man. It's a nice looking thing. So that's ironically funny. I'll look at that from time to time and laugh. That'd be cool.
The Islamic Flat Earth server doesn't allow you to send invites. It used to.
There's a very bad joke going through my head with regards to what you just said. I should probably not say it.
What's going on? We're still talking about Islam?
I was trying to send him a link to the Islamic Flat Earth server, but they've changed the settings. I don't know if they just did it to me, but you can't send an invite.
Oh, that's the first time. Sorry.
There's probably Islamic sects existing today that would find it heresy, or sacrilege to say that the Earth is a globe and not flat. I know up until very recently there was one prominent figure who was saying that basically, that if you say the Earth is flat, then you need to be exiled. I mean, if you say the Earth isn't flat, yeah.
I think I remember some Iranian imam, like high priest or whatever the Muslims are. So I think it's an imam turning around saying that something about the lie of the West and the Earth is flat, like God created it or something like that, and we shouldn't believe that heresy or something. But yeah, I've seen a few things like that actually. I was talking to you.
Apparently,
go on. Sorry, man.
Sorry,
Carry on.
No, I was just going to say, apparently, I think that if it's the same figure I'm thinking of, he had like a nephew or something who allegedly got sent to the ISS, right? Who then reported back to him, and he had to basically recant. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Talking, can't get words out of my mouth today properly. Yoda and I have spoken about this a few times. That different people, based on their religious orthodox understanding, then probably wouldn't subscribe to the Earth being a sphere. And the Amish get brought up quite a bit when we speak about this. That I've never spoken to an Amish person in my life, but from what I understand, some Amish people do believe the Earth is flat and stationary, like it says within the Bible. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there was, like you said, sects or different variations of Islam or Muslim that, you know, said that the Earth was flat. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Right. Well, they would at least not take the word of NASA.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's okay to be delusional.
Is it though?
No.
Okay.
I mean, if you're not harming anyone, and if, yeah.
I mean, why should I believe anything NASA says anyway?
Why should you believe what?
Anything NASA says or shows you,
anything
or shows
NASA.
us.
You don't need to. Like, no one makes you, so you don't need to. My physics teacher told us that we pretty much cannot measure anything accurately. Like, all the measuring tools we use, they have their uncertainties, and nothing is like 100% like true to their, like, yeah, true measurement, you know? It's always
So he's
correct.
saying there's a chance? There's a chance it's flat? So he admits there's a chance that it's flat?
Who? What?
Physics teacher.
Oh, no. He doesn't say anything about Earth's beauty. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
My teachers, they don't say anything about Earth. I don't know. Like, why you have that feeling of teachers teaching you that knowledge? Not even knowledge. You say.
Well, then who told you then?
I can't even remember. I might have seen it first, maybe in encyclopedia. Like, it was a big book of different facts and knowledge about different stuff, like animals, dinosaurs, like different stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty much one of the first places I saw it. We used to have big, I don't know if you call them the same things, they're not encyclopedias. We called them atlases. So it would be a large book with a lot of things about the Earth, so regards to its shape, the cosmology and so on, to the soil, the things that live in the sea, the animals, the oxygen, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, within these books, this is where I first, came across and like independently that the Earth was a sphere, as opposed to just turning on the TV set and watching Button Moon, for example.
Yeah. Same for me. I mean, it was an interesting experience. Like, I remember I was one of the few actually like having those like atlases or encyclopedias. So it was pretty nice. Good memories. I remember in the class when we had to get our own books to read. Like, it was like not tutor time. How do you call it? Just like a free time with the class, but you kind of forced to read. We were told to bring our books, and I remember I brought a big encyclopedia. It was so 5 kg maybe, and I stored it under my desk. There was like a compartment for storing books. So yeah.
I remember I won one of those books at a school art competition, and then on the presentation day, right? So we'd practiced receiving our award for several weeks prior to the event, and we'd walk up onto the stage and then walk straight off, right? But on the actual day, you were supposed to walk up onto the stage, shake the principal's hand, and receive your award, right? And then walk off the stage. But me, having just been trained to just walk up onto the stage and walk straight off, that's exactly what I did at the actual event. I just walked up onto the stage and then walked straight off. Everybody was laughing. It was so funny. I was such an idiot. But yeah, I had a book like that. It was illustrated with all different interesting facts, they called them.
Yeah. So how did you guys become flat earthers?
Simply by realizing that I'd never actually questioned it before. The foregone conclusion that the Earth was a sphere. Right. Up until the moment where I came into contact with flat Earth, I had very limited ideas about what the concept even meant. Probably just some idea from long ago. But it was only up until I came to question the idea. I'd questioned other things before and still do, like history and narratives like that and blah, blah, blah. But I'd never questioned this, which kind of struck me, right? I questioned everything else, but not this. So it was kind of from that moment forward, I was intrigued. I didn't actually realise I was... the first way I came across it was watching a YouTube video. I didn't realise that the YouTube video was about flat Earth. It didn't have it in the title. The title of the video was, I think it was "They Are Hiding God with the Biggest Lie Ever Told," and that's right up my alley. So I started watching that, and like I said, it was about 15, 20 minutes before I realised they're actually talking about the flat Earth. They were talking about things like imagery manipulation and how camera tricks are done. You know, how you can't always believe what's directly in front of your eyes, and especially when they're given to you on a screen, or you have a TV image, or how have you. But yeah, from that moment onwards, I was kind of intrigued and in questioning this idea that the Earth was flat.
Do you think that was a turning point?
Yeah. The main turning point was obviously primarily the evidence that came along after my taste buds had been salivated, for example, right? So eventually I started talking about, well, if the Earth was a sphere, you shouldn't be able to see this building from this vantage point over this distance. But here's the building directly in front of you, quite simply saying that we see too far if we were living on a sphere. The observations, don't match with what we're told. And it was kind of from that moment, really, that I was intrigued, because I'd kind of thought the same type of thing to myself. I'd remember asking father questions when I was younger about, like, when we used to go on holiday, for example, when we used to be in an aeroplane, like looking out at the horizon and asking my dad, if that's the curvature of the Earth, and then like a couple of days later being in the sea and looking at the horizon with my eyes just out of the water or whatever, and like comparing the observations in my mind and with the story that the Earth's a sphere. So I'd always been interested in this type of stuff. So when they started pointing, when I say the video started pointing out things that I'd questioned before without realising what I was questioning, it's kind of from that moment I was hooked, dude. I think a lot of flat earthers are kind of the same type of thing. Long distance observations primarily, some kind of quizzical mindset that they've always had, or is kind of more frequent these days because flat earth is on YouTube and social media, and because they heard about it on social media, like yourselves, right? Never about it until it's on the internet or on Discord or what.
Yeah, right. But then I'm trying to be like not rude, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to be polite. Like you being in the community of people who also like flat earthers, doesn't it make those kind of, I can't call it beliefs, but you know what I mean. It can reinforce them. And
do you mean it's like a little bit like an echo chamber? I've surrounded myself with people that share the same opinions, and because of that, my belief is reinforced.
Or like is now not flexible.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. You should hang around with these people. these flat earthers that are from 24/7. The majority of things we try to keep empirical, and we very much argue amongst ourselves from time to time, specifically about the arguments, not like personal things, but specifically about the flat Earth and the globe Earth and so on. And, what should be, at what point of view should be said as like something that we know, as opposed to things that are like speculation. The people that I speak to on Flat Earth, like DJ, like T-Dub and Indio and Says Who, and all of these people, Cyclone, these people, very much of the same mindset of being empirical about the evidence and only going where the evidence leads you. It's not a bias echo chamber when all of us speak together, because we're kind of trying to sharpen our swords together, like iron sharpens iron type of thing. So yeah, it's not an echo chamber in that way. It only reinforces as you said, belief. It only reinforces, because I've been speaking in Discourse since 2018 with the majority of people that I'm speaking with now. And the only thing that's reinforced is the fact that when we speak to people that believe the Earth is a sphere, they can't produce the evidence that backs that particular claim up, which is kind of the fundamental point of the whole argument. Right? It's the Earth is a sphere. This is what we're told. Well, what's the evidence for it? And
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
People come here, most of them, they're not trolls, but when you actually talk to them, they cannot prove out otherwise, and it's making it partially funny and partially it can reinforce your belief, because they come here and they cannot prove Earth is spherical.
And it's exactly the same position I'm in, T-Dub's in, and the names that I mentioned, right? Because I can't prove the Earth is a sphere. When I go out to try and validate empirically those claims, I can't. What I can empirically demonstrate, though, is the Earth is flat and stationary. That's the results that I independently come up with. Same as T-Dub, same as DJ, same as XYZ. So the verification independently of the claim that's made is kind of paramount. So, yeah, the thing that's kind of compounded in that issue is that same question that I started with back in 2015. Well, what's the proof that the Earth's a sphere then? And we've asked thousands and thousands of thousands of people, and I don't understand why those thousands and thousands and thousands of people are not flat earthers. They still believe, that's acceptance of our evidence that the Earth is a sphere, because the story is convenient, I guess. There's lots of reasons why I think people hold on to this idea and don't and argue against the obvious truth. But yeah, I understand what you're saying and where your question is kind of lying.
And also, what I personally notice when I hear you talking to people who just come here but cannot prove a thing, you like catch them. You know the phrases, because you've done this like for thousands of times, maybe each of you guys, and you know the phrases that you like more often catch people on. Like you say. Their statement, and you rephrase it the way, like, it's not kind of manipulation or thing, but it just feels like it. You like turn it into kind of your argument. You know what I'm saying? No,
I understand. I was just thinking over the years how interesting the argument is, and thinking deeper about your question, and does it confirm a bias within myself, because I'm surrounded by people who think the same thing as me. It confirms it because it's true, and over the years it's been demonstrated to be more and more so. All right, I think that's the only compounding thing for me as an individual person, not part of like groupthink or a particular mindset. Just for me as an individual, it's absolutely fascinating. This foregone conclusion that I perceived the Earth to be for 39 years of my life, that I hadn't questioned up until 10 years ago. Still, 10 years later, there's still no evidence for it.
Yeah.
I think maybe 1% of me was holding on for it. But yeah, for the last 5 years, I gave up.
Wait, holding
the Earth
on for spherical Earth.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if you were like, if something proves that Earth is spherical and you actually kind of start to believe it, how do you think you would feel? Because I from my perspective, if Earth were flat, I think I would have no reaction. Like I don't care. But maybe I would little bit upset because it would mean lots of stuff. Like some of you said that space is like a vacuum, nothing can do that, and it would be less interesting. You know, it's way more interesting if there are planets there. You can explore them. It's way more interesting.
Really?
What?
You think? Sorry, you think that planets that you can explore, right? To use that idea, is more interesting than the absolute unknown.
It is unknown there.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about planets and stuff, but I'm talking about what's up in the sky is absolutely unknown. So, from my point of view, understanding that the Earth is flat, and when I look up at the sky, the night sky is much more exciting for me now than it was when I believed the Earth was a sphere. I paid way more attention to it.
I pay attention to it, even though I believe Earth is spherical. It's not different for me. I like go outside when it's -5 degrees at night, like 1 o'clock, even though I have to go study next day. But I just go outside, look at the stars until I'm getting too cold.
Have you ever watched the Lego movie?
Yeah, both parts.
Cool, awesome. So you know the rocket guy who every time when he gets Lego, all he does is build a space rocket. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah. He had
that was me. As a kid, doesn't matter what Lego set I got bought, I would always build a space rocket or a spaceship or something to do with space. Because just like you, that's where my imagination was. Star Wars, Star Trek, Buck Rogers, all of these things, space battles absolutely fascinated me and stuck me to a TV screen. Now, though, even though that was exciting for me back then and was still up until I was 39 years old, I didn't lose the fascination with space. Now, understanding that it's something completely different, I'm much more fascinated in it. Because it's now, without talking too long about it, dude, if the sky isn't what we're told, dead planets, for example, orbiting around dead suns, it isn't dead and it's alive, then maybe it's a little bit more exciting. Especially if you take a theological standpoint about the whole idea of life, the universe, everything, God, spirits, and, those types of things. I think the sky takes on a whole new majesty when you look at it from a different type of spiritual mindset. It's not just dead, dude.
Yeah. Life on Earth, I mean, it can be deadly, and there are some stuff falling from the sky, meteorites, and potentially, if it's big enough, it can destroy like all life on Earth. So, yeah, if it can be.
What's the story?
What's the story? So, if all the life.
What's the story that we're given?
A story that we're given.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding what? Sorry.
Life existing.
Can you be a little bit more specific? Story of life that we know.
Yeah, right. The story that we're given is that it's the chance of life existing is astronomical. That certain conditions must be met, right?
Yeah,
in order for
I
it
know,
to
I know.
even have a chance occurrence.
But on the other hand,
Right.
if there would be no life at all in infinite time, yeah, no one would be like smart enough, intelligent enough to even think about it. So there wouldn't be no one to judge the probabilities. But now here we are. We can think about it. We can discuss it, and it's improbable. But because we are here, yeah, it's like the reason why we can think is because we are here. We are alive. And actually, you are here because your parents successfully like continued the bloodline, and it must have happened for them, for their parents, for your grandparents, and who knows how many times it had to happen successfully, like to survive to the reproductive age. So every your ancestor has successfully reproduced. So if you, for example, I don't know, die, your entire bloodline, millions of successful reproductions, they just stop after you. So that long line of improbabilities, they can just stop on you, or they just can carry on from you, and you're just part of that chain. That's how I realized life is kind of precious.
Do you buy the whole story about, like, that we're inside? Of course, you think we're inside of an ever-expanding, cold and sterile and inhospitable universe environment, right? Do you buy the story about, life just being, a sudden chance occurrence due to the exact right conditions just happening, to be there?
I can see
pure
logic
chance.
of it.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it is pure chance, even if it's one in a number we cannot comprehend, we are here no matter the chances, and that's the reason why we can think about it, because those chances happened. If there did not happen, there would be no one to think about it. So you can think that there is 100% probability of someone, if life emerges, that life would 100% think that. Yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Because if there is no life,
it's just because you got this idea that life just emerges. It just happens, right?
might be.
Information.
We don't know.
So information just happens.
Yeah. No, it's not yeah by like literally yes, but it's like yeah. T-Dub asked about the story of life. Do I buy it? If story of life, you mean starting from the theoretical Big Bang and expanding, and then kind of all the matter kind of building up into like stars, planets, and life somehow, then I don't know. But I can tell for sure that.
But we're here. But we're here, right? So it must have happened.
No, that's not what I said. We are here, and that's the only reason we can think about it. If we were not here, there would be, like, for example, no life.
Yeah, I get that point. Obviously, we're here, so we can think about it. But the thing that we're thinking about is how the here then. And in this one instance, we've got this. Wow, wasn't that lucky then that these things just sprang into existence? All of this physical matter stuff and the laws that govern them, and over time, information and consciousness evolved till so much that eventually we turned into me and you, where we could have this question and ask, well, how the fuck did this get here then? You've got another choice with this though, haven't you?
choice? Is there a choice in the universe?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you know about the deterministic views. If everything is
No,
predetermined.
we're just pointing out the two choices when you asked right how something was created. In this instance, creation, right? In the first hand, will it just sprang into existence, or two, it was intelligently and with intent created? You've got two choices, right?
You said it.
If there's a building,
created.
if there's a building, there's probably going to be a builder somewhere. If there's a watch, there's going to be a watchmaker. If there's a loaf of bread, baker. If there's a creation, creator.
So you
Because
just
loaves of
unrolling
bread
code
don't
in the
just spring
stack.
into existence for no apparent reason, do they?
So you just unrolling that cause and effect chain. So from what we have now, you're going back, what caused everything in the chain. And then until the moment where we don't know, maybe it's even longer, maybe something
It doesn't
has
matter
started.
about length. It doesn't matter about length of time as
But who started? Who
as a
caused the
beginning.
builder? Who caused the intelligent builder?
Yeah, it happens every single time.
What?
Just pointing out the two choices you've got with this dichotomy about how things like life are created. And that's why I brought up the word information, right? You know what information is. Do you know what DNA does?
Yeah.
Cool. So you understand that it communicates code to a receiver, right?
Yeah.
It has a language
code information
that is
for duplication.
understood. Sorry. There's a language that is understood. And because that language is understood and that language has information, the information can be acted upon. The information being acted upon is a prerequisite, right? That's why the code exists, for something to happen. To have that, to have information, language, and structure, you require intelligence, don't you?
Do we? Like even languages? No.
Yes.
Even look. No. Wait for a second.
Because you need all three steps of the ladder completed before the process even begins.
Okay,
because
wait. You
it's
can
not
have.
going to make itself.
Okay, wait. You can have monkeys who don't even mostly don't even make sounds to communicate. For example, they do, and then their language it develops. Even our language has developed over hundreds of years. We added new words, new meanings.
Who cares?
So it develops. It becomes like more complex.
Okay, so because I use different language today than that when I was a teenager, then information can spring out of nothingness. I'm asking you how the information was created, not what the information.
No, that's a different type of question because I was thinking you were talking about DNA and how it was kind of passed but
I'm talking about what code is. DNA is a code. That is a language. Yeah, that is a language that's set out with intent to pass on information so instructions can be carried out. Right?
Yeah.
That doesn't just spring into existence for no apparent reason. Not asking you what happens when the information is around and change because of what social or environmental. I'm asking how the information was even conceived of in the first instance. And I said the word conceived, right? Thought of. This place was thought of, dude, before it was created. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Right. How is the information stored then?
Yeah. So you've only got one choice? Information. That's with intelligence and intent. Information doesn't spring up without intent or intelligence. Especially if the information is being transmitted in code. code is transmitting information and instructions that must be understood by the receiver, and the receiver can carry out those instructions. It's like a computer, right?
But
Computers
I
don't
wouldn't
just
say
make
so.
themselves up, dude.
Because if you think elementary, what the DNA is made from, those are just combinations of proteins, and they work based.
Oh, aren't we lucky then?
No.
That
But I mean,
one day,
it doesn't
after
have
all of
intelligence.
this time, the circumstances were just right that this process just began.
Oh, that's a different type of question, bro.
No, it's the same fucking question. You
No,
said
you say
life.
how can replicators, the very like the
Not replication, creation.
it's made of. Okay, I get where you get in this. But what it's made of, those are like materials that are available like everywhere.
Yeah, and aren't we lucky that those existed also? The fundamental building blocks of life. It's like you got a Lego set and you build a rocket out of it, or a castle, or whatever. Well, you wouldn't be able to do so if you didn't have the building blocks and the forethought and intelligence and intent. So yeah, you better make the Lego bricks first before you make a building out of it. Yep. That's what creators
It's worse.
do.
It's worse than that. The material itself is the receiver for the encoding or the information. It is self-assembling. Do you have anything that's self-assembling from natural causes?
Don't forget to the error correction that's also built in.
Right.
Why do we all forget the observation of stars forging those needed blocks?
Nobody's ever observed that. That's a claim. I need to see the observation of those materials coming from a place called outer space that does not exist, by the way, and then forming into these compounds.
Stars emit light, therefore, like they carry information with it.
Therefore, Earth is a ball. Stars emit light. Therefore, Earth is a ball.
Hold on a second.
No.
What information is in the starlight?
Oh, this is the whole question. Sorry, I thought you were locked. Like, for example, in our star, the light coming from it, it's not intensity. Wait, there is some property of light that they can compare to different elements that they can burn on Earth, and then.
Yeah, I understand that. You made a claim that there is information coming from starlight. I want to see the information.
No, we get that information deduced from the light.
No. Spectroscopy, my friend, is comparing wavelengths with things that we burn to get that wavelength. Those are all human constructs. You said information is coming from starlight. I want to see the information coming from starlight. Don't use a false equivalence.
What? What do you define as information? Okay.
I don't know, some kind of instructions, maybe.
Instructions, coding, like what we have in all matter, essentially, or maybe not all matter, but all living matter. There's encoding in all of the living matter. Remember we were talking about DNA? That's the information that we're talking about, self-assembling coding that the compounds receive and self-assemble. So you said that there's information coming from starlight? I want to see this information.
No, your from your definition, there of course would be no information, but in terms of kind of it's indicating it's there by emitting light, and you can analyze from that light, so you can kind of get information from it. So
information from it, like what it is, what color.
Yeah, we would be describing that from our end, what that light essentially looks like and what spectra band we would kind of associate it with. Those are all things that we are doing. We're talking about the encoding or the language already in the DNA, right?
All right, but it's stored in chemical properties of elements.
Bit that gives us consciousness to give these things categories and notice the difference. Right? That type of information, biological sentience, not dead matter.
Okay, but the way you define information, and
There's like the information that's encoded within blade of grass. You understand that the information within a blade of grass helps the grass grow, for example. Right?
you define it as information,
for
but it's
example.
really not. It's like.
Let me give you a better. Let me give you a better example. So within computer programs, we have codes, right? We have to assemble all this binary code essentially to create programs. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, those programs, are on and off switches, but they do a lot of different things. They can make your printer work, your Wi-Fi work. They can make all kinds of things happen within machinery because within that coding, there's information telling the material or the mechanism to do things. That is the type of information that we are talking about. That same type of coding and information is within DNA. We did not put it there. It is already there. In fact, as I understand it, it's much more complex than just the binary code that we have for computers. So that's the kind of information that we're talking about. The only way that the coding ends up in the computer program is if a sentient being creates the program, even has the idea of the program, and then creates the code. So there must be sentience and a knower and an informer to create the code within the DNA, and that ain't us.
Okay, but I would say it's on it's different level because you literally said that they're congruent. That type of information in the DNA and the programming they do on your computer. But actually, if you think about what you program on your computer, is actually us being able to manipulate fundamentals of physics to do those zeros and ones, and we made the language.
No.
We made
the information is immaterial. The information is immaterial, my friend.
It is. It is in the material. Exactly.
No, it isn't. It is immaterial. Meaning it is not the material itself. The information is not material.
It is encoded in chip. We can process zeros and ones, and then
right. Are those zeros and ones? Are they conceptual or are they material?
No, the 0 and 1 is just a way to encode information.
Are they material or are they conceptual?
Material. I mean, 0. Okay, wow. 0 and 1 is conceptual, but representation for a state, physical state, which is fundamental. It's like constant. That's why we can rely on it.
That's all I needed from you, man, to tell me that the zeros and the ones are purely conceptual and not material. So the information is not material, and yet it can have an effect on the material itself. Isn't that bizarre?
No, look, and then how that information can be processed. So those zeros and ones, they're connected in different ways. If you study computing at a university level, you learn more about those kind of not resistors, but they have names and types of connections.
That's fantastic. That's all the material stuff. It's kind of like the material, the code is telling how to assemble itself within the DNA.
So using those fundamental physical states, I think the charges, they change. So the charge on, it's 1. There is no charge, it's 0. And then, using those basics, we can write a programming language so that we can do it on our computer. We can write it in English. And
so that language that you were telling, it sounds intelligent. It sounds like those ones and zeros, which are immaterial and conceptual only. Now we can take that language, which is immaterial, as admitted by you, and then make things turn on and off the way that we want them to.
Computation
to do a task.
It happens physically.
Right. But the code is immaterial. You agreed to this. I don't know why you want to go on to the thing that is physical. But we're talking about the information that is not material.
What? No, it's sequence. It's algorithm of.
Oh my gosh, dude.
No, look, it's
Let me
physically
try.
arranged
Information
zeros and
didn't
ones,
come from
which are
the
no.
information.
They're physical. They're physically
The
encoded.
information didn't come from nowhere. It didn't just happen. So, like, I mean, ultimately, that's the point. Why you guys, y'all believe? I guess my better question is, I sat here and listened to him kind of not respond to your responses to him. And people do that. I don't understand what that is. Because it's like he's saying, well, all of this matter, all of this material, all of this stuff, over a long period of time, whatever people think, right? With evolution and stuff. And we're like, listen, information needs an informer. You gave him an example of DNA, basically to tell him either like this place just sprang into existence or there was an intelligent agent that created it. And he can't go, okay, I see what you're saying, and either agree with it or not. Instead of that, which would be much shorter and much more understood, it's like him going around and around and around. The fact that that's where y'all are supposed to live and understanding. But it's like he's not even understanding what y'all are saying.
I don't know how else to put it to him, and I'm wore out. But you go ahead.
Your hard drive, when it's full, it weights the same when it's empty? Yes or no?
Sorry, I missed that first part. You were coming in a little hot.
What are you talking about drive spooling for?
No. I was trying to give an example to this guy with the moon or whatever. When his hard drive is full, is heavy as if it is empty.
Batteries are heavier when they have more power than when they're dead batteries. So what do you think of that?
Hold on a second. I'm not talking about batteries. I'm talking about the hard drive, right? Because he claims that the zeros and ones are material, right? When it ain't. So what I was trying to explain is when the hard drive is full of data, right, or empty, is it heavy or not? I mean, because what the hard drive doesn't matter if it is full or empty, right? Always, what is the term in English?
It always weighs the same. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yep.
So that for that guy, that tells you that zeros and ones are, it ain't material because your data that is inside of your computer, it ain't material. Does that make sense?
It does to me. That if you add electrons to those transistors, even billions of them, you change the states, and even if it's like physically, it has changed to zeros and ones.
Yeah, I mean, bro, you're not getting it. You're not going to get it. We're going to have to move on. This is a flat Earth room, and so far we're trying to, describe material or immaterial, conceptual code, language, all things that are immaterial. Even the thoughts that I have in my head, that's information. You can't weigh it. But anyways, meanwhile, the Earth is flat, so we'll have to try to get back to that.
Okay. Yeah. We already discussed that and then diverged, so I guess that will be enough for me today. So thank you all for conversation.
Yep. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for being respectful. You're always welcome.
Yeah. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
So what next? That's a bit rude. So
Well,
who next? That's better. So has anybody else
got
who's joined the chat recently got any
Roxy.
questions? Oh, go on.
Roxy was, she had her mic open, or he, I don't even know. Oh, they left. Rodri, are you new? Hello, Rodri. Maybe you're AFK. Take it away,
Hello.
Jedi. You're way better at this than me anyway. Oh, hey. How are you today?
I'm fine. How about you?
Good. So what brings you into 24/7 Flat Earth today?
I'd like to listen and improve my English. To have the opportunity to meet new people and new cultures, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds good. So, could you tell me why you picked the Flat Earth room?
Could you repeat the question?
Why did you decide to come into the Flat Earth room today?
Yes, to practice English and listen the conversation and to have the opportunity to listen.
I think my question was a little bit more associated with the topic itself. Do you know about Flat Earth? Have you looked into the topic itself?
No, I don't know about this group.
Okay. Well, this particular channel on this server, we come from another server. Our home server is called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. And we are a group of people that know and understand how the Earth is measured and how it is practically used, and how everybody experiences the Earth. And it turns out that the Earth is indeed flat upon its surface. There is no curve. How do you feel about that?
It's different.
Oh, it's different.
It's interesting.
Yes. So I assume, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, I assume that you believe you live on a planet, a giant sphere Earth. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that you could prove it?
Yes, when I see the pictures taken from the astronauts, we can see the big sphere.
Okay.
The Earth is a big ball.
Okay. So pictures are one thing taken by somebody else that's not you. I'm asking if you could prove it.
If I can prove.
Yeah.
No, I just believe because I learned this way and I saw the pictures in the books, in the television, and I strongly believe that the things that I see is correct.
Okay. That's an honest answer. I appreciate that. So if you are on the Earth, do you think it's reasonable to think that you could measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's curving?
No.
Why not?
Because the Earth is very, very big.
Right. We've heard this, right? The Earth is a very big ball, and so you can't measure the curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay. So the size of the ball that you think that you live on is probably not as big as you think. And I'll give you an example. If you are a 6 foot tall man, and I don't know how to convert that into metric because I know that most of the people in here use the metric system, but let's say 6 foot tall. Hopefully you know kind of how much that is. It's about, let's say 2 meters, right? 2 meters high. So 2 meters high, the Earth curve, or in this case, the geometric horizon will have to be about 3 miles away. And then after those 3 miles, things will begin to disappear bottom up because the Earth curve is blocking those things out. Now, because it's a curve, it does this at an exponential rate, which means that if you were to look 10 miles in the distance, and I know I'm going to be a little bit off here, but then you are going to have 66 feet of drop, or we'll make it easy, 60 feet of drop since you're already 6 foot high. 60 feet of drop, that means that essentially a 6 foot tall building would be hidden from your sight in 10 miles. So these are numbers and distances that we can definitely test, and we have tested this, and there is no Earth curve. Within 3 miles or within 10, no Earth curve is found. What do you think about that?
I've never heard about that. It's new for me. I think, I don't know, I think to study more about that.
Yes, I definitely probably have studied more than you about that, but that's not the point. The point is that since we're on the Earth and we have the ability to measure it, especially because we've been given a size of the Earth, so we can predictably measure where the drop should be and how much, it is available to everybody on the Earth to measure it. But it turns out that most people haven't. Most people have done what you have done, which is just believe what you were taught in school and what you saw on TV and on the internet. Now, listen, I was the same way. I believed everything that I was told until I came across this topic, and I thought it was interesting, but I also thought it was pretty stupid. So I had to go out on my own and see and measure to find this curvature that they told me that was supposed to be there. And I can't find it either. So then we figured out that practically every day people are measuring the Earth. And I'm talking about people who are surveyors. Do you know what surveyors are?
No.
Okay, so a surveyor, the profession of surveyor is somebody who goes out with some very specialized equipment and measures the actual surface of the Earth for a lot of different reasons, but mostly for things like curvature or topography. Do you know what topography is?
Yes, topography, yes.
Yeah, so it's kind of the study or the science of measuring the hills and the valleys and all that stuff right on the surface of the Earth. Well, it turns out that those people also measure the Earth flat. So every section of Earth that they measure, they use angles and a horizontal datum, a plane, to measure those angles against. So they measure the Earth flat. And then it turns out the people that navigate, well, if they were to use something like a sextant, they would be measuring the Earth flat. So all the navigation for, ships and stuff like that, they can find out where they are and where they're going using the stars and a compass, which also, by the way, happens to kind of point to the Earth being flat. All of these instruments, all of these techniques, all of them are measuring or referencing the Earth as a horizontal plane. It turns out that nobody is using the Earth as a globe or treating it that way.
Nice. Very good. Thank you for your explanation.
Yep. So if we every day know that we're standing on a very solid, non-moving Earth and it's measurably flat, then just those two claims alone, or just the curvature one takes care of it. But those two things that we can measurably experience end the entire idea that we live on a spinning water ball in space.
Oh.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So that's what this room is about. And I know you just wandered in here. I don't want to, if you want to talk, that's fine. We can continue the conversation or somebody else can pick it up. But I just kind of wanted to let you know what we're all about here. We're about measurements. We're about things that we can prove. We don't rely on photos and videos too much, although they can be helpful. But the photos and the videos that we will appeal to, or at least use, are things that we could verify for ourselves. So any idea of a photograph or a video coming from a place called outer space, we tend to reject because we cannot verify those. Well, pretty much nobody can. However, we can falsify them, because if they are showing a curved Earth and we measure the Earth itself and the two do not match, then the photographs must be incorrect. I mean, it's possible that we're really bad at measuring, but every measurement that we get is using and referencing and confirming a flat surface that we dwell on. Okay, so anyways, welcome to the channel. I won't bother you too much anymore. I know you want to practice your English, and if you have any questions, please let us know.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Mario 64, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Sweet. What brings you by?
I don't know. Looks interesting.
Okay. Have you ever met any flat earthers before?
I've met Holocaust deniers.
Okay. Well, that's not the topic of the room. So
this is going to be an interesting conversation, I can tell.
Yeah. So you're in a room that would be, I guess, globe deniers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that you live on a globe Earth, a big ball in space?
I'm just kind of here to listen.
Well, I know, but right now you're the new guy, so I'm just checking in with you. But if you just want to listen, I'll allow that. But I figured maybe you'd, want to have a conversation, maybe ask a few questions, maybe answer some. But it's up to you.
Sure, I'll ask some questions.
Okay.
To answer your questions, yes, I do.
Sure. Sure. Okay. So what's your question?
Okay, actually I know, because I remember hearing about this in a news story. So every year there's a race where a ton of sailors go to Antarctica to sail around it. And they have to, and the sailors have to be like straying toward Antarctica, because it's like, I want to say it's an island, but you know how if you ever seen a map of Australia, it's like if you wanted to sail around that, you had to like. Okay, yeah, I think you get what I mean.
Antarctica's an island, much like
how about all
Australia.
those people? Because I've seen some maps of like the flat Earth, and it shows like Antarctica as this like giant ice wall at the.
Right. Well, that's a globe Earth map. That's called an azimuthal that's called an azimuthal equidistant projection. It's a projection of a globe, and a globe is a polar projection. So that is a copy of a copy, only it's just splayed out. Nobody here would be using any kind of globe map.
So it was like, for you guys, Antarctica is also just a normal continent with that.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I have really no idea. I haven't been there or circumnavigated it. If it is an island, it should be circumnavigable. But
do it every
I have no idea. Okay.
There's like a competition once a year where like hundreds of sailors go there to.
Really?
To race.
What latitude? What latitude? What latitude?
Well, I wouldn't know. I'm not the sailor. If I were a sailor, I would probably.
So you were just guessing. So you were just guessing then?
Well, I've seen images, and they're at Antarctica.
Can they see the coastline?
Yes, very clearly. Actually,
they can see the coastline from where they are.
From Antarctica.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Okay.
Annual
Okay, that's okay.
Antarctica. Also,
Either
like
way,
5 people started talking to me.
Yeah.
But
sail around the
yeah,
continent
here's an
called
image.
Antarctica.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to send it. Can I?
By
Send
the way, yeah, they don't sail into the ice and just stand there with windbreakers on deck sailing around a big gigantic ice pile. So your imagination's running around again.
I don't
Again.
understand what a yacht race has got to do with anything.
Antarctica Cup Yacht Race Circumnavigation.
Sorry, my friend, what's a yacht
Significant
race
running
got to do
events.
with anything?
Antarctica Ice
Does
Marathon.
gentleman hear me, do we reckon?
He hears you. So we're just wondering what was. Oh, okay. Well, what's the point of you bringing up the race? I'm just curious.
I just because I saw the map where it was like it showed Antarctica as the outer perimeter almost of the Earth, showing it not as an island but as kind of a wall. But I just wanted to bring it up, saying, hey, people sail around it once a year for this race.
So. Yeah, but since I already told you, right, that's just a projection of another projection that nobody here is claiming. Is that just okay? If that's your question, I think we probably answered it right. So nobody here is claiming an azimuthal equidistant map. So that's fine. And
what would happen if I gave you a Mercator map? Would you think that that's the flat Earth also? Would you think that it's some kind of rectangle now?
Any other questions?
I reckon he can't hear me.
Very odd topic. I don't have much planned questions.
That's okay. I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot and make you ask questions. I just figured if you had some or things that you were curious about, I mean, you got a bunch of people in here that know that the Earth is flat, so maybe you would ask us why we know it is. But anyways, if you just want to hang out and listen, that's also fine. Just trying to keep the conversation going and keep the room lively. That's our goal a lot of the time.
As you said, there's never been a single time ever when anyone's measured curvature. Is that really true?
Yeah,
that is correct.
Curvature's not measured.
It's really, really, really true.
And I think the reason that it's probably most likely true is because can you think of an instance or a time when somebody actually did measure the curvature? Were you ever told about it? Because that's kind of the big deal behind the ball, right? Somebody measured this thing to be curving, right?
When a large object is very far away, I'm not I'm not just gonna say ships. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard that a billion times, but just any large object. Doesn't it? Why does it disappear bottom up?
Because it's on a surface that you have the inability to resolve the entirety of. That's why you've got a horizon, right? The horizon being the limitation of your eye's perspective across that surface. So you understand how things get smaller in distance, right? Yeah. Same thing with the surface, right? Imagine it was a chessboard and the big squares on this chessboard and you're standing on it. It looks big to you, but the one that's wastes, they look smaller and smaller until eventually the angle is so small that you can't perceive the surface anymore. That's when it turns into the horizon. Now we're talking about something that's on that surface, a mountain. Let's say it's a big mountain. Let's say it's 40 miles beyond the horizon on that surface. Now, you already can't perceive the rest of that surface, and that mountain is sitting on an angle that you can't perceive. So ultimately, you can't see the bottom of the mountain because it's sitting in an angle that you can't resolve. You can see the top of it. That angularly hasn't disappeared yet, but the surface and the horizon, that's got a lot to play into why you can't see the bottom of the object. That's all things being perfect. I say that because obviously the air that we're looking through is going to cause different things to happen. We can categorize these, right? Atmospheric effects can make the building or the mountain look taller. It can make it look like it's shrinking and squashed into the horizon, compressed, for example. Sometimes it makes it look like it's upside down. These different types of things. But ultimately, the reason why the mountain or the object disappears from the bottom up on a surface is it's probably gone beyond the horizon. can't see the bottom of it anymore.
Wow.
You can make things disappear on a flat surface on a low level as well, right? A small object compared to, say, a small object, a small optic that's very low to the surface. And you can do this on flat surfaces, right? You can also manipulate the air in between you and the object. So you can have a gradient of density and temperature, for example, like heat in the morning or in the evening, right? When it shimmers off of a road, then the road still exists beyond that mirroring or miraging effect. But because of the distortion in the temperature gradient, the light kind of reflects and bounces around a little bit. So there's lots of reasons why things appear in certain ways. The claim is that it can only happen on a curved surface. It's not true.
So you're saying these measurements of the curved Earth they're real measurements, but they're just wrong because
What measurements are there of the Earth that are curved?
No, I was just bringing up how large objects disappear, and you can like calculate how far it started to disappear in by what amount. But you're saying the reason that happens because the angle, like at the bottom, meets your horizon, your viewers, where you're looking out before the top angle does.
Yeah. I mean, if you can imagine, you've got a long surface down on your horizon on that surface, and I've got a skateboard, and I skate away. Eventually, it's going to look like I haven't got wheels. That's not because the surface is curved, because of the angle is minimal at the surface. My head is still like high up in your view, but because the surface extends outwards into the midpoint of my view because of low down, the angle gets compressed there. So eventually, I don't look like I've got any shoes on.
It's very interesting.
You can demonstrate this yourself on like a small scale, and I say small scale, 100 meters is probably a good place to start. Got a racetrack or something nearby. And it also depends on the optic, size of the aperture, the height of the optic above the surface, these types of things.
Alright, that's interesting. Maybe I'll measure it for myself, see if I can see any curvature.
Yeah,
Yeah, do that, dude. Listen, if you do that, you get 3 Bitcoin and $10,000 from me.
Yeah, I doubt you have that.
I don't have the Bitcoin. I have the 10 grand. Another guy has the 3 Bitcoin, and yes, it's true.
Yeah, I do not believe that. Who is the guy that has 3 Bitcoin? Like, I would believe the flat Earth before I believe that you have 3, or that guy has 3 Bitcoin laying around to give to me.
I don't. Dave something. What's his last name?
Dave Weiss.
Dave Weiss. Yeah. Look him up. No.
His Bitcoin is safe because we've already gone out and checked this thousands of times now, and you're not going to find any.
We're not worried about it. I'm not worried about my money either. It just sits here in a pile because I'm waiting for you guys to get Earth Curve so I can celebrate by giving you 10 grand, and then I can release a book on flat earthers.
Like, if the globe gets proven, you'll release a book on flat earthers?
Yeah, how we're all in a cult, all as flat earthers, because we don't see curve, and you finally did, and I'll make $1 million just off that alone.
I don't know about $1 million, maybe a few hundred.
No, like 5 million. Now that you said that, now I'm going to push it even harder.
I want to make that a little higher to $1 billion.
Okay, now it's 10.
That's lower.
10 million is lower than 5 million. You can't be on game show. You can't be on any TV game shows either.
10 million is lower than 1 billion, and I know that for a fact.
Oh yeah, I didn't say 1 billion. So is that where we're at now, dickering about how much money I'm going to make off the book after you prove Earth curve? I'd rather you just prove the Earth curve right now.
Brought
with
it up.
Jedi.
That was not me at all.
I'm just telling you, if you could do it, that's what you get. And then you said, nah. And we were just telling you, this has been out for a long time, dude. A long time, this challenge.
I'm not really up to date on the flat Earth challenges. All right, I might be rich one day. Who knows?
I was
I'll
just
try.
letting you in on it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, do it. Definitely. I'll split it with you.
I'll
Because I told you about it. Because since you didn't know anything about it, now in order to do it, I'll split it with you. I'll hook you up with Dave and everything else, and I'll debunk it with you, so that he has to believe me.
All right.
So really, you owe me 1.5 Bitcoin and $5,000 if you want to split it.
How do you divide a Bitcoin in half?
You send a half a Bitcoin.
I thought it was just that was the lowest unit of a Bitcoin, just 1 Bitcoin.
No. Yeah, you don't. That's fine. We're not going to talk about things like that in here. I was just enlightening you on the challenges that were out there for any Globers.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll get that money and split it with you. Apparently.
If you measure Earth curvature in accordance with a radius of 3,900 whatever miles, give or take, I'll just leave. I think the server will shut down. I think we'd all just fuck off. And the whole flat Earth thing would just go away if somebody, somewhere, somehow could actually measure the curvature of the Earth. So many people have tried and everybody's failed.
I guess I'll just have to be the first.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
How do I do that? Like, do I just... Yeah, you said I cannot get a big object really far, because apparently that doesn't work.
Go ahead and do that. Do whatever you got to do to measure 66 feet of drop at 10 miles.
So you're saying I can do that? If I just get a ship really far and I see that, that'll...
Yep, yeah. Let's see you do it.
See.
Oh, I'll just do that then. That's easy.
C's not measure, is it?
What?
See, look at, is not measure, is it?
Look at is not
Yeah.
measure.
So you said, if I go and look at, see it, that's,
No, I'll measure it, of
measurement.
course. Like, I'll be like, how, because you know how ships usually have those markers on the side of it that show like the height above sea level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll use that.
Okay.
Perfect. You're almost. You sound like a genius, actually.
Wow.
That's a compliment. I don't usually compliment Globers on their ideas.
Really, not a single person has thought of looking at the markers on the side of ships.
Nope.
From that fucking far away.
I'll get a
Well, let's.
Yeah, you guys, Globers are the only people I know that only understand that telescopes are not the only thing you can use. You should really use a zoom lens so you can get variable shots, so you can actually see it from way far away and then zoom in on it. Telescope that's already zoomed in, good luck trying to find those things.
Good luck trying to find a telescope or the measurements.
The objects that you're looking for just through a telescope, especially if you don't see it. If you don't see it there, how are you going to know where to look? But if you have a zoom camera and you kind of move it back and forth, you'll see something. Then you can zoom out and go, now I do see it. And then you zoom way in on it. And then you can see it again. So we're just going to debunk your ship going over the Earth curve because we've already measured that to be flat. Because water is flat and level. You know that, right?
I know it's level.
Oh, there you go. You just debunked yourself.
Well, level means perpendicular to the gravity.
No, it does. What?
Yes.
That's not how it's defined.
That's 90 degrees
How
then.
do you define it?
So that's 90 degrees.
It says a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
Right.
How is that gravity?
No, the given point is saying the center of the Earth. So if I have two lines.
No, it didn't
Yes,
say
that
that.
is. This is a horizontal
How come
plane
it doesn't
or
say?
line.
How come it doesn't say a point at the center of the Earth on there?
Because you can use level for many things.
So level means center of the Earth.
You can use the level for your bathtub.
You know what?
Is your bathtub
You're right.
water
You're right.
level?
I'm too stupid for this shit. I'm too stupid for this.
Mario, would you like to see an example of what you're up against? And we're even going to use the Globe Earth math, the Globe Earth curve calculator, and we'll give you an example of what we're talking about. Would you like to go through that?
Sure.
Okay. So the claim is that you live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now you know what a radius is, right?
Radius, yes, I do.
Okay, right. So that would be from the surface down to the center of this presupposed ball. So that distance is nearly 4,000 miles, 3,950. Okay? Now that size dictates that the distance to the tangent point, if you were standing on the surface, is going to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll make it really simple because I'm going to show you an observation where we have an observer that's at 1 foot. It's actually 8 inches, but we're going to round it. We're going to give you guys an extra 4 inches, and it's going to be 1 foot. That means that the horizon, and this is the claim on the Earth curve calculator, that the target hidden height is going to be behind the Earth curve or the horizon, being that tangent point, right, at 1.22 miles. So if you're 1 foot tall, the horizon, the edge of that sphere that's going to be blocking stuff out in the distance is at 1.22 miles. Do you have any problem with any of this math? Because this is not our claim. This is globe Earth geometry.
No, but I'm pretty sure I know what you're about to say.
Okay, what am I going to say?
Is that the one where it's the two oil rigs very far away and you can see it and you can see the oil rigs when you should not be able to see the oil rigs?
Well, it's got the oil rigs in it, but that's not the claim. We're talking about the horizon. The oil rigs are only there for distance. So we're talking about the horizon.
How you can see the horizon behind the oil rigs when you shouldn't be able to see that?
Yeah, so you are familiar with this topic. It almost seems like you've been here before.
I've been in your other server, or like the main one.
Oh, okay. Okay. So if you're familiar with it, do you agree or do you not agree that the horizon is Earth curve or the edge of the ball or the tangent point that's supposed to be blocking stuff out? Or is the horizon not that?
Very tricky question. I honestly don't know how to answer that. I'm going to say no. Yes, it is.
It is.
Edge to
Okay.
a ball, but
Well, what is it then?
just the point where you can't see any further.
Because of the physical blockage, the tangent point, or the sagittah that occults
I wouldn't
things.
say
Right.
that's an edge.
Well, whether you like it or not, the edge of a circle or the edge of a sphere, in this case, is, the essentially the end of that radius, right? From the center out is going to be the edge of a circle. Would you agree?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. So it is an edge of a ball or a sphere, but I understand what you're saying. So you're not going to call it an edge, but that's fine. We'll call it a tangent point. So that physical tangent point must be at 1.22 miles if you live on a sphere with a claimed radius of 3,959 miles. Would you agree?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Well, if you have an observer that's at 1 foot high,
Yeah.
because of the geometry that we're given, that tangent point, the horizon that you said are the same, must be at 1.22 miles, blocking things out in the distance, right? That horizon is the Earth curve.
I'm going to trust your calculations and say yes, that is true.
Well, it's not about the calculation so much, more about whether or not you and I both agree that the horizon is the tangent point or the sagitta of the sphere. Because that's what it is in the Earth curve calculators.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So, if the calculator is saying that the horizon is blocking things out in the distance and it is a geometric location, a tangent point, that we can draw a line to and plant a flag in, and the Earth is the size they say it is, then for a wooden-foot observer, the horizon must be at 1.22 miles. So if we agree, and we have observation of that not being the case, what are we supposed to do?
Assume there's no curvature.
No, we don't assume. We can just see it, right? Because if we see that the horizon is well beyond that geometric claim, then that geometric claim is incorrect, just based on the observation and the measurement.
Right.
And since this is the sphere-Earth claim, the Earth is no longer a sphere because the claim is debunked.
Interesting.
Yeah. This is just logic, right? We have a modus tollens, logical consistency. It's an argument or a formulation of an argument. And then we also have a deductive syllogism, I think is what it's called, where if by deduction, if the Earth is not a sphere of that size, it's not a sphere at all. Now, I know that's kind of reaching, but with the claim about the Earth being that size, everything else is predicated on the Earth being that size, and all of the other orbital mechanics and distances to the sun and the distant stars and all that stuff, and the other planets, blah, 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 blah. I know I said other, but bear with me. All of that has to also be false because the ball is no longer. And if the ball is no longer, then everything else predicated on that ball is also going to go down the drain.
All right.
Okay. So, you've been kind. You're listening. I can hear that you're reluctantly kind of agreeing. You're following along. Do you have any problem with that, or is there a question that you want to ask, or maybe a counter to what I said?
I don't have a counter. I have not nearly the skills to counter everything you just said, seeing as I'm a little confused on what you said. I mean, I know what you said. Basically, just something oil rigs, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind it. This means that because of this observable measurement, there is no curvature. Is that about what you said?
I guess fair enough, but I'm just attacking the globe Earth geometry claim. If the horizon is the edge of the sphere, and the horizon has to be the geometric location, and it's not there. In fact, it's, let's say, I forget the actual math, but well beyond, an exponential distance farther than that, then number one, we can also conclude that either the sphere is debunked based on the observation, which is true, and the horizon is actually not physical or a tangent point or anything that you could really measure to at all. Because Jedi was telling you earlier about how things in the distance begin to, the angle to the objects or even the surface itself becomes so acute that it's unresolvable, meaning that you can't resolve anything physical or tangible or geometric in that case the farther it gets in the distance. So the horizon is not the curve of the Earth, nor is it physical. In fact, it's defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the Earth or sea. Even in the definition, it does not give it physicality or tangibility. It's just apparent. It just looks that way.
All right. It's very, very interesting. This is all very, very interesting.
So if the horizon is not physical and something that you can measure to, then any claims about distances to the horizon, or, I mean, that's basically the crux of the argument, but any observation or measurement having to do with the horizon would, for the most part, be something we would have to throw out because it's not geometric and it's not an actual physical location, and therefore we can't take a measurement to it. So the next thing you would have to do, instead of measuring the Earth and finding the Earth curve for the $10,000 in the Bitcoin, is figure out a way to find Earth curve across the surface of the Earth, but I guess you're not going to be using a horizon.
Well, how would you? Because I feel like, because I can't do anything with distance. Because you said that's because there's something about the angles meeting.
Well, I didn't say distance. I just said the horizon.
Yeah, but you said like
that distance to the horizon will apparently change to you, the observer, if you change an optic. Like you had a high-powered zoom camera. So, for example, before you zoom in, right, the image through the camera looks pretty much as you see it with your own eye. You just see the horizon. When you zoom in, as the instance with the oil rigs, right, you start seeing the oil rigs that you couldn't see before, and then the horizon moves beyond the oil rigs, right? It's because the technology has improved that the angles are perceivably opened for you because of the technology. It's now resolvable, right? You can see those tiny angles that you couldn't see before, right? It's how optics work, how you see the world. Something that moves away from you is eventually going to get too small to see. Even a fly or an insect, right? It's not going to be far before you can't see it anymore. And same with a surface that you're looking horizontally across. Same with the mountain that's on that surface miles and miles away. Everything is going to start converging with itself. The surface, the objects on top of it that are above your eye line look like they're going downwards towards the surface. They're not actually getting smaller. They just look that way.
This phenomena... Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was going to say this is like one of the first things that leads us into flat Earth, or was for me anyway, right? How far we can actually see. Because according to the globe model, the limitation to how far we should see is the Earth, right? The curvature, things going over it so we can't see it, much like a hill. When we go out and do long distance observations, we don't perceive that curvature. Depending on the optic that we use and the meteorological conditions, we can see as far as they will allow us to see, not the curvature of the Earth. That's where we all started.
Correct. And these particular optical effects, whatever you want to call them, there are multiple problems with the farther you get away from an object or, across the surface of the Earth, the more these things begin to compound. And that's why even the surveyors that do go out and measure the surface of the Earth only reach out to, at max, a few hundred yards. Because as you look farther and farther, these optical effects are more and more prevalent, and so the measurements become less and less predictable or accurate. So they keep their measurements pretty close, quarter mile, maybe. You get out past a kilometer, you could probably just throw those out. It's pretty tough because between the air and the optical effects and the perspective effects and the Rayleigh criterion and all that stuff, diffraction, you are going to have a problem and a breakdown with what you're seeing. That's why they borrowed, or they took those perspective effects and called it Earth curve. They're going to say, because you can't see that object in the distance, there's a big hump of Earth blocking it out, and therefore the Earth is curved. It's actually terrible logic. It's actually affirming the consequent. It goes like this. If the Earth is curved, you will see things disappear in the distance bottom up. You see things disappear in the distance bottom up, therefore the Earth is curved. That's how it works. It's a sleight of hand. It's a douchey thing to do to the public, but that's what they've done. In the meanwhile, there is no measurable Earth curve anywhere across the surface of the Earth by anybody.
Except, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I've never searched it up. Maybe if I did, I might find one, but I don't know. I'm kind of.
I'll tell you what you're going to find. Apparently, you're going to find Jeranism now. He popped up in a search at one point with his flashlight. The other thing that you will find is Eratosthenes. Well, there's a problem. Eratosthenes, once again, sleight of hand, begged the question for two different things. Number one, that the Earth was a sphere in the first place. And two, that light comes in from the sun parallel because it's so far away, even though he had no distance of the sun or the rotundity of the Earth. He assumed both of those premises and then went out and took an angle measurement from the surface of the Earth, which verified its flatness, but took the difference in angle between 2 points and then constructed a great circle around a presupposed globe. So it's not a measurement, it's a calculation based on two flawed assumptions. That's all you're going to find.
Isn't Jeranism like one of those ex-flat earthers that was on like the final experiment trip?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Was he actually a flat earther?
Good question.
Who knows? Yeah, who knows?
So it's like
it depends on how you define flat earther.
Someone that believes the Earth is flat and stationary,
That's just it. Someone who has a belief system.
or someone who knows.
You've already set out two categories, so yeah.
Well, the Jaren, he never really talked about the Earth that much. His big thing was, NASA bloopers, like ISS NASA bloopers. He was also really into like menivism or something like that, like men and women issues, like modern dating. He was into sort of like more of a biblical cosmology. So, and he was like a debunker. He was more of a globe debunker. So if someone were to classify that as flat Earth, then yeah, he would be a flat earther. If someone said, well, no, that's like conspiracy theory type stuff, then he would say he was a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, people have looked over and as far as last I heard, he's never identified as a flat earther. There's no videos of him saying I'm a flat earther. Unless I missed one somehow, but someone went through and said, where was it even said that he was a flat earther? Who said this?
I think I saw one when I first heard of it. It was like, I don't know who. It might have been him and like Professor Dave. I don't know. They were in a call together. And he said, "Yeah, I used to be a flat earther, but after the final experiment, I've changed." It was either him or someone else, but I do know he did meet with one of those what they call science communicators.
What was interesting was he said later on that flat Earth is a cult, and that he used to be a flat Earth leader, but not anymore. He's not in the cult anymore, which is kind of interesting because cult leaders don't like being questioned, and that's kind of what happened with Jeranism. He came back from Antarctica. People had a few questions, and he wouldn't answer anything.
Are you saying they like faked it?
No, I'm saying that he fancied himself as some kind of cult leader, and then when he realized he wasn't a cult leader, people were going to question what he had to say. He got mad about it, and then went on some sort of cringe apology tour where he went on to all the anti-flat Earth channels and begged for forgiveness.
It's a little
and they just they just laughed at him. Yeah, it's odd. It's very weird and cringe. So that's why here in Flat Earth we don't talk about people. We talk about ideas, the surface of the Earth, topics. You don't need to talk about the individuals. They are irrelevant. That's it's fallacious thinking on its face. It's called a genetic fallacy. Or look
what if
who's
you're using
talking.
an individual like as proof? Like, okay, I talked to this other flat earther and he said,
appeal to then appeal to authority. Another logical fallacy. This is why the Globe side makes it like a BuzzFeed, TMZ, top 10 flat earthers. Number 1 will surprise you. They are shit scared to maintain a topic conversation. They can't do it because they need to talk about everything other than the surface of the Earth as their only proof of the surface of the earth. They'll divert to the sky, they'll divert to people, they'll divert to all kinds of shit. It's a constant diversion rather than stay hyper focused on the topic, the surface of the earth.
Right.
Know this. Yeah, take it. Don't believe me. Go check it out. Watch our YouTube channels. Listen to them. They'll never talk about the Earth. They'll play with Legos, Star Wars toys, talk about flat earthers.
Talk about the science like communicator guys.
No, the YouTube. If you go to their channels, they're called entertainment. They're not called science. It's not information. It's not education. They're all entertainment channels. It's performative. It's play acting. They give a rat's shit about what the Earth is. No fucks given whatsoever. What they do like is a TMZ BuzzFeed drama that comes with the topic that gets them clicks and likes.
Sounds about right.
And that's what you're looking at here. You're looking at one side is completely void of any sense of logic and reason. And another side who's like, well, you guys brought the debate. Let's hear it. Let's have a debate. And they just won't. They refuse. Simply refuse to debate the topic. Because they'll tell you they won the debate and there's no debate at the same time. This you see that on the globe side. This or anti-flat earth. These back-to-back contradictions. We have all the proof. Show proof. Well, you won't believe it. Okay, does proof require belief? Well, no. Okay, well, present your proof then. Their dog ate it. Well, do you have a dog? Well, no, I don't have a dog.
I don't know if a globe earthers ever said my dog ate my proof, but
No, they did. They seriously did. I mean, we got a guy called Donald C. who has literally his dog ate his homework. He had a whole notebook filled with globe earth proof, and his dog ate it. And it can never be done again. It can never be. It's gone forever. And another one, I mean, the same guy who then said that, over fences. I'm kind of being a little hyperbolic with it. Yeah, his real story. My take is that his dog ate his homework, but his real story was that flat earthers figured out he had this globe earth proof and broke into his house, stole the evidence, and then set fire to his house. And we're called... but we're called the conspiracy theorist. It's us, the flat earther, who's a conspiracy theorist. And you're like, really? You just came up with some unnamed group of people who identified where you were, broke into your house, stole all the evidence, and then set a fire to cover up the crime. That sounds like a batshit conspiracy theory to me. Batshit. Like, take your meds, dude.
Yeah, sounds a little odd.
Oh, that's right. Lloyd's got it right too. They went back in time. They're time traveling. Because they're time traveling flat earthers who went back in time. It gets better. Hopefully he'll come around. It's been a while since he's been around, but man, it would just be glorious. All of a sudden he popped in right now. You got to hear him.
Who? Oh, was it one of the guys in your server?
Yeah, Donald C. He's on this server too.
Oh, I thought it was some guy like online.
No, this guy on this server.
Oh wow, that's an interesting story. I don't know if I'm keen on believing that.
Yeah,
That-
maybe he's not on the server. He does get banned every so often for just being
It's recorded anyway.
Yeah. He'll
He
crack
actually said
hardcore
Flat Earthers
sometimes.
broke into his house. Was he like posting his findings online, and they're like, "Oh, I gotta get him," like the CIA?
No, when we met him, he already had his house was already broken into, and they stole his glasses.
Maybe he just can't find it without his glasses. No, I know the story's like bullshit. He's obviously lying, but
Yeah, that's what my take is too. He's obviously lying, and it answers a question: why would they lie? A lot of times we get that. Well, why would they lie? Well, you just lied. You completely invented a whole story of time traveling flat earthers just
wait,
to
time
avoid.
traveling flat earthers?
Yeah, like it gets weirder. Like this is just part of the lore. I'm condensing it, into like a small conversation because he forgot what he said. Like he didn't keep his lies straight, and at one point he said he had done this experiment 20 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, this guy's obviously joking with you. I don't think he was ever trying to be serious. I think he was just trying to rage bait you. Like, I don't think anyone in the history of human race.
Dude, we've seen him live on camera. He's serious.
If he pops up.
Yeah, just message him right there. Donald C. He's on the server. Just message him. Be like, hey, these flat earthers are whatever, and just have fun with them.
That's Donald. What's his? Let me see.
It's Donald C. 1729.
All right.
Oh, guys.
Sorry, just a quick one to the new guy. He doesn't really like going by Donald. He prefers it when you call him Donnie. So if you do speak to him, call him Donnie.
No, but I kind of want to get him mad.
Well, yeah, go with
call him
Donald.
Donnie
then.
then.
Yeah. If you say Donald, he gets upset by that.
That
If you
sounds
say
nice.
Donnie, or what's the other one too? Yeah, just Donnie, right?
Donnie.
Yeah, because before he changed his username because he thought that he was like because we would call him Donald, and then he would get mad at that, and then he changed his name to Donald. The lore just gave even better. It's like absolutely like hilarious. Then he changes his name back to Donald, and then somehow he's making fun of us by doing that. And I'm like, wow, dude. Like, wow.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I can believe this guy was ever serious with the
Go find out. Go find out for yourself.
All right.
You and see.
How do I add him? Right, let me see. Okay, so at Donald.
Guys,
C,
guys.
what do you say?
Please.
Oh yeah, go ahead. We got a new. Someone's got a new question here. The lion. Yeah, or Hagen Z.
So why do you think Earth is flat?
Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat.
Why?
Yes, it's flat. Yep, it's flat.
No,
Why?
It's not.
It's not really.
Yeah.
Explain why. He asked you why.
Who measured it to be curved then? It measures flat, so that's what
Is there any proof it is flat? Like any?
Yeah,
any
it
picture?
measures.
It's flat where the end
Just
of it.
think it measures.
Yeah, we can prove it because it doesn't measure curves, so it's flat. There you go. No curve measured, so what you have left is just flat Earth.
When you ever go in the plane to somewhere?
Yeah, planes fly across flat Earth.
When you fly with a plane and you look from the window, you can see that the Earth is
flat.
Is curving. You know.
No. You don't see curve from a window. You see flat from the window.
No,
back on
no.
a plane.
Yeah, but gravity
the
makes
Earth is
things round.
No, no. Well, it doesn't make the Earth round because the Earth is flat, measurably, observably.
Then, if it's flat, then how the gravity work? You know?
Well, things just fall down on a flat surface. You're not being sucked towards the center of a ball.
Fuck.
Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? Earth is as you experience it to be.
What about time zones? What about time zones? How is there any
Hold
time
on,
zones?
can we
if it's not
establish?
flat- not-
Do you guys realize that you experience a flat, motionless Earth with your senses?
Right, where the end of the Earth is then?
Well, do you guys appreciate that before we continue?
I'm being respectful, to be honest, but if
You don't see curve, right? You don't see curve.
yeah, but why don't I?
No, you don't see curve. Where the hell do you see curve?
When you go on the plane, bro.
No, you don't
from
see
the
curve
window.
from a plane, bro.
You can see the curve.
You know Neil deGrasse Tyson?
What?
You heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No.
Never heard of Neil deGrasse? Damn, where'd you get all your globe lore from?
Grass? What?
Neil, the globe scheistmeister, the globe salesman. Well, he's
Okay,
like an
what
expert.
about-
He's like a PhD globe head who hangs around with astronauts at NASA, and he goes
Okay,
on.
what about
He
him?
tells people about the globe. He's supposed to be an educator of the globe. Do you understand that?
Yeah, okay, no. Yeah.
So he says, according to the math, you wouldn't be able to see curve even at 128,000 feet. Do you know how high a plane flies?
Yes, of course.
Right, so not 128,000 feet. So mathematically, the globe side are saying you would not see curve from a plane. Their story is that you will never experience curvature. You just have to trust them that it's there. That's the story, not that you can see it.
I mean, because the Earth is very big, that we can see the curve of it, you know?
Okay, so you agree there's no curve to be seen.
I mean, yeah, not that much.
So what we're saying is we observe and experience a flat Earth because that's what it is. Yeah? If you want to say it's not what it seems like, then you need to show proof.
If it's flat, then where's the end of it?
What do you mean the end of it?
The end of the Earth.
The end of the Earth. I've never seen the Earth end. I've never seen it end.
I mean, where do you think it is?
The Earth? It's under your feet.
You think there is end of the Earth?
I don't know, but logically, I would expect that it has a finite volume, so it's not infinite. But where it might end, who knows?
What about Earth's shadow? It's round.
Earth's shadow? Where are you seeing Earth's shadow?
Like when moon whatever. Wait, I can't spell it.
Like a lunar eclipse? You mean?
Yeah, when it happens, like there's a round shadow.
That's not Earth's shadow.
Then what is it?
Just the moon eclipsing. So the moon is in flight.
And how the sun and the moon work then, if it's flat?
Well, they go around the Earth like we observe. They're lights in the sky. That's what they do.
Wait.
Just like you experience, right? Just like you observe the lights in the sky moving above your head in repeated patterns every year. That's what they're doing. That's why you see them do it. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Crazy. Reality as it's observed. See, you've been taught that you can't trust your senses and you have to disregard what you experience in favor of essentially the US and Russian governments. You go with that?
Yeah, okay, wait. So how would gravity work? If it was flat, it would like pull everything to the center of the...
No, that whole pulling to the center of a ball thing is just a fantasy. That's not real.
Yeah, but how would gravity work if it was flat?
Well, it's just things are ordering themselves by their density relative to the medium they're in. Archimedes' principle, or specific gravity, if you want to Google that.
Uh-huh.
So, not the bending and warping of space time. That's a cartoon fiction.
So you think NASA was lying to us?
Of course.
And why do you think they had hiding the truth about Earth?
I don't know. Maybe they're just trolling us. You'll have to ask.
Okay, what about sunsets?
What about them?
It wouldn't like exist on a flat Earth.
Would it not?
Yeah, because when
Sure about that? Who told you that? Who said that?
Huh?
Who told you that?
Logically, if it was flat,
Logically?
we
Give
would
me
see
the logical. Give me the logic.
I mean, come on, bro. Like when when a sunset, like I don't know, happens, just like half of the sun that we can't see it. If it was flat, we could just see all of it. You know?
No. You can't see forever. The light has a limit. It only lights up a portion of the Earth at a time. Yep.
Okay. Whatever you say, bro. Anyways, thank you for explaining all of these things. I'm being respectful, and thanks. Yeah.
If you have another question, we can come here and ask if you don't mind.
Yeah, you come anytime you've got questions. Come here.
Okay, thank you.
No
Parallati feminism.
Bye.
Peace. Did the other guy say he had another question?
No, they're both gone.
A 2 for 1. Not bad.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to say, because I'm pretty sure his English is very bad, but I'm pretty sure he's trying to say is that, like, you can observe the sun. Actually, you already explained this to me, never mind. But
he's talking about you see the sun descend to the horizon, which
Yeah,
is
like
a
bottom
flat
up.
line. But even then, right, the only reason he thinks that's indicative of a globe is because he's been taught it's a globe. If he hadn't been taught it was a globe, he would see that as indicative of the sun descending below a flat Earth. Which I'm not saying is what's happening, but I'm just saying if you were to take the sun's descent towards the horizon as it going physically below the ground, your observation would only tell you it's going physically below a flat surface, not a curved one. But it's not that anyway, it's just optical. It's just compressing into the vanishing point, which is the horizon. You sound chill, new guy. What's your name?
Mario.
Mario.
Yeah.
How's it
Are you
going?
asking for my real name?
No,
He's not new.
Your real name.
He's not new, Cyclone.
He's not new.
He's been around a while.
Yeah.
Been around a while.
I'm still a little new to the topic. Like, I just kind of come here, listen to you guys while I'm doing something else. But like,
So how long have you been listening to us? How long have you been listening to us?
I don't know. I just actually I'd say maybe a few months, a little over. I know I've been in your old server for a bit now. I'm not the old server, but your main server. I've been in there for a bit, but to this one, I'm.
But you're not there anymore.
No.
You get yourself banned?
No. I did get cognitive dissonance, but I didn't get banned.
You just left the server?
Yeah, there's no really point for me being there anymore.
Why not?
Weren't you the one white knighting for Talon the other day? Yeah, the horizon is sea.
I wasn't here yesterday. This is my first day on the server.
No, the other day, not yesterday. A few days ago.
This is my first day on the server.
Oh, okay. No, it could have been in the politics server. Somewhere else.
In the politics server.
Oh, you're not in there? Oh, no. Maybe I'm confusing you for someone else. Never mind.
Yeah, he kind of sounds like Gamma No Hack.
Gamma?
No, I know it's not him. I know it's not him. Glober number 2. Or 3, whichever one he was. Anyway. But I mean, what do you mean there was no point in you being on the server? That's like saying there's no point in me learning.
I didn't know what to do there.
You just
Every
learn.
time
I
I
mean, well, what
tried
you're
doing a
here, you
debate,
come
I
here
just
and
got
listen.
cognitive dissonance or banned. So I was like, there's not really a
Alright.
point. So, and then every time I
Well,
had
that might be a
had
fair
question,
criticism. Depends who you're coming and speaking to, I suppose. But all right, so in the time that you've spent listening to us, could you steelman our argument? You know what that means, steelman?
I do not.
So I mean, like a straw man is when you present a weaker version of your opponent's argument, and then you argue against that, and it's a fallacious tactic. A steelman would be you present the best possible argument of your opponent. Right. So do you know what our arguments actually are?
Yeah, I think I have some clue.
Okay, so tell me what a few of our arguments are.
The two oil rigs. You shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind the oil rigs. That means the Earth is.
Oh, nice.
So the geometry of the surface. We're highlighting that there's no observable, detectable curvature in those observations, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that's a compelling argument or no?
It's a compelling argument.
Yeah, like if the Earth doesn't have any curvature, it can't be a ball. Is that a good argument?
Yeah, I'd say that.
Okay. Do you disagree with it?
I don't know. I don't have the skill to. I mean, I could say yes, I disagree with it, and then you ask me why, and I don't have the skill for it. I'll just be like, honestly,
So then why would you say, yeah, you disagree if you can't disagree
No, I'm
with
just
it?
saying I have no choice but to say, yeah, I agree with it.
Okay. I mean, you do. I mean, I'm not forcing you into your answer, but if you don't know how
If
you
I
could
had to give
argue
an
against
answer,
it,
I'd probably say like refraction, but like that's the best I have.
Uh-oh.
But what would that mean?
I just want to give him kudos, man, because so many people get that argument wrong. They think their focus is on the oil rigs, not the horizon, and you described it pretty good.
Yeah, but have you ever looked into refraction?
It's light bending.
Well, you could frame it that way, but it's a bit more complicated than that. When you say light bending, does that mean it's bending when it enters a different medium? Does that mean it just bends in general? Does it bend up? Does it bend down? Does it bend around a curve? I mean, quite a broad term nowadays.
Like the light particles hitting the air just slowly bends it.
Which way?
Anyway, you can bend it.
Anyway,
I could like search it
So to
up.
go up
I'm
and
not
down.
a dictionary. I mean, an encyclopedia or
No,
a
of course,
science
of course.
textbook.
But if the globe argument is hinging now on this refraction, then surely if that's where you're sitting, you'd have to understand quite well what
Science,
refraction
yeah,
is.
science doesn't say light bends around a ball either.
I'm just saying if I had to give an answer because he seemed like he wanted.
Yeah, but that's not an answer. You said I look in the science textbook and it's not in there.
No, I know. I said I agree with him.
So what are you? So do you believe in the globe, or do you not? You're not sure. What's your position?
Saying I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fair. So you must be. So if you're not sure what it is, what you're like 50-50 between flat and globe?
Like 50 between a globe and 50 between. I got no fucking clue where I live or what my world is.
I think that's quite a healthy mindset. Does it make you curious? Are you curious about what it is?
Yeah. I tried looking for a telescope. Apparently, it was sold or something to Best Buy or Goodwill.
What are you going to do with your telescope?
Do some long distance observations.
A camera. That way you can you don't have to go buy a camera to attach to your telescope. Just get a good camera.
Camera is probably a quicker step than the telescope. Telescope's a bit fiddly. It's more impractical with setting up and all that. Or even just like a good pair of binoculars. You want something kind of portable because you need to be taken out into the field, you know?
Oh my
Get
god!
get infrared. Yeah, get infrared binoculars.
I have
Those will be really good.
I have a pair of night vision binoculars right here.
There you go.
I don't know what I'd do with it.
You're gonna look at something that you can't see that's far away with them normally.
Yeah, do you live next to a shoreline?
You're gonna say,
or a
"Look,
lake?
I'm looking through infrared light, which just doesn't get refracted."
Like a big body of water, shoreline or lake? You live near any of that?
I live near the Pacific Ocean.
You may as well just give him the flat Earth tag, Cyclone, because he's going to be a flat earther once he goes out and does this.
Yeah, it sounds like you got. Well, I mean, if you're, in my view, if you don't actively believe you live on a globe, you are a flat earther. Even if you're saying I don't know what the Earth is.
I just said I.
No, I know. I'm saying this is in my view, right? Because if you're saying you don't know what the Earth is, then all you can really go on is what you experience directly, right? Through your senses. And what you experience directly is a flat, motionless Earth. So if you don't know what it is, but you know what you sense, I mean, what else are you gonna sit on?
Well, that's just I'm gonna go on and do it myself.
No, I know. I'm just saying philosophically, if you're not like actively, I believe Earth's a globe, all you're really left with is a flat Earth. Because that's all you experience. Even before you do the long distance observations, I mean, you just experience a motionless topographical plane. That's the surface you live on, as far as you can tell. Because for the globe belief, you have to actively not dismiss, but you have to make excuses or tell a story about why it looks flat and motionless. And then you have to add on all these assumptions about motion and curve. If you're not doing that, you're just left with the motionless topographical plane that you experience. But anyway, that's cool. No, you definitely should do your own observations. That's what we would recommend. And if you've got a pair of like decent binoculars, take them to a shoreline or a lake.
Done your own observations? Like gone out?
Yeah.
Do
Most
you like
people
share
in
them
here
with the
have.
other people on your server?
I share them with a few people, but generally I wouldn't put out ones that are kind of close to my location. And there's so many out there now anyway that, you know, we're already inundated with observations. So,
Right? Yeah, maybe I'll do one. If I do one, they get. What would it need to have for you to believe? It'd have to show that there's.
You're going to get a T-shirt that says you're now flat earther. I think you get a tinfoil hat to wear around. And there's all kinds of stuff you get. There's all kinds of prizes you win, especially if you go running around telling people the Earth is flat. You'll win some prizes doing that too.
I would say don't be
Won a
worried about
first-class
what we're
trip to beyond the ice wall.
Yeah, don't be worried about what we're going to believe and what we're going to accept. You're not doing this for us. You're doing this for yourself. So whatever you need to be asking yourself, right? What am I going to potentially observe, and what's that going to mean? Like, where you want to understand your elevation, you want to understand the distance roughly that you're observing, and you want to be able to compare that to the known mathematical curvature formula for the globe in terms
And you
of
can do that with your
geometric
phone, dude. You can
and
do
his
that with
height.
your phone. With your, you can see boats. You can do that with your phone, getting an app, a free app to see a marine app, and you'll know the distance from where you are because it'll show you exactly how far away you are.
Yeah, then just like with the oil rigs, when you understood that horizon should actually be in front of the rigs, not behind them, you can apply that same principle. Is the horizon, which you've been told is a curve of the surface, is that in the right place geometrically, mathematically? And then when you find what we've all found, that it's not, then you're faced with that question. Well, what are you going to do with that information? Are you going to pretend it didn't happen, or are you going to accept it, update what you thought, and proceed from there? So let's say hypothetically you go out and do this, and you see the same thing that's shown in the oil rigs example. The horizon's not in the right place further. What will you think then?
Flat Earth? I guess so.
All right. So you wouldn't say to yourself, that might just be refraction?
I mean, I would try to do it as clear as day as possible, but probably not.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That
No,
doesn't
you're
play
doing
into
it
the
with night
refraction
vision
thing that the globe
glasses.
is.
You're going to do it at night with night vision glasses so you don't have any heat distortion. You got the perfect set.
Wait, night vision goggles are actually good for this?
You said they're binoculars.
Yeah, they're night vision binoculars, but I didn't.
Yes, that should be great.
I didn't know the night vision had any like.
Yeah, because during the day you can get, the sun heats up the ground, and then if you use just regular cameras, sometimes you see little heat waves. Globers like to call that's globe Earth refraction. That's not. That's just the shimmering that you see. Especially when you look up at the stars, you see the same shimmering you see when you look out over heat. Same shimmering goes up in the air because the heat rises, so you're looking through all that stuff too.
When you say they're night vision goggles, do you mean like proper night vision goggles, or like they've got little
used them before,
flashlights
they, like-
at the end of them?
What do you say?
You get like ones for kids that just have little lights in the end of them, and they call them
No,
night vision.
No, they seem really proper. I was advertised as like surveying and like animal watching.
Okay, would you be able to get the make and model that we can look at?
I can look
Or
at
could
it.
you not get it?
It says Vivitar. Vivitar model number VIVCIR. I can put this into a. Let me.
Yeah, put it in the chat so that we can have a look at it here. Night vision's expensive, man. So, how did you come about some night vision binoculars? Ask your parents or something?
Yeah, I thought it was cool. Asked my mom for Christmas. She got it for me. Then I used it once. I was at the Grand Canyon actually, and then.
Hey, well, no, I mean, that was a good request. I mean, you might not have realized at the time, but a tool like night vision binoculars is an excellent tool. And you take care of them, you have that forever.
That's the exact one I have.
All right, well, I'm not looking at the chat, but one of the boys, go and have a look at that. They look good. Kind of magnification are we talking?
Oh, zoomed in pretty far when I used it.
It's got like a digital zoom on it.
Yeah, I mean, it has a digital screen to look at it, but I'm guessing that means digital zoom.
Digital screen on the binoculars. Okay. They do sound quite fancy.
Jets. No.
Radwin, you looking at that? T-Dub?
I don't think any of them are looking at it. I'm just gonna assume they're good.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, either way, you should give it a shot. I mean, don't even just go out at night with the night vision. Go out.
I'm on my phone, so I got to flip through a bunch of pages to unmute myself. I'm trying to look at it. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm not bothering though, but thank you. But yeah, go out in the day, go out at night, go multiple days, right? Because this is the whole thing. What you see changes all the time. Like, a huge part of this is understanding how optics work and why we see things the way we do. Because it's our own ignorance of the way perspective and vision works that allows this story to go unchecked. Right? We just take a bottom-up obstruction as, well, it must be curved. Not realizing the myriad of atmo effects and visual aspects at play when we're observing over a long distance. It's like in computer games, you get a draw distance. You know what that is?
A draw distance?
That's like how far you can see in a video game.
Oh, your render
Right.
distance?
Yeah, like a
Like
render
Minecraft?
distance. Yeah, almost like just like a render distance. How far you can see, and a bunch of things play into that. Similar here. It's not geometric curvature that's stopping us from seeing things. There's just a load of aspects that go into how an optic receives the light and is able to perceive that. And there's a certain distance that varies based on all these different factors, where we see further some days and not as far on other days. It's like in your weather app when it tells you the visibility distance. Maybe today it's 7 kilometers, maybe tomorrow it's 10. Right?
Yeah.
It's not because the Earth is growing or shrinking. So part of this whole thing is just going out into the world and examining what you're seeing and thinking about why you're seeing what you're seeing. And in that, you need to understand optics. I'd recommend you join the home server again and you check out the optics channel. A lot of good information in there. That unless you're becoming an optometrist or something, your chances are you're never going to research it. But
I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna get like cognitive dissonance again and like made fun of, but
Well, when you see the Earth is flat and you say, I know it's flat, but it's actually a globe, yeah, you're going to get put in cognitive dissonance because you have two beliefs at the same time.
I mean, I never said that, but
I missed the last thing you said. My headphone died. What did you say?
That was just my example of how you get put in there. Or you say, nuh-uh, 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 get you put in there faster.
I don't know. I might let me. I guess I'll join and look at the last thing I said.
I mean, you don't even have to, when you join, you don't even have to interact with someone. I mean, you can just use the additional information as a springboard for you to do your own independent research. Because, getting into text arguments on a Discord server, if you're dealing with someone who doesn't have much patience, which you have to understand in this conversation, people deal with a lot of trolls and the same 5, 10 questions and arguments 1,000 times a week. So don't worry so much about arguing with someone or debating someone or proving someone wrong. Focus on educating yourself. That'd be my advice.
Yeah. So just observe to use the information given.
Say that again?
So you're saying to look in the server for the information given? Yeah, I'm looking right now.
So if you look under the additional information channels, did you see those channels? Like 3/4 of the way down, it's all alphabetized A to Z. Starts with Antarctica, has stuff like gravity, long distance observations, laser tests. The resource channels, do you see those?
Accident left. But what do you say? Near the bottom? Near the bottom?
About 3/4 of the way down.
Wait, do I see politics, philosophy, debate, biblical, movie text? This is a single one.
There'll be it's just a whole heap of, it's all alphabetized and it's different topics. So it'll have eclipses, the moon, gravity. About 3/4 of the way down the channel list.
Now, I remember seeing it before because I saw one that was like Mars, and I looked in there. There's a bunch of the Mars rovers.
Yeah, the Mars fakery, that's quite humorous. I mean, that's not where the real meat of the topic is, but the NASA fakery we do enjoy almost sardonically at this point. If because that's what a lot of people are basing their belief on, right? Of a globe, not any experience they've had, but the supposed stories from this intelligence agency, NASA.
Intelligence agency.
Yeah, they're an intelligence agency. Did you hear?
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up. I wanted you to bring that up to him so that he knows he doesn't even have to use those links anymore. Yeah, 3 months ago now they've been reclassified as an intelligence agency. So that way when they do put out the propaganda like they've been putting out since 1958, they can't get in trouble for it now at all. So when they tell you in 2030 that they really didn't go to the moon because they're not going to go to the moon, and that it was just to be, to play with people's heads and make sure that we won the space race. But we are going to go to Mars, I'll tell you that. But we didn't go to the moon because we're a propaganda machine. And so now,
I actually know
what do you think?
I know the intelligence agency, and NASA being an intelligence agency only operates under Title V, which is government employees and administration, not Title 50, which is what you're thinking, which is war, national defense, and actual intelligence, like the CIA, NSA, ODNI.
No, that's not true. No,
They're the same. They're the same. They're the same now. No, they're the same. Same union.
No, what do you mean? Title V is government employees and administration, hiring, firing, paying, unions, workplace rules, and HR. Title 50 is an actual intelligence.
They've already been doing intelligence for the military for decades, right?
Well,
Remember?
I'm saying that your claim only operates under Title V of the
No.
United
For
States Code.
example, in the early 2000s, it was supposed NASA satellite imagery that gave the United States justification to invade Iraq. Right? This is what Colin Powell presented at the UN Security Council to say, look, they've got weapons of mass destruction. This is our imagery from NASA. That was propaganda. That was false. They've been doing this for decades.
Well, did NASA
They're
agree
going
to
to
it?
continue doing the same thing. Yeah, NASA were the ones that supposedly provided it. So they've been a propaganda instrument of war since the beginning. So this is no different. This is just giving them some added legal plausible deniability and the ability to say, yeah, we lied. But it was for
because of us.
security.
Because of us. Don't forget to mention it's because of us, Cyclone.
Yeah, that's right. That's 10 years in, really. I mean, this is the timeline. Flat Earth comes out again in 2015 because amazing cameras are being made that can zoom for miles and miles, and people are just realizing there's no curve. 2020, the globe finally concedes and gives up its geometric horizon, so its geometry. And then 2025, NASA concedes and admits it's just a professional lying agency.
Well, that only operates under Title V of the United States titles, which are state United States codes split up.
You can say whatever to that, but they've been pumping out propaganda for decades, and now they can legally do
I'm just
so.
saying your claim.
We have a security guy in the chat. He said they operate under Title 50 and 10, not 5 or whatever you said. So you're wrong again.
No, they do not. I know that for a fact.
Oh, no, I don't think you're correct because this guy's usually got the correct government stuff.
Dude, even
Yeah,
if they
they
did
do not.
say that
NASA
that's what they were
operates under
doing.
Title 51, which is where, if you ever heard the saying, for the benefit of all, that's what it states, that it has to be for the benefit of all. It does not operate under Title 50. I would like to see where he got that.
What does the benefit of all mean? Is that the same as saying for the good of everyone?
Hold on. I'm still on the fact that he's saying it's on Title 50, which it's not.
I don't really care about that. I mean,
But you just brought it up and said.
No, I didn't bring up.
I was wrong, and it actually does.
Anyway, I said that he didn't, and you can just move on. You'll figure it out anyway. I know it's not going to upset you because you can't use NASA anymore. I mean, they're not legit anyway. Nobody should be using any space agency as proof.
Right.
Yeah, that was a sidebar anyway. What was the other point we were actually on before that?
Something about geometry of Earth. NASA's primary job is counterintelligence now. All right.
Yeah, counterintelligence, legalized lying, propaganda. And that's what most people who believe in the globe are actually relying on.
Yoder. Does he speak or?
Yeah, Yoder speaks. He'll educate you on this topic very well if he's available, but if he's not, then you should just give him a shout next time you see him online. He'll teach you about it.
Next time I see him, I guess I'll ask. Trump.
Sometimes he doesn't speak at this time of night. Depends. That's all.
Yeah. And on that note, I'm peacing out. So good luck. Good for you. You've been chill, respectful.
Trump is
I appreciate
an
your
odd
chat.
person, though. All right.
So have a good one, boys.
Bye.
Time for some of these chat skinks to mic up and have a word with us in here. Oh, they're not even were in here. Now they're gone. Oh, that's just lovely. What about Gus? You got much to say, Gus? Hello, welcome in, by the way. Side chat people? No? Damn. What's going on? Oh, any more questions or comments, Mario?
Yeah. Just looking at Yoder's. About to look at Yoder's thing that he sent me.
Okay, no problem.
Yoder, the master of retrieving documents.
Come on, guys, I need noise. Hello, welcome in. We've been waiting for you. Yeah. Hello, welcome in. God damn it. Hey, stay there. Talk. Say hello. I'll unmute you. But you got to stay here and talk if I unmute you. Okay? There we go.
Greetings.
Hello, Magnanimous.
Yes, I had gone out of the server and I muted myself because I was talking to, but now I'm not. I don't have privileges. I was talking with the team, and I'm here to disclose that we've all unanimously agreed that the Earth is round. So and we we're going to change the name of the server. It's going to be Round Earth now. Round Earth.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. I'm with you. You got a petition we can sign? Because I want to change it to
it's
24/7 24/7 Globe Earth is what I want to call it.
Excellent. Perfect.
Yep. I'm with you.
Yes. That's what
And so now what do we do?
We're doing it next week because we have to do some stuff with the YouTube channel, so we're gonna just leave it for now.
Those guys are on board. Don't worry. They're on board. We don't have to do anything.
No, but we have to contact YouTube.
No, it changes right away. Believe me, I have channels too. As soon as I change the name, boom, it changes. So
No, it's got to do with terms of agreement. We have to.
No, you got to follow just YouTube. You can't make up your own.
There's some legal.
Yeah, it's nothing legal. You're just going to go ahead and we're just going to change the name to 24/7 Globe Proof servers, and then everybody will be listening to Globers talking. It'll be fun.
No, I mean, try. We didn't include you in the conversation because we knew that your sarcastic ass would say such things.
What?
So yeah.
How dare you talk to me like that?
The whole team was talking worst, and I come here to tell you that you're fired. Yeah, you're fired, brother. I'm sorry.
That's it then?
Look, I tried to defend you, but I couldn't, man. But I hope the best for you, bro. You're gonna
All
make
right.
it. You're talented.
I'll see you guys later.
Peace. That's it. I hope you all have a great time.
Who is this? Never mind.
No, wait, come back. No.
You already left.
I'm supposed to leave. You come back. I'm leaving. You come back.
No, I'm leaving. You
No,
all stay
I'm
there.
leaving.
I'll go.
Oh, why are you people so angry in the chat? We're so nice and calm and nice and happy, and you guys are just mean to us.
Well, I'm gonna head out now. See ya.
Oh no, wait, come back.
Lost another one to flat earthers.
Come on. Whatever. Yo, Savers, we need conversation. I want something to listen to while I'm working.
There we go. Good evening, everybody. Just wanted to say I've been listening for a few weeks now, and I think you guys do some great work here. And I just wanted to especially say, Professor Triangle, I've become a really big fan of yours. I really like your style and your delivery, and I get great entertainment from it. So thanks.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'd asked Jin about you. I'm sure you guys know Jin pretty well, right?
Yeah.
So he said, yeah, no, you should go tell him. He said that'd make his day. I said, okay, here we are.
Well, I muted you because you were making pocket noises. I didn't know if you were going to talk, what was happening. You're sometimes if you're on your phone, your mic automatically unmutes after a call or weird shit. So that's why I muted you. Usually people say unmute me, and then I know that you're now back on your phone.
Oh yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, I was running around town, so at any point something could have happened there with the mute button. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Looking forward to the next triangle. I get a kick out of
Me
that.
too. Yeah, oh, for sure. People are getting scared to even answer me when I ask them about that stuff now, but that's common.
Yeah. No, there's some other good players in here as well. Says Who and Crit and Jedi, T-Dub and Yoder. You guys, you're doing some good stuff here. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm the nicest one out of all those guys you mentioned. Very nice with these guys. I don't know why they get upset with me, but they do.
Well, you're bringing truth right to their doorstep, so you know how that goes.
According to the Globers in the chat, we're supposed to be arguing about the sun right now, I guess. So interesting because I don't ever talk about the sun except for when it's blinding me when I'm driving. Then I get pissed off at the sun itself. And I swear at it and do all kinds of crazy stuff.
You know, typical Globers, right? Want you to look up, not down.
I'm procrastinating right now. I should actually be working and I'm not. And this sucks. I got a gigantic project due. Like the biggest thing I've ever worked on.
Hey man, yeah. Yeah, look, I reckon those guys in the side chat, I think if they've said all they can say in the side chat, maybe we should take away those text perms and make them come in here and open their mic. They've had fun enough in there. Hello?
Yo, hello? Anyone here? Hello?
Yeah. We're here.
Okay. Cool.
What's up, man?
Cool.
What do you got for us?
Well, I'm outside. Don't see any stars. How do we know that they are stars? That's one question. They're just lights, right?
Oh, it's just the term that we've given to identify them. All right, so twinkly little
stars
things in the
is just-
sky, stars.
So that we could call them anything. We could call them anything, and that would just be. I guess that's true. But what are they?
Yeah, it's just. For a long time they were known as stars without exactly knowing what they are, and then suddenly some people thought they were smart enough to figure out what they are and went, "Oh, they're just suns very, very far away, with their own little planetary systems." Yeah, okay, that's a cool story. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't trust the media either. So I'm right there with you. Do you believe in aliens by chance? Because, for me, the more I think about it, the more I think it has something to do with aliens, alien intelligences.
I don't think anything comes from a planet.
Wait, what?
I don't think life forms come from planets.
Well, what about human beings?
Yeah, we're on Earth, and I don't think Earth is a planet.
You don't think Earth is a planet?
No.
Well, I think that's why a lot of people don't believe you guys. That's why, most people don't believe you. Because then you
there's
say
this idea. Go on.
Yeah, well, you say things like that. You say Earth isn't a planet. Everyone just kind of goes, "Oh, okay," and then moves on with their life and never really considers it. Never considers that it might be true. It's not taken very seriously.
Yeah, because of their
for good or
indoctrination.
bad. Yeah, for good or bad, we can both agree that flat Earth is not taken seriously.
It is by a lot of people.
Well, a very small minority of people. If you went and asked, if I went up and asked this random guy, next to me or whatever, he's gonna be like, "What do you mean flat Earth?" He may not know all the talking points that you guys do, but he'll probably be like, "Nope, I just look at the map on my phone, and the map on my phone is based on a globe, and that map,